Yeah, that was bad.
No.
You saying no like that confirmed that it was bad.
You want to see use Medusa?
I do, sir.
I'm assuming that the bottles are there to censor penises.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I'm gonna need a better look at that, but that is amazing. Oh, that's good. No, that's good. We we love this. This is me at this is me as Medusa. I mean, you can't really tell, but in the hair. Oh, there it goes. There's Gamer Subs bottles covering all the members, which is really cool. Really good. Wait, did it work? We're in a thing I haven't seen before. Photo mode?
No, they've been there before.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Hell yeah, brother Ben says. Really? So what's new with you? I got ordained, so I can marry people now. Lo and behold, you are now married to yourself. I can legally do that in the state of California. Congratulations. Um, that was pretty cool.
Being Medusa?
I've been hanging out with I've been hanging out with my buddy for the last 36 hours. That's a day and a half.
That's like nothing.
Yeah. I mean, other than being eepy.
Other than being eepy, like, bruh.
Golden. Pogies. We can write a note. That's adorable. Happy for you. Thank you. I hope things have been going well for you too. I'm going to have to ask Maya to ordain me later in the future. I can't ordain. You want me to marry? Like, okay, I understand you don't want me to marry you, but you want me to get you married. Is that right? What? What? Why are you so aghast?
Oh, never mind.
Okay. I was concerned. I had feelings.
Well, mainly because, this.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. That's crazy. I'm pretty tired. Yes, sir. Oh, they're typing. Wait, no, they're not. What are you doing? What are you little goofy boys doing? What's going on? I convinced myself only one of you is real, and the real one was lonely enough to create a friend.
Like reproducing by budding? You think he fucking budded?
That might be my favorite thing that
like
Lap has ever
snail?
said. That might be my favorite thing Lap has ever said. It's really fucking funny. Oh man. Quispy being a goober. Quispy! How dare you?
I love Quispy.
Dude, McNew is back at it. He is refreshed and ready for more Animal Crossing.
Oh my god, let's fucking go.
I'm very excited for him.
Oh my god, they're writing a note.
I know.
What are they gonna write?
I'm so excited to see what they're gonna write. Horse. One.
Is that all?
That's really good.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna cuddle you.
It's getting closer to Christmas. Yes, sir. We're actually well, hold on, 28 hours. Where does that put us? I don't know. I think that puts us at holiday, right? Am I crazy?
They ended it with one. They just wrote one. That was the...
Okay, but now they need to make a second post and name it 2.
No, don't do that.
Then 3. And then 4.
Now they need to go talk to one of the kids or Tom Nook.
Wait, was that part of a quest?
Yes, that's why they had to do it.
Oh, they literally couldn't move on.
Yes, exactly.
What?
You didn't know that?
No.
Oh.
No, I missed that.
I admire your dedication regardless.
I thought that you had just given them a quest. Because you said that we weren't going to start watching the movie until they were able to put one on the, or not a one, but write a message on the board. And then we were like, oh, we literally can't do it. Literally can't do it.
Is Shannon ticklish too?
I don't know who said that. That's wild. We just get to hear a favorite voice clip you put, which is the Susie, we got a problem on our hands. Sarah's going nuts. I still love that clip. You know what? Have you ever watched the Game Grumps? I think we might have talked about this.
Yes.
Okay. I fucking love the Game Grumps.
One. Oh, I got excited.
I fucking love the Game Grumps, right?
And
But I haven't watched them in years. Well, like 2 or 3 years. Like 2. I just like their content wasn't landing for me like super hard
Right.
or anything. But
Mods? Crispy.
right. 12.
Crispy.
Oh my god. This is okay. This is rapidly. Oh. I feel like they're programming in the game.
Error.
Ben, what do you want? Ben, what are you trying to achieve? What was I saying?
I'm sorry.
Oh, the Game Grumps. I haven't watched them, but DJ and I sat and we watched a video the other night. It was so fucking good. We were losing it. I'm like, my boys. I felt bad.
Why?
I abandoned my boys. I've abandoned my child.
They're old.
Like them as people, or just like the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Dan's like 40 something. Aaron's, I think, like mid 30s.
Yeah.
I think. It's not old. Just
Yeah.
They've just been doing this for a long time.
Exactly.
Which is really cool. In my opinion.
We're going back to writing?
Something more than one. So we have 1 2 2 2 2 E R R R R 2 2 2 space 2.
Perfect.
I love that. There's something poetic about it.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of beautiful, especially the space between the couple last twos.
This is a revolutionary.
Good night, ladies. Yeb Ponzui.
Thank Ben. Without Ben, we'd be lost with no direction. My faith is shaken, and I wrote that song.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you. We're writing the sacred text. The sacred Jedi texts. Do you like Star Wars?
I do. Where are those droids?
Where are those guys?
We've lost the transmission, sir.
It's a trap. Is that the same scene? Oh, great. Awesome. Fake fan. Can I do multiple buttons at once or just one input at a time? One input at a time. I can't even imagine what it would be like if someone was like A, B, left, right, and then everybody else in chat was it would the game would combust. How are y'all still up? I don't know. This happened last night too.
It's because they start playing Animal Crossing and it's so funny.
How am I supposed to move on when? Wait, did they edit the other message? Yeah. I think they tried to spell sex. I think there's S space 11X. I feel like that was supposed to be sex, but it didn't land. This is basically a Ouija board. Oh
I mostly watch Game Grumps animated these days. It's the best stuff.
Yes. It makes it so much funnier.
I haven't checked it out recently.
It makes it so that puts me in stitches.
Really?
Game Grumps animated.
I'll need to check it out.
Like specifically the one where it's about the Intrepid, the car.
Oh, dude, yes, I love that car.
What does Intrepid mean?
Let me look it up. Or I don't know, like to go forward or something, and it's just intrepid, brave in the face of like challenging tasks. Awesome. That car exploded. So good.
I fucking love that video.
Would you girls stop if you ran over a frog?
Why are they referring to us by our genders?
Is that wrong?
I'm just curious. I'm so much more than a girl. Why was that wrong?
It's not.
Okay, you made a face, that's why I asked.
Oh, it was very passionate.
It's true.
Yeah.
So much more.
No, and let me tell you why.
I hate frogs.
Do you actually?
I would hit
Oh, yeah, no, we
I would
talked about
hit a
this.
frog on purpose. If I saw a frog in the road, I'd veer to make sure that I'd finish the job.
My answer is less boring, so I'm just gonna say, yeah, what she said.
Left.
Yep.
Big left. This has got to mean something. Right. Right. A. Right. Big left.
You reminded me of the scene from Scary Movie again. There's so many things we get to show each other.
It's true.
I think that you'll probably enjoy Scary Movie, but it is dated, you know?
Sorry.
What?
The steering emote with the fucking frogs lined up.
I don't think I've ever told you this. So I made that emote, right? The little driving one. And when I was making it, I was not intending for it to be that fucking fast. It's going fucking crazy. I don't know how I did it. Like
so awesome.
And so I slowed it down, but I was like, dude, fuck the slow version. The fast version is so fucking
It's so unhinged.
Oh god.
All right, chat, send it. You wrote a great message, right? Just leave it.
I think that scientists and philosophers will come together in years past and say this.
Monkey.
That's brilliant.
That's what I think they'll say.
That's brilliant. No, that's really good.
There was a short story that I read while I was in school, and I can't stop. I've been thinking about it lately. I believe it's just called The Time Machine. Maybe it's by H.G. Wells. But the story is basically like this guy makes a contraption, gadzooks, and it's a time machine.
Okay.
And he hops in, and it takes him way the fuck back. And he has to like live there, or he gets to go back home. I've just been thinking about it so much lately. Because I've been confusing it with Planet of the Apes. Because I keep thinking of the woman who's a monkey in Planet of the Apes.
I've never seen it.
I also haven't seen Planet of the Apes.
Oh.
But there's a woman who's a monkey in Planet of the Apes.
Spoilers! I was just about to watch.
But she looks more woman than monkey. So in my head, H.G. Wells wrote a book where he goes back in time, meets a woman who looks more woman than monkey, and stays there.
Do you read a lot? Or do you like to read? I guess is a better question.
I love to read.
Really? I feel like it's
I buy a lot of books and I start them.
Nice. Hey, sick. I've been slowly transitioning to audiobooks because
Audiobooks are pog.
I can't. I like if I open a book and I read for hours, I feel like
I get sleepy.
I didn't get enough. No, I feel like anxious.
Oh.
Like I haven't done enough.
I'd read that book.
I get so satisfied.
Really? It's probably good.
Woo!
Beep.
Cut off Maya's head.
Beep beep. That's okay.
Monkey.
Woo! What a wild ride. Sai's like, all right.
Sai really likes the.
It was his idea.
No, I'm saying he likes the reverse. He does the reverse.
No, the right way.
This is a matter of opinion, which is okay. What are your favorite books? What are your favorite books? What would you say is your favorite series? If you or just like a book that you like in general.
Okay, so.
Remember when we were going to start a book club at the beginning of the year for a New Year resolution?
That's so cute.
The last book I read, I was trying to read the most well-selling book by Agatha Christie, which is really good.
Yes, I just downloaded a couple of her audiobooks like literally like a week
really
ago.
Good.
That's so cool.
Even though they're old as shit. Also, I recently went back to this bookstore that I really like. I think I showed it to you. And they have the entire Sword of Truth novel series.
I've heard of Sword of Truth.
It's long, but I read it in high school and I loved it.
That's so cool.
I loved it, and I want to reread it. The Sword of Truth. It's really good. By Terry Goodkind.
That's such an author name.
It is, isn't it? Probably a pen name.
Maybe, yeah. That's nice though.
I've read a lot of really good books. But I've also read a lot of bad books.
Sword of Truth slaps.
Sword of Truth is really fucking good. So good, they made an awful CW series based on it, and it went nowhere.
What was it called?
You're not gonna believe this.
You're like The Flash.
The Sword of Truth.
Oh. Maybe that's how I've heard of The Sword of Truth then.
Probably not. It's a really bad show.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen it.
I wish I could read.
I Am Legend is my favorite book of all time. I love A Song of Ice and Fire. Makes sense. Bringing a long way to a small story, An Angry Planet. It's from a female author, and they usually never get any attention, but it's such a good sci-fi. No, well, that's actually, I think that's like less of a thing now, but definitely back in the day, that's why people like abbreviated their names and stuff. I know that's why like J.K. Rowling did it, because she was like, people aren't gonna want to read a book written by a woman, so I'm gonna use like, is abbreviation the right? Not abbreviation, just initials essentially. But I think that's less and less of a thing now. What the fuck is a honeymoon-a-thon? Why are you so aggressive? Why are you asking so aggressively?
Why are you asking so mean?
Why?
Did you think that would go well? Did you think we'd go, ow? Wait, Terry, I feel like I knew this, but Terry Goodkind died.
What? Oh, the author that you were just talking about, really?
Yeah, I feel like I knew this, but I'm also like,
that really sucks. That really fucking sucks.
God damn it, Chief Finnegan.
What? Wait, is he lying?
He made me laugh.
What the?
He made me fucking laugh, and I snorted.
That's good. You mean pseudonym? Is that what it's called? Pseudonym.
I'll write under. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Nope. I'll write under a pseudonym. I'll show you what I can do to him. That's Hamilton again.
I'm gonna have to see it.
No.
Is it bad?
It's great.
Why you say no?
Don't.
Why? Are you keeping it to yourself? Only you're allowed to watch it? Okay, I will respect your wishes.
No, I'm so kidding.
What in the fuck do you want from me?
Same with the Wheel of Time series. So is that a yes? That's AIDS. Oh no, did he die of AIDS? What does a bastard, orphan, son of a whore and a Scotsman, dropped in the middle of a forgotten lot in the Caribbean?
Ooh, dude, she's spitting though.
I forget the rest.
You weren't
Grow up to be a hero and a scholar. A hurricane came, devastation reigned. A man felt his future drip, drip down the drain.
Yes.
I forgot the rest.
These things happen.
That was your PhD.
Where? Where?
Word got around, said that this kid is insane, man. Took a book collection just to send him to the mainland. Don't forget your education, don't forget where you came. The world's gonna know your name. What's your name, man? Lin-Manuel Miranda. He wrote that.
Isn't he a director?
Yeah.
Does he do songs?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's Hamilton.
Oh wait, no, you're right.
He's Hamilton
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Okay, that's not how I know that he did songs. I think he wrote a song in Moana. Or all the songs in Moana. Or something.
That's ringing a bell.
Or wait, maybe it was fucking it was our wedding. It was our wedding. We were getting ready and it Bruno. The fucking I don't remember what
I
it's
forgot
called,
about
but
Dre.
I'm
Smoke weed every day.
That's nice.
You forgot about Dre? No.
Things happen. We're not expecting you to be perfect.
As long as you don't.
Encanto, yes.
Oh, I did see that.
You did? For me, if the pacing was weird for me. I liked the songs. I thought it was really good. I love the animation. So solid.
We definitely have talked about this.
Really?
TTS is very loud.
Oh. Do you want? Is it? Oh wait, is it doubling because of desktop audio?
Yes.
Oh. I'm getting used to it. Oh my god, I'm learning.
Thank you for letting me know. Oh, Reagan.
My first exposure to Lin-Manuel Miranda was House.
Oh, he's probably in here.
That's the song.
It is. That's a bold song. To
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
It's really good. He's also an actor. He really just does it all. Turns out Abuela was the villain.
Oh, okay.
Spoilers, Ben.
Yeah.
Jesus. How long has the movie been out? It's been years. Or year.
Can we go to bed?
Or something. Do you want to?
I'm so tired.
CP? CP. Yeah, I'm down.
We haven't caught anything yet.
Caught? Oh, like the fishies? The bugs? Oh, wait. They don't realize.
What?
On the rock right next to them.
It's roaches.
Boys.
Roaches.
Boys.
Roaches.
Take out your
Those
net.
are roaches.
Take out your net. Boys, you have been blessed with an opportunity. Oh my god, their inventory is full.
But do they have a net?
They do.
They can always switch it.
Mm-hmm. Can you please move the mouse off screen? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Work together.
And yet we fish. Mm.
And yet we fish.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. Wait, we hold these truths to be self-evident.
And all men are created equal. And when I meet Thomas Jefferson, I'm a compelling to include women in the sequel. Work. Look around. Look around.
Okay.
They're so
I
close.
want to watch them get this, and then we can go to bed. Or I'm not gonna tell you what to do, of course, but I need to see them get this, or try, make an attempt.
Mystery is happening.
Don't release it,
I can't
chat. Don't release. No, chat. Oh, they press B. They press B.
Oh, good. I mean, it's just a hermit crab.
I know, but they're kind of adorable. Though I did get pinched by one when I was in elementary school, and it like
Can you eat them?
it stuck with me. What?
Can you eat them?
I'm sure you could. I don't know if they'd be like good at all. Tiny crab, probably not enough to.
Can you just put it in your mouth like?
Don't think so. I don't think you're supposed to eat the shell.
There's got to be a way to make it delicious. Last.
Would you eat it if it were?
Yeah, they're delicious.
Really?
Oh, like me as a vegetarian?
Yeah. Oh, well there you go.
I would feel bad.
Did you say you have 2FA?
I have 2FA.
What did you actually say?
God, I don't know. Did you scare the roaches? No, I think they scared the roaches.
No! Oh god damn it, I missed it.
I-
The 2FA fucked me up.
I think they scared the roaches. She's fading.
She's flatlining.
They scared the roaches.
They did. Butterfly though. To the left, to the left. It's in a
My dick's in a box. No.
if you go to the left. You can watch Paranormal Activity 4 tomorrow. It's really dumb and it has an Xbox Connect. Oh, that was the one with the
That's
Xbox
the one with the
Connect.
Xbox Connect.
Dang, I was waiting for that too and I completely forgot about it.
In the closet. That's my stuff. Please don't touch.
Hi, Demooch. How you doing?
No, how you doing?
How's my fucking everything you own in the box to the left? Thank you. You're so smart. What if I just trapped you here? What would you do? You wouldn't be able to do anything. Oh my god, you're so fucking strong. What the fuck?
Wanna wrestle?
No. Maybe. A little bit.
Plans to color in the tats.
That would be ambitious.
What?
That would be really ambitious.
People don't do that.
What do you mean?
People don't get line work black tattoos and go, actually,
I'm gonna add some color.
I want it to look like a Lisa Frank coloring book.
They can, but yeah, it doesn't normally translate well. You would have to go to like a really fucking like renowned tattoo artist for that kind of shit, and even then, probably be expensive. It's a lot of effort, and black and gray is cool.
I had a
Oh,
red
I'm so
door
sorry.
and I painted it black. What does that mean?
No, it's. I see a red door and I want to paint it black.
Why are they singing to me?
I don't know. He's serenading something. 4 a.m. DJ hours. The
Doors.
Oh, I had a red doors, and I prefer it painted black. There we go. Sorry, I'm drunk. DJ hours, like I said.
Well, that explains it.
Yep. Can't get away from it. Wouldn't it be so funny if we wrestled? That'd be crazy. Yeah, no time limit.
Now, based on our reactions, what do you think we just read? Answer down below. A, B, or C? Big left. Horse.
No clue.
I want to say for no reason in particular, I
Okay.
love Dr. Spaghetti.
Hey, listen, that's a mod. That's a mod right there. Yeah.
Mod leave.
Mod leave. D,
all of the above. Yes, correct. Yes, you earned a pistache.
Good bird. It really does. You know what I don't like though? The birds. I mean, not particularly, but I don't also. I'm neutral on birds, but it's the fact that it takes a nut or whatever, and it eats it, and while it eats it, it just fucking.
He's got to keep an eye on its enemies.
But like you would think that it wouldn't consider.
You want it to eat it with its eyes closed?
No, but I just don't be so intense about it.
Hey man, the bird can speak English, so you could probably let him know.
That's so valid. No.
I think it was Beagle who did that.
Chaddington Bear. Ma, you can't just sit on the fence about birds. You need to take a stand. My whole life I've been sitting on the fence. You know, afraid, terrified about what people would think if I told them the truth about how I thought about birds. But I'll be honest about what I feel about them. They can hang. I like them. I said what I said. Yep.
They scare me.
Birds? Depends on how big they are. Small bird? Like a little canary?
Small birds and big birds.
Really?
Because, like, if you have a small bird, you don't have one small bird. You got a flock. If you have a big bird, you have one big bird.
That's not necessarily
If you're
true.
in the cage with it, it's scary.
Big birds won't hurt you. That's simply not true. Ostriches will fuck your day
It's
up.
not a matter of hurting. I'm not afraid a bird's gonna hurt me. They make me uncomfortable.
An ostrich is like a dinosaur. That shit will fuck you up. An ostrich would hiss at you and snap the hair from your head. Snap it off. One beak tussle.
Taking away your ability to play for a minute. Get over
Chat.
it. Get the fuck
Bird.
over it. Glass.
Crap.
Red.
Behold these shit.
You haven't even seen it.
It's so much. No, because I think about the frenemies skit.
Oh.
I don't know if it was a skit, but like the frenemies segment.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
An ostrich can gore you with its feet. And like
Hot.
little birds are fun. I don't think I would have one as a pet either, just because they can like they're hit or miss on how loud they are. It's like
Sorry, an ostrich?
no little birds that you would own,
Ah.
like a little parakeet or something. It's like they're cute. I really like them.
Would they pull your hair like Toby?
Oh my god, maybe.
Let's get a closing thought here, and I'm gonna make us go to bed.
Okay,
Closing thought?
birds. Horse.
Horse.
Um,
Good night, everybody.
Today was a good day. I think it was we got to chill for a long bit, which we needed after the.
And yet, I fish.
And yet I fish.
And yet, we're still going to bed at 4:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Um,
And tomorrow's gonna be a big fucking day.
Yeah, today we have a lot of things to do.
Later
So
today. Yep,
that's right to get married today.
that's true.
Horse. Good night, chat. What? Never forget.
Would you rather be a horse bird or a bird horse? Are
Is
you asking this because you're drawing this, Sushi?
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
Would you rather be a horse bird or a bird horse?
I would be afraid to be a horse.
A horse bird would be a bird that's like it's tiny, but it's a horse, and a bird horse would be. I would say bird horse, because you'd just be like a big ass bird with maybe like a little saddle on.
That's cute.
That is really cute.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would be a bird horse.
Yeah.
All right. If anything goes down, mods, let us know. If the game takes a shit, or rather, if
Good night,
like
Yep
the
Soup.
internet.
Hug my hug.
Good night, Sai.
Good night. Whoa, I've never seen that bit badge before.
Oh my god, I haven't seen it purple either. It's very regal.
Holy shit, Sai.
God damn. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Mods, is it possible for you guys to press, you see that orb? Is it possible for you guys to press play on the media share mods? You guys don't have to do too much work on it if you don't want to. Oh, motherfucker. Mother trucker, dude.
This is the paranormal activity.
Oh my god, why did we do this? Oh my god, why?
We leave the door open too.
Okay, good night, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be in chat also, so if anything comes up.
Good night, girl.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, girl.
Alright, girl. See you tomorrow.
See you
I'm gonna
tomorrow.
turn this up a little bit.
Someone go stand at the door.
If you guys want
Hold
to
on,
submit...
wait, hold on.
Okay, I do want to see it.
Can you hide the media share thing really quick?
Yeah.
I'm
Even
gonna
if
do
I
something,
technically
something
didn't live.
crazy, dude.
Anyway, Ed and Eddie is something we have discussed before.
The bathroom light
I've
is
made my
on, so I
love
have to
for
turn it
very
off.
Clear, and it's something I still return
I don't know
back
what time
to
it is.
nearly
What
on a
time is
weekly
it?
basis before I drift off to sleep at night. And one thing that I thought would be fun to talk about would be the way
Oh, I
in which
hate
the
that.
show almost
Oh, I hate
ended,
that.
came back with a few
Oh, I
specials
hate that.
afterwards, another
Oh, that's
full season,
awful.
and then a tiny
hate
part of
that.
a season counting as a supposed season
Oh,
6.
that was
Oh, and
genuinely
of course,
scary.
the movie, The
Oh my
Big
god, you
Picture
should
show.
clip that,
If
because
you
that was
catch all
really
that,
fucking
there's a bunch
scary.
to go
Someone
over,
used that for...
but
That was
originally,
actually
the
terrifying.
finale of season 4
No,
was
I'm being
basically
serious.
the end of the show.
That was
Kinda-
actually so scary.
kinda grim.
Your
After
eyes
that,
were
they
like...
came back with a mixed variety of everything that
Yeah,
made the
doing the
ending of
glowy
series a
thing.
weird,
Oh, that
yet
was
memorable
sorry,
time
scared
You
for
woke
sure.
up, Mr.
So let's
fucking
look back
P.
on what could have been, what
Alright.
actually
My
was,
prince.
and
Back
how
to
it all
business.
My president.
Good night, chat room. Now, Kith. We'll be in chat too.
From our sponsor.
Here's your video
Thanks so much to
game.
today's sponsor, Albert. Managing our finances can be extremely
Yay!
stressful,
We're
but
doing
with
the first
Albert's
round
team
thing.
of financial experts, they take a look at your
I got
personal
you, boys.
situation and
Have
help
you-
make a
they've been
plan and
fishing
are
this
there to
whole
help
time,
you with any
and
questions
yet
along the way.
I
I mean, they are
fished.
literally called geniuses.
I don't know
Traditional
where my phone-
banks
I
can
was
be
being
annoying.
creepy and I lost my
Overdraft
phone.
fees, long wait times,
There we
on
go.
the phone to speak
Oh,
with
oh,
someone
oh,
other than
oh,
a robot, and no
goodness.
benefits like cash back on debit card purchases. It makes you feel like you're not in control of
Okay.
your life sometimes.
Good
Albert,
night.
however, is completely
Love
different
you.
from any bank account
See you guys
you've
in
ever
the-
used.
see you in the
First up,
morning.
it's completely free to sign up
Oh,
and
shit,
very
you're
easy
right.
to use.
See you in
Literally,
the
Albert
morning.
helps you start
It's a
saving
beautiful
automatically.
morning,
Instead
babe.
of having a regular
in the
savings
morning.
account and
Oh, I was
hoping you
dying.
remember
I
to
wish I could've
toss some money in
done
there, Albert looks at your income and expenses to see what money you can save and automatically move money into your savings account, even if it's only a few dollars at a time. Albert works within your budget to help you get ahead. Before you know it, you'll be surprised how much that can add up to in your savings. It's like magic. Cashback? Yeah, of course. 5 to 20% cashback instantly in your account when shopping at places like McDonald's, Starbucks, Walmart, the list goes on. No overdraft fees, and even better, Albert will spot you up to $250 whenever you need it instantly. When your next paycheck comes in, you pay it back with no interest whatsoever. The list of great things Albert does goes on and on. So click the link in the description box to download the Albert app today. On top of all of this, right now for a limited time, when you open up an account and connect a qualifying direct deposit, you'll just get $150. That's pretty cool. Thanks again to Albert for sponsoring today's video. So with Ed and Nettie, I just got lost in how fascinating this whole ending debacle was, and I have enjoyed doing this shockingly weird way shows ended series, and I hope you have as well. So to start it off, let's take a look at the almost ending, season 4's finale, Take This Ed and Shove It. A two-part episode taking up the full runtime rather than splitting it between two segments. The Eds, more specifically Eddie, find it hard coming to terms with all the kids are starting to grow up. I mean, check out Kevin's sick beard.
Pretty manly, huh?
So naturally, rather than dwell on more childish schemes, they all put on a scam career aptitude test of sorts, putting in motion career paths for the other kids. For a fee, of course.
And
A small fee?
This, funny enough, works, and the Ed boys quickly spend that money that they earned on some jawbreakers. A nice rare win for them. Is what I would say if they didn't run into Dr. Naz. Who knows the jawbreakers would be bad for their teeth and locks them away in her desk. See, I always knew career aptitude tests would lead to trouble. This then results in them stealing the desk and trying to safely take it back to Eddie's place and somehow get the jawbreakers out. We now enter into the second half of the episode where they're all still struggling to get inside the desk, and Double D ponders the excitement of his future and wants Eddie and Ed to think of theirs. But Eddie doesn't want to grow up. He doesn't want anything more than the life that he has now, and maybe a few jawbreakers to boot. But thanks to a freak golfer Johnny incident, Eddie falls into a pit where a bunch of heavy objects fall on him, causing the screen to morph into something else as we hear Eddie's echoes of saying, "I never say no." When Eddie awakes, however, he is now an older version of himself, 90 years in the future, as he mistakes himself for his own grandpa when looking in the mirror. Ed and Double D come over, old as well, while Eddie is having troubles coming to terms with being old. He finds the desk with the jawbreakers in them still locked up from back then, as everyone in the cul-de-sac is also in their senior years as well. Eddie reverts to trying to open the desk again, as when they do try, it ends up turning to dust. Eddie exclaims that he's just a kid as he repeatedly bashes himself in the face until he wakes up, back as a kid in his bed. Once he realizes he's back, he runs around in excitement. Ed finally got the desk open and they can all now enjoy the jawbreakers. He yells once more, "I don't ever want to grow up," as we hard cut to 90 years in the future once more, as the Eds sit around playing cards and Eddie recounts all of these memories as just being stories. Unlike the other clip, this one seems to cement it as they are actually 90 years in the future, as after having a rousing laugh with friends one final time, wishes that he could be a kid again. I still wish I was a kid! Kind of grim, yet still a funny way to end the show on as originally intended. Trust me, I understand the fears of mortality and aging as well as letting
Finnegan
life pass
tipped
you by. It's a place that can get dark and
$24.13.
is something that causes nothing but anxiety when trying to understand that in which you are not yet, but still knowing it is coming. Having Eddie be our vessel into this existentialism is a smart
Finnegan
choice
tipped
because of his kid-like nature and dependence on his
$25.45.
adolescence. All in all, it works in the spirit of what Ed and Eddie was as a show to end something like this. With this. It also could have been slightly different too. Danny Antonucci, the creator of the show, showed off 2 deleted scenes a few years later at San Diego Comic-Con. One of the deleted scenes is an alternate take on when Eddie wakes up old for the first time and mistakes his mirror reflection for his grandpa saying, after acknowledging Antonucci directly and offering him money to wake up from this nightmare, he reaches for his wallet only to find a jar of prunes. The second deleted scene gets a little bit more crazy. Now going to the scene when the desk turns to dust, Eddie this time starts to break down and cry over it. Lee Kanker then comes running to see what is going on, and then it's revealed that Eddie and Lee Kanker at some point got married and had a bunch of babies and spent their honeymoon at the junkyard. But it didn't just end right there, okay? Ed married May Kanker and Double D married Marie Kanker. These 2 scenes are pretty funny and would work fine as an extended cut of this episode. Regardless, I am happy that we were told about them and saw what could have been. It's a rare treat to see that. But once again, as much as this was supposed to be the finale of the show in general, it wasn't. While that originally was intended to be the end of the series in 2004, the show was still in peak popularity. The fans wanted more and so did the network. So that's exactly what would happen. 2 new seasons would be ordered as well as 3 holiday-themed specials to start releasing as soon as the month after the show was supposed to end. With Jingle Jingle Jangle, a Christmas special, which we already covered here on the channel last year, a Valentine's Day special titled Hanky Panky Hullabaloo, and the final special, Boo Ha Ha, centered around Halloween, with the latter being one of Antonucci's favorite Ed and Eddie episodes to work on. Now, there was another special, but in relation to the timeline, we will mention that a little bit later in the video. With more Ed, Ed and Eddie on the horizon with specials filling in the gap between Season 4 and now the new Season 5, the future couldn't look better for the Ed Boys, could it? It is now November 2005, and all the specials had recently finished coming out, and Season 5 is here. 12 episodes as opposed to the usual 13 would fill the season, but something was different. Something was just a bit off. One thing that made Ed, Edd and Eddy unique was that there were essentially no adults fully seen in the show. It was just the kids of the cul-de-sac with parents having a presence mainly felt off-screen that do cause certain worries or actions of the kids on screen. With the show being thought to take place primarily in the summer, as quoted by Antonucci himself when speaking about the lack of adults, that's intentional too. Throughout the long days of summer, you simply didn't see anyone else's parents about, and sometimes you didn't even see your own. It simply did just have a specific feeling to it all. But when season 5 comes around and we get to the episode aptly titled, Out with the Old, In with the Ed, we enter upon the cul-de-sac once more where Eddie tries to keep the summer going as he spends his time trying to convince everyone that the summer has not ended yet. Only problem is that it has, and school starts back up tomorrow. Once tomorrow comes, we are at school, and the Eds have to deal with being in different homerooms. Another thing that was out with the old and in with the new was the process of how the show was made itself. The show had originally been done using traditional cell animation, something we covered on the channel in my original Ed, Edd and Eddy video. But now the series would transition from those techniques to digital ink and paint. Throughout season 5, we would follow the Ed boys as they deal with school rather than the scheme of the day in the cul-de-sac. From report cards to football, the focus clearly shifted. While there were still episodes that had nothing to do with school sprinkled in, it definitely gave the show a newer feeling. I'm all for trying new things in fear of something great becoming stale. So even if it was a bit different for this season, I didn't hate it. It's not my favorite season of the show, but I appreciate the effort in at least going for something different. Reception-wise, it did take its toll. That's all subjective though, but there was a noticeable decrease in the love for the season compared to the original 4. Now, as far as season 6 of the show, I'd ask you, what season 6? The random singular episode that makes up all of season 6, or the alien special that we're about to cover that some may count as an episode for season 6? I'm not kidding. Season 6 is literally just the last episode. That technical final regular episode features the segments May I Have This Ed and Look Before You Ed. The first being about the Peach Creek Junior High School dance, and the second part focusing on Jimmy and his safety club. For sure, that would be a pretty lackluster note to go out on, especially compared to how season 4 was about to end, but it wasn't the end. It was the end of the show, sure, but the series had a final card to play before the Ed boys sang farewell. Back in 2006, it was announced that a feature-length 90-minute special was in the works. As the production of that continued to get pushed back as the show was taking precedence, Antonucci and his team had some tough choices to make, ultimately deciding one episode into season 6 that in order to put all of their focus for this 90-minute special, they would need to step away from making season 6. Thus why it ended so abruptly. We'll touch slightly more on that a little bit later. This 90-minute feature-length special would finally come to fruition in 2009 as Ed, Edd and Eddy's Big Picture Show, a television movie event that would serve now as the true finale to the beloved series. Now, before we get into the Big Picture Show, I wanted to talk about the weird alien invasion special I've mentioned a few times here. In 2007, Cartoon Network started a special TV crossover event that would span through many of the popular franchises at the time, throughout the month of May. Right around 15 years ago right now. Wow, time is just flying. I vividly remember when all of this was actually airing on TV. This storyline regarding the aliens weaved its way through Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, My Gym Partner's a Monkey, Camp Lazlo, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, and of course, Ed, Edd and Eddy. Now, for the proper order to watch them, technically Ed, Edd and Eddy would be listed as part 2 and titled The Eds Are Coming, and would focus on the kids of the cul-de-sac being weary of potential aliens wreaking havoc, with Rolf being involved, as well as by the end of it, the whole cul-de-sac getting ripped out of the ground and taken to outer space. It's a strange little episode that culminates inside of the Billy and Mandy special, the 5th part and final part of the event, where at the end it's cameo galore after the day is kind of saved. And there's a lot of cheese. In fact, the
Anonymous
whole event
tipped
was full of cheese.
$14.11.
Yes, also this cheese, but cheese in general. Apparently, the original plan was that Kraft Cheese was sponsoring this big event, but pulled out before the airing, so now there's just a bunch of episodes revolving around cheese randomly. This information coming from the creator of Billy and Mandy, Maxwell Adams. So thanks for that. What a weird concept, but a fun one.
There is no cheese here. It's the cheese reaper!
Where does cheese have to go?
Also, the little connections between them were cool, like in My Gym Partner's a Monkey, where the cul-de-sac being abducted makes front page news. And is that Napoleon Dynamite?
Trying to use a local ham radio to contact deep space.
Cartoon Network really like milking this joke. Either way, this episode would be counted as a random honorary season 6 episode, and this whole invaded 5-part event was pretty fun. Maybe we should cover that sometime soon here on the channel.
I have difficulties with abandonment. It's good to be back. It's like underwear straight from the dryer.
Alright, the big finale to Ed, Edd n Eddy. The big picture show. Going back to this replacing season 6 of the show, Cartoon Network supported Antonucci's and the team's decision to shift their efforts and focus from the show to the movie. During San Diego Comic-Con in 2007, we learned some plot details as the movie would have a focus on Eddie's brother. Someone in the series we have heard a lot about, from the room in Eddie's house to the one-off lines about him. He was an off-screen character who had an extreme presence looming in the background. We also learned that this would be the official end to the show now. The movie would then finally premiere on Cartoon Network November 8, 2009, literally starting the film in the middle of another Ed Boy scheme, which of course caused things to go terribly wrong, and the cul-de-sac was never the same. After getting a good look at a quiet cul-de-sac, we quickly see the aftermath of some horrific event, clearly being a result of the Eds, as all the Eds are frantically packing their things, being extremely paranoid like Ray Liotta in Goodfellas. The viewer still unaware of what really happened, the trio are clearly running from something major that they have caused, as they sneak into Eddie's brother's room, steal the parked car that he's had in there, and hit the road to escape the mob of angry kids that are shown to be badly injured and affected by whatever they had done. Rolf literally has a huge piece missing from his torso. Must have been one heck of a scheme. Barely making their way out of the neighborhood blasting off like Team Rocket, all we are left with is the aftermath of the cul-de-sac destruction, and Ed's now on the road to find his older brother for protection against the incoming onslaught of Kevin, Naz, Rolf, Johnny, and Plank. The journey that they embark on really tests the relationship of the trio, and Eddie especially, with him being the catalyst of most everything that has ever affected anyone, as well as stretching the truth and outright lying about everything. His inconsistencies finally catch up with him as he doesn't know where his brother actually lives, nor the person he portrays him to be to his friends, or to anyone for that matter. Truly breaking down Eddie as a character, why he is the way he is, and him coming to terms with himself. We do find his brother, even at first being the brother Eddie has always bragged about, but we quickly find out that the relationship between Eddie and his brother is far from those tales. Everyone from the cul-de-sac is left with their jaws agape as Eddie's brother is physically and emotionally abusive towards Eddie. But the revenge that all the kids wanted to get on the Eds, and more specifically Eddie, isn't met with joy at this moment, seeing what his brother has done and is doing to them. Despite all their differences, they stand up to Eddie's brother in an attempt to defend Eddie. But before anything can happen, Ed knocks him out with the trailer door. Eddie here, in his most vulnerable moment, opens up about his sorrow towards what he has done. Not just for the stuff that had happened to cause all of this, but for everything ever. All the schemes, scams, and pranks from the past. Going further, he admits his lies that he told about his brother throughout the years as it being a form of social acceptance from his peers. All of the kids forgive Eddie, Double D, and Ed and embrace them now as friends, uniting the cul-de-sac. That is, until Johnny shows up late as Melon Boy, not hearing or seeing anything, and begins to attack the Eds. Luckily, the other kids got their back and attacked Johnny for attacking their friends.
Sorry about that.
Touching. Afterwards, they all head over to Kevin's for some jawbreakers, seeing a reprisal of Your Friends Are There to Help You from earlier in the show, as Double D places a label on a black screen saying, The End. And just before we truly end, we get a post-credit scene teasing the return of Johnny as Melon Boy ready for his revenge. The movie does everything you'd want from an Ed, Edd n Eddy movie or finale. A satisfying end that directly impacts the characters in ways that elevate a long time coming payoff. The focus shifting to making this movie over a season 6 or trying to do both at once was the smart decision, as this film is so fine-tuned with the precision of Danny Antonucci and the team working on it that it didn't just benefit from all the attention focused on it, it needed the attention focused on it for it to turn out this good. The journey they take in this film isn't about Eddie finding his brother. It's Eddie finding himself as to not become his brother, the person he's idled his whole life, all wrapping in the fun of the others from the cul-de-sac and then figuring out their own situations as well. For the other Eds, Double D finds the strength to kind of loosen up a bit and even stand up for him and his friends, even if it may be in the face of getting hurt over it. Ed, well, he just has a good time.
You bet your sweet Bippy I did.
And does something that actually helps out. Thanks for taking the bullet out of that door. It's a beautiful way to wrap up a series that meant so much to me and so many others. I would also like to add earlier on the scene in which Eddie and Double D get into a boiling point argument, nearly causing them to end their friendship. We finally see Eddie start to break, sharing his emotions and taking the blame for what had happened instead of passing the buck as he usually tends to do. It's a nice character moment, my personal favorite from the movie, as it diverts from the friends break up and get back together by the end trope, by having the characters deal with these emotions and problems right then and there. It felt vulnerable and impactful towards who these characters are and how they view each other. I do find the whole ending of the show particularly fascinating. From having an original end that felt kind of bleak, to seemingly coming back instantly with a different in style season 5, followed up by a season 6 that contained an episode, to then finally ending with a movie that perfectly wrapped up the series in such a fantastic way. The road to that movie ending may have been a bit rocky, but the journey that it took and that end result made it so memorable. I have gushed about this show so many times on this channel at this point, and I am sure I will gush about it many more times in the future. But for now, I'm glad we could all spend some time today and look back at the shockingly weird way Ed, Edd, and Eddy ended. I definitely want to know your thoughts on all of this in the comments, as well as let me know other fun, weird, or interesting ways shows have ended. Make sure to hit the like button and subscribe for more content like this. I'll be back with another video soon, but until then, later.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Borlai Hobby Time. The other day I was watching some compilation videos about cute and funny bearded dragons when I noticed something. If humans were the size of crickets, bearded dragons would be anything but cute or funny. So that inspired me to make a diorama. I jumped online, I found an awesome 3D rendering of a bearded dragon. I will link that below. I purchased it, began printing it, and then I moved on to the base. I started with a foundation of 1/2-inch XPS insulation foam cut down to the same size as the gesso board that my iPad had morphed into. I glued those together with some foam safe super glue. I then began slicing up additional pieces of thicker XPS at an angle and piling them up till I had a nice little cliffside that was the height I was looking for. Once all of those layers of XPS had been glued together, I began carving the cliffside to look more natural using a hot wire foam cutter. The foam cutter does a great job of removing volume quickly, but it couldn't create the horizontal lines that I was looking for, so I switched to my hand and a utility knife and began going to town on the surface until I was happy with the mostly organic look that I achieved. I scorched the rest of the surface with a butane torch till all of the unnaturally flat surfaces were gone, and then I cleaned up all of the foam bits, and I finally glued the cliff to the base, which I also gave the torch treatment. After that, it was time to throw on some gloves. I keep this little reminder to wear gloves next to my gloves, just in case I forget. Thanks, Craftsman. And I needed those gloves because obviously it was time for a terrain paste. I used some paper mache mix, plaster, and water, which I accidentally splashed on the diorama. Then I mixed up the paste thoroughly till it was this beautiful consistency, and I spread it all over the ground at the base of the cliff as well as along the top of the cliff. I then mixed up some plaster, paint, and Mod Podge, and I spread it all over the cliff face and the rest of the pink surfaces with a brush. The consistency of this stuff allows it to work into all the cracks without removing the detail. Next, I sprinkled some pebbles and nestled them into the wet terrain paste using a brush, and I went over everything with some sand, which I sealed with isopropyl alcohol and watered down white glue. I then pressed some pre-made plaster rocks into the still wet mix, and I set that aside to dry. After 24 hours, the base had had enough time to dry, so the next step was to take it outside and prime it. I had just finished priming the base and was waiting for that to dry when I was snuck up on by a bearded dragon. The print turned out really great. The file is awesome. Huge shout out to Toterin for sculpting such a nice model. I took the lizard outside to prime, and then for the human element of this build, I needed some people in specific poses that I didn't have, so I'll have to do a little repurposing. This little Tom Waits figure was originally panning for gold, but after removing his pan, he's now reaching down to help his buddy up the cliff. This little guy, known as Kentucky Rose, was tilling the soil, but once his gardening tool was clipped away, He was now just hanging onto a rope for dear life. This last figure was doing something with hay, but after a little work, now he's pulling on the rope that his friend is holding onto. I glued each of the figures to a painting base side by side, and I did the same thing for some pack mules, which are carrying all the goods that these gentlemen have just finished hoisting up the cliff. After the figures had been primed, it was time to start painting. The story of this diorama was inspired by a suggestion from Will Laidlaw on Instagram. Thank you for the suggestion, Will. These three outlaws heard about some treasure in the wreckage of a stagecoach that had been run over a cliff into this canyon a few months back. There's no easy path in or out of this section of the canyon, so a trip up and down via rope is the fastest way. Only problem is that a giant bearded dragon lives in the canyon. These gents had a very successful time getting down, grabbing the gold, and hoisting it out, but the last guy got a little greedy. On his last climb up the rope, a gold bar that he had hidden from his friends fell from his pocket and down to the ground below, so he went back to get it. His friends protested, but he went anyway. Unfortunately, by this time, Big Beardy was awake and aware of their presence and had made his way to where they were in the canyon. Hopefully, the guy gets out all right, but as things sit right now, it's not looking too hopeful. After finishing up the paint job on this bearded dragon, which I am pleasantly surprised by, it was time to move on to the terrain. I painted up the landscape to look like a canyon somewhere in the southwest of the United States, most likely Utah or Arizona. I'm now aware that bearded dragons are not endemic to the US, and I was actually thinking of a horned lizard when I decided on that animal, but this is the wild imaginary West, so anything's possible, I guess. After sprinkling some flocking on the top of the cliff, it was time to glue the bandits in place. After the figures were all in position, I carefully glued on the rope, which was a far more finicky task than I had anticipated. I did eventually get the rope glued in place, and after that, I followed it up with some miniature plant life from Diorama Persepe. I went back and dry brushed some highlights onto the rocks, and in case you're wondering what happened to the Black 3.0, I was in the process of ordering more when I saw that they were releasing Black 4.0. I put my name on the waitlist, but I'm currently number 279. If you use the referral link in the description, it will bump me up the list, meaning I'll be back in Black 3.0 and 4.0 just a little sooner. After the sides had been painted, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. You guys are the best. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time.
Recently, we explored the question, what if Chaos were able to achieve galactic domination? People were quite taken with this concept, and it is certainly interesting to consider what the different scenarios would look like for a faction to dominate all others in a galaxy as complex and multifaceted as that of Warhammer 40,000. Chaos, of course, have a whole spectrum of outcomes dependent on who would ultimately retain control, and we discussed the impact this could have on the gods of the warp themselves. If you missed this last time, see the link on screen for that video right now. Speaking of gods, if you want to help me in appeasing my lord and master Algo, god of the YouTube algorithm, please remember, if you enjoy the video, drop a like, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and consider to share the video. It all helps to contribute, and I greatly appreciate everybody's support as always. If you don't want to miss the videos, as I only put out a couple a month, be sure to click the notification bell. So much like Chaos today, we will consider an equally disturbing scenario for humanity: the prospect of a Tyranid victory across all, or at least the vast majority of the galaxy. If this is reasonably possible, and if so, what would it look like? The Tyranids are relentless. They are the ultimate destroyer, the devourer of all life. While the broader galaxy's wars may ebb and flow, the relentless onslaught of the Great Devourer leaves no respite for those unfortunate enough to cross its path. But the Tyranids do not fight for principles or a complex ideological agenda. They do not seek territory or permanence. They only seek to devour and consume all in their path, leaving behind barren husks that are, for all intents and purposes, permanently dead worlds. Realistically, of course, the prospect for any faction to achieve true galactic domination would be a feat on the brink of the impossible. But for the Tyranids, their threat is not one merely of brute force, but a very existential peril that defies the traditional calculations of power, especially when one sees the approaching relentless and overwhelming tides of the Great Devourer. From the perspective of humanity, the Tau, Votan, the Eldari, the Tyranids are a nightmarish threat that knows no equal. It matters not whether they achieve 85%, 90% or 99.9% control of the galaxy. Their arrival heralds the same outcome, a galactic catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Whilst the sheer scale of the galaxy with its thousands of star systems and millions of habitable worlds may in some respects allow some to consider themselves safe, in reality it only magnifies the Tyranid threat. Their ability to adapt to faction-specific defenses makes them a logistical nightmare for any civilization attempting to withstand their onslaught. Some worlds of the Mechanicus, for example, thought that they had seen it all and would be able to withstand the tides of the Tyranid, but were left deeply humbled as a result. M41 is not the time where humanity made its most significant territorial gains either, and the Tyranids are an ever more formidable force. Their presence has shifted the balance of power in the galaxy at a fundamental level, and as humanity's grip steadily weakens, other races become additionally emboldened or continue to rise in power themselves. And the Xenos annihilation of Imperial planets only threatens to permanently relegate humanity to becoming a mere footnote in galactic history. For humanity has not stood for any length of time comparable to, say, the Necron or the Eldari. For most of those who would seek to achieve it, galactic dominion entails more than just vanquishing enemies. It necessitates the ability to govern, manage resources, and control populations across an immense territory. The logistical challenges of communication, supply lines, and enforcing authority in such a sprawling empire are staggering, as the failings of the Imperium prove on a day-to-day basis. Of course, for the Tyranids, they do not share these concerns, much to their significant advantage. They're not burdened with the need for stability or governance. They do not need to ever worry about defending worlds or reinforcing those damaged by conflict, for they're only ever on the attack. They are only focused upon the relentless pursuit of their cosmic hunger. And in a galaxy filled with shifting alliances, political machinations, and internal power struggles, the Tyranids stand apart. They are a force of nature, an alien cataclysm that shares no concern for the complexities of politics or diplomacy. They simply threaten to devour everything in their path. In terms of galactic domination, the Tyranids pose a unique challenge and threat in the galaxy of M41, for their motivations, strengths and weaknesses defy the conventional norms of power and dominance. Their focus is unbreakable, their adaptability boundless, and their presence often a very literal shadow which hangs over the worlds of sentient races. In the coming centuries, it may well be that the Tyranids become the greatest threat of all, one that, whether they like it or not, all factions may need to unite against in a coordinated defensive strategy, or alternatively face the prospect of being consumed and turned into liquid nourishment by the unrelenting hunger of the Great Devourer. So the question, is a Tyranid galactic domination achievable? At a very straightforward level, the answer is surely yes, except there are obviously a considerable variety of factors in answering that question. And one of the first things we can think about is that when we previously discussed chaos, at the core of unpacking that scenario was the fractured complexity of what amounts to chaos as a force, which would then bring us to the conclusion that unless they were able to find some way to collectively unite, their chances of total galactic domination were an outside chance at best, despite their inherent and quite present power. This was not to say, of course, that they could not still inflict major damage or even to control a significant area of the known galaxy. The region of the Dark Imperium remains a real threat of becoming lost to not just chaos, but various Xenos as well. But total galactic domination, without the forces of chaos working together, it's quite a stretch. There exists, though, within the Tyranids other issues that go both in their favour and against them. For one thing, unlike Chaos, the Tyranids are a considerably more severe existential threat to many other factions, even the Necron in some respects. And while Chaos are undoubtedly a huge concern for the Imperium and the Eldar, they're less of a concern for, say, the Tau and Necron. I say less, still a concern, but Chaos are not so hyper-focused upon them at this point. The Tyranids are very obviously quite different. They exist as almost the polar opposite when it comes to presenting a united force. They are very singularly minded, not to mention their almost incomprehensible weight of numbers. It's been suggested that the current tendrils of the Tyranids only represent a percentage of their total number that continues to pour into the galaxy. So it brings up this issue of, at what point could we potentially see some united front against what is arguably the greatest threat facing the entire galaxy? But humanity has so far generally dealt with the Tyranids just as and when, which is really perhaps not the smartest approach, but then again, they also struggled with even the concept of how the Tyranids function at a basic level for the longest time. Initial observations and encounters were often interpreted incorrectly, and so it has been challenging for those among the Imperium to understand the nature and drive of this extremely hostile species, which obviously then has the knock-on effect of dealing with them ineffectually. Human observers initially saw the Tyranids as little more than ravenous, hungry beasts, not unlike the many creatures and Xenos they'd encountered throughout the galaxy already on Death Worlds. Something that could just be purged, cauterized from the Imperial Galactic domain, and the problem would be solved. This, of course, was not the case, and even when applied at a massively destructive scale, Kryptman and his campaign of Exterminatus, it would still be an approach which proved only moderately effective in slowing the Tyranids. Over time, humanity steadily came to understand that the Tyranids do not operate as individual creatures, but as a collective, the hive mind. Using this shared collective mentality gives the Tyranids an amazing strategic advantage in that they can gather information and focus their forces with an almost unique efficiency. They also do not suffer from any of the morale issues generally associated with mortal creatures: pain, fear, terror, shock, and just generally broken morale. The only means discovered that has been found to significantly disrupt them is the destruction of these so-called synapse creatures. The Tyranids use certain individual bioforms as effectively a psychic pylon, which carries the power of the hive mind across the individual organisms that constitute a Tyranid fleet. In cases where synapse creatures have been destroyed, this can bring a level of confusion and indecision among lower Tyranid forms, and even see them turn on one another. On planets where lone Tyranid forms have been stranded for whatever reason, they do not seem to seek any higher goal than basic instinctive survival, much like any other creature. So the destruction of synapse creatures has become a priority when engaging Tyranid forces in battle, because the resulting disruption can be enough to turn the tide. But to understand this is only one part of the fight against the Tyranid menace. Now, I won't cover the entire process of a Tyranid planetary corruption in extended detail today, as I've covered this before. The brief overview, though, is that they use their immense psychic powers to first blanket a world, and indeed the warp around this or related to a world, in a shroud of communication disruption known as the Shadow in the Warp. This prevents and isolates a world from reinforcements, escape, or in warning others. After this, the planet will be seeded by alien forms from the sky, or continual drops containing larger, more aggressive forms in these synapse creatures. Finally, at the outbreak of conflict, the Vanguard infiltration forms, in addition to potentially cults of the Tyranids that have remained hidden within a society until that critical moment, will appear to disrupt defenses and leadership. Once the battle is eventually over and the planet is lost, the Tyranids will spend significant time consuming all biological matter on the planet, including water and minerals. They will create vast biopores that Tyranid forms which have finished to serve their function will just willingly throw themselves into this corrosive liquid to be dissolved and then reabsorbed into the raw material of the Hive Fleet biomass, sucked up into the bioships by their immense capillary towers. Once the planet is completely dead, the Hive Fleet moves on to the next world, having secured a significant net positive in the acquisition of biomass that enables its long-term survival in the cold void of space between worlds and even galaxies. For the Tyranids though, achieving galactic dominion still entails much more than pure military strength. For while it is a devouring maw that threatens to strip the galaxy of its very essence, vast biofleets descending upon worlds like a plague, the hive mind ensuring that the acquisition of all organic matter and even some minerals from the geological strata is completed as efficiently as possible. The challenges faced by the Tyranid though are many, which is why their hive fleet tendrils have so far been seen to display specifically different behaviours and traits. This is of course though the ultimate danger, but in some respects the greatest weakness of the Tyranids, in that they often can be resisted providing their specific biological adaptations do not align with those that they are attempting to consume. Hive Fleet Kraken, for example, leans more on creatures who engage in close combat, so if they were to face a powerful longer range enemy such as the Tau, this could lead them to defeat, unable to counter this. On the other hand, if they were caught off guard, it could equally doom a Tau world if the Tyranids were able to engage with enough strength and speed that they could overwhelm them before they could set up sufficient defences. Still, it's not the be-all and end-all, because for example Hive Fleet Gorgon engaged the Tau, and this was a Hive Fleet that were focused on fast genetic adaptability and strategy, even unusually fast for the Tyranids. So this seemed a deadly challenge for the Tau, but in the end they were still able to best the Tyranid, albeit with assistance from the Imperial Militarum, and we'll talk a little about that later. So it's far from certain how well specific Tyranid fleet adaptations will perform. The only thing that can be said is that obviously one which has traits that specifically counter an enemy should, at least on paper, give them a significant advantage. With this in mind, one of the Tyranids' greatest challenges lies in determining the form their domination would take, because of this fact that each Hive Fleet possesses unique strengths and weaknesses. Hive Fleet Leviathan is known for its ability to adapt rapidly, yet relies heavily on synapse creatures and is susceptible to psychic attacks. Hive Fleet Kraken, as noted, excels in speed and again adaptability, using rapid reinforcement capabilities and an emphasis on close combat to deluge an enemy. But this can leave it vulnerable to longer range firepower and well-prepared Bastion worlds conversely. Hive Fleet Behemoth specialises in brute force and a notable preference for bioplasma attacks, including horrific shock and awe tactics that are emotionally devastating for an enemy and maintaining their morale. But its step-by-step direct assault approach can be trudging and predictable, meaning it can struggle against both ranged opponents and those with the speed and strategy to outmaneuver them or otherwise just get creative. One of the Tyranid traits which also has a significant impact on their success is their adaptability, and this is something many of their Hive Fleets and smaller fragment forces use to eventually best an enemy. For while they are the apex predators of the galaxy, they do not remain stationary to the challenges posed by an enemy in their evolutionary state. This was another lesson that had to be learned painfully by the Imperium, that their threat lay not only in their overwhelming numbers and extreme ferocity, but in their ability to adapt to changing environments, defensive quirks, and countering whatever is thrown at them through this process of evolving extremely quickly. In some instances, it's been estimated that Tyranids can make genetic evolutions that should take millions of years through the course of a single campaign. They will absorb the genetic material of their prey into their ever-changing genome, becoming more formidable with each conquest. In fact, some of their infiltration organisms are specifically designed to consume their enemy and even, in quite B-movie fashion, suck out their brains to gain their knowledge, so that when the fleet arrives they can pass this knowledge to the Norn Queen, who will adapt and produce bioforms capable of dealing with these specific issues faced by a world, meaning theoretically no defense can withstand their smothering, relentless assault, and often to the shock and horror of planetary defenses, these beasts have considerable knowledge about how to avoid their best laid plans, something which can in itself have an extremely disconcerting effect and undermine whatever morale and coherent focus a planet's defenders had left.
Hello? Test? A test? I submit this record in the hope it may be of some help to someone who is more senior, more experienced in such matters than I. May the Emperor guide this data to those who can make use of it. I pray never should a world suffer again, as we have. My mother was an administrator. I regret I fear to disclose her identity. She gave me this recorder and told me if I survived to preserve the memory of what took place upon our world. It was a jewel of our system, and we were blessed to have been able to call it home. I can still see its distant lush forests, the ocean shores which gleamed like sapphire under our twin suns. Then they came. The monsters. Mother said our communications were interrupted months before their arrival. But when they finally came, we were smothered by endless night. The skies felt dark with the silhouettes of their ships. My family, as were all, thrown into utter madness that followed. Credits were worthless, not even jewels. The men were all drafted in days. When we entered the underground hangars, this was the last time I saw my father and brother. Evacuation efforts were chaotic, to say the least. Tens of thousands crushed into the spaceport, each person desperate to secure a spot on the few remaining ships. I had never seen fear like I saw in the eyes of those around me. Ever more hysterical screams of the terrified masses were drowned by the howls of the approaching monsters.
Unfortunately, the galaxy of M41 has never looked more ripe for consumption by the Tyranids. With the despoilers' rampage against humanity continuing and the Imperium's frantic efforts to handle this, whilst also seeking some way to quell the Great Rift's havoc reaching a desperate crossroads, the pressure is only made worse by the ever-increasing possibility of the Imperium losing control of as much as 1/3 of the galaxy, and all of this without even considering the other threats the entire Imperium faces on a daily basis. Were the Imperium to lose control of the Dark Imperium, the region of the galaxy cast in the shadow of the Great Rift, this would all but certainly provide a means by which the Tyranids could infiltrate and use as a region for biomass accumulation, a sort of galactic staging area to then unleash a never-before-seen scale of devastation. But nothing is so simple, of course. The great suffering they inflict reverberates back into the warp, further fueling the dark powers, raising very curious possibilities of chaos actually benefiting humanity, as the dark powers reach out to establish control of territory that could stand between the Tyranids and the wider Imperium. Whilst in some respects the relentless onslaught of the Great Devourer makes a galactic deluge seem almost inevitable, amidst the terrifying number of worlds scoured to a husk by them, there are significant events within the galaxy occurring that have seen the return of several of the Emperor's lost sons, Guilliman and the Lion. And while they are only individuals, their leadership and ability to unify the forces of humanity do pose a challenge to the domination of the Tyranids. I also would just leave room for us to consider still Vulcan's mysterious absence, which leaves room for his resurgence. But of course sadly not Rogel Dawn, as he is dead. So the presence of the Primarchs alone complicates the Xenos quest for domination, adding a layer of uncertainty to their galactic ambitions. Of course the Imperium is not the entire picture. The Orcs for the longest time have been locked in various struggles, most notably in Octarius, and although they seem to ultimately lose that conflict, were we to see the rise of a new and ultimate war boss for the Orcs, if they themselves were to charge across the galaxy in a sweeping war, the scale of which had not been seen since the near destruction of Terra itself, the prospect of a major Tyranid tendril and an Orc war smashing into one another would at the very least give breathing space for the Imperium. Although it's difficult to imagine how it would be greatly positive in the wider scheme of things, but it would certainly mix up the situation. The Eldar are something of an unknown quantity because of their minimal numbers, similarly the Tau and the Votan, but there are still considerations to make there. To worth noting also, of course, that while the Great Rift is, at one level, a seemingly catastrophic event for humanity, it's been more recently noted that it might inadvertently empower the Emperor, and so therefore humanity. One of the major factors for the Tyranid's success and the galaxy's destruction depends entirely on how specific Hive fleets engage, and of course which faction they face, as we already noted. So while some fleets could see sweeping success in one galactic region, elsewhere a fleet could struggle beyond initial deployment to a world, with its forces shredded by continual long-range firepower from the ground of a heavily prepared Bastion world. Then you have the Tyranids' adaptability, as we spoke about too. This is one way for them to deal with such issues, but often this is spoken about in a very specifically isolated way. What I mean by this is that it's discussed from the perspective of a single Hive fleet, dealing with one sector of the galaxy and a specific enemy, which admittedly is often the case. But to really understand the Tyranids, to appreciate them and how they're evolving in a much deeper sense, requires understanding of the larger picture. Humanity, the Imperium and other Xenos species generally only experience and engage with the Tyranids at this fleet scale. So it's understandable they think of them in those terms: Fleet Leviathan, Fleet Kraken, and so on. The problem with this thinking is that it is in actuality little different than those humans who were first to speculate that the Tyranids were all independent creatures, little more than beasts operating on base instincts of survival, consumption and reproduction. We know this now not to be the case, and we also know that Tyranid hive fleets do not operate in isolation. They aren't individual entities, they're not splinters of their faction. They remain part of something that is of course far, far larger, the Tyranid hive mind. Now just how much they coordinate on a wider galactic scale than just the specific named tendrils that pierce through the systems of the Imperium is unknown, but the fact that they do operate as part of a larger whole is certainly true. And we know this because it's described how every thought and action, every spark of life in the Tyranid race is bound and interlinked into a single great organism, stretching over light years of space and controlled by the immortal hive mind. 1 billion times 1 billion Tyranids stand at the rim of the galaxy, each one no more than a single cell in the living body of the hive mind. Not to mention the fact that there are Eldar who have actually seen into the Tyranid hive mind. It is definitely a united force across all the hive tendrils. Now when you carry that thinking forward again, I've often seen it asked, so do then Tyranids fight amongst themselves? What happens if two Tyranid fleets encounter one another? The answer to that is actually quite variable. If two Tyranid fleets were operating in close proximity, but generally did not get in the way of one another or to impact the worlds that they were securing biomass from, I would imagine that they would leave well enough alone and perhaps regard each other with some level of neutrality, potentially aid. However, it has been documented that when two different Tyranid fleets are deployed to the same world for whatever reason, they absolutely will fight one another. Not to compete for resources necessarily, but to see which can more successfully dominate the other, to see which one is more powerful. This is where the Tyranids reach a point of so-called convergent evolution. This has only been observed among splinter fleets of Tyranids, which is presumably because the main Tyranid hive fleets are spread out at such great distances. But eventually it is plausible you could see the same situation occur between two major Tyranid hive fleets. There are those ignorant members of the Imperium who would consider this an excellent situation. Tyranids fighting each other, wasting their energy and biomass, this is great. Except of course this fails to fundamentally understand the Tyranids as a species. For when they engage in war, nothing is wasted. When Tyranids fight one another, the purpose appears to be in determining which has the stronger component elements, which one is stronger physically, which has faster adaptability, more powerful psychic use, and so on. Do they have some other individual traits also to be the most powerful through whatever they have faced so far? So when eventually a victor is determined, the weaker force is completely slaughtered and will then be reabsorbed into the biomass of the stronger Tyranid fleet. These engagements seem to waste very little for the Tyranids and only benefit them by ensuring they emerge stronger as a whole. In some respects, both fleets are destroyed in this process, as whoever emerges from the conflict will not be the same as when they began, having assimilated all the genetic traits of the weaker force whilst retaining their own, thus creating a new hive fleet which is more effective and stronger than it was before. Interesting stuff, except now scale this up and imagine it happening at a galactic level. As they penetrate deeper into the galaxy, can they form a coordinated effort or remain a more independent and fractured expedition? Such considerations could be pivotal in determining their success or failure. And either way, any significant hold on territory in the galaxy they can secure would be devastating, as it only ensures they retain the biomass required to push on further, dealing ever more damage to the worlds of humanity. For complete domination, there remains the question about what do the Tyranids do when they achieve this, as unlike many other factions, this in itself would be a unique circumstance that is likely only specifically applicable to the Tyranids. So now let's delve into some of the obstacles the Tyranids face as they strive to establish a dominating presence across the galaxy, which factions will be easy for them to consume and devour, and which will be considerably more challenging. For obvious reasons, the Imperium, including the Mechanicus, stands as one of the greatest obstacles for the Tyranids, given that the vast empire of humanity spans the entire galaxy and has some of the most powerful forces and most heavily defended worlds. They are also, unfortunately, the greatest source of biomass for the Tyranids and everything they need to grow stronger with every conquest as they steadily progress through the galaxy. A drive toward galactic domination by the Tyranids would continue much as it has already, for although they have suffered many losses, they have certainly had considerable success. They continue to launch relentless assaults on Imperial worlds as new Hive fleet tendrils stretch across the galaxy, striking even at the heart of the Imperium. World after world falls to the ravenous swarms, and as the Imperium becomes weaker with populations being consumed, resources absorbed, the Tyranids only grow stronger, amalgamating all that matter into the ever-growing Tyranid Hive fleets. Things would only become worse for the Imperium as every victory by the Xenos would see it lose key industrial, agricultural and strategic worlds, disrupting the Imperium's ability to wage war, feed its populations and maintain its galactic war machine. Entire sectors will be plunged into chaos as supply lines break down and desperate battles for dwindling resources erupt. Unlike the unbreakable will of the Tyranid enemy, humans value their own lives and desperate times are likely to see an explosion of heresy and insurrection. Some worlds and factions would undoubtedly seek to align themselves with the dark forces of chaos in a bid for survival, but these internal divisions would only further weaken the Imperium's ability to mount a unified defense. Not to mention, as with Octarius, this kind of broad tyrannic onslaught would attract those like the worshippers of Khorne, who seek blood and slaughter and chaos no matter who or what is involved. While the Tyranids often have variable success in assaulting Imperial worlds, if they can find a weakness to exploit to build momentum and an ever-increasing scale of Hive fleet tendril, they could become entirely unstoppable, unleashing horrific new bioweapons to counter anything the Imperium can throw against them, spreading contagions and mutating the populations of conquered worlds, turning them into twisted Tyranid-infested hives. Any defensive coordination would struggle additionally because of the Tyranid's shadow in the warp, and the psychic onslaught of the Hive mind, further disrupting astropaths and psychers, limiting the Imperium's ability to coordinate defenses and direct its forces effectively. Given the history, it seems entirely inevitable that in a desperate bid to slow the Tyranid advance, the Imperium would fall back on a plan not dissimilar to Krypton's Gambit, whereby with few options left, they resort to scorched earth tactics with entire systems and sectors sacrificed, subjected to exterminatus and reduced to lifeless wastelands to deny the Tyranids the biomass they seek, a last-ditch attempt to evade complete galactic annihilation. One of the other major problems for the Imperium would be that as disruption, panic, urgency and general disorder, not to mention the likely exploitation of the situation by disruptors such as the Orcs, all begin to take hold, the normal order of careful assessment and monitoring of general populations upon a world would begin to slip. With the Tyranids increasing their spread all across the galaxy, it's inevitable that more of their vanguard forces would infiltrate, and many worlds would begin to harbour those who are twisted by the genetic manipulations of the Tyranids. The more worlds that are turned this way may not immediately declare their alignment to the Tyranid menace, but they could refuse support of other worlds in a critical time in a desperate system to the confusion of loyalists and the strategic advantage of the Hive fleets. As the unthinkable becomes reality and the Tyranids draw ever closer to Terra itself, it would likely become one of the greatest battles in human history. The scale of conflict that would be seen during a Tyranid assault upon the human solar system would likely make the heresy seem like a skirmish. The battle would very likely bring the majority of humanity's elite Astartes home, the Mechanicus, in a bid to save Mars, would deploy vast numbers of Titans, naval assets, and who knows what kind of other arcane technology they're holding from the Dark Ages. This would be the ultimate last stand, and nothing would be off the table. The Imperial Palace once again comes under siege, and the Emperor remains as always a last bastion of hope. With the Tyranid swarms numbering in the trillions, their vast fleets of bioships raining endless forms down upon the planets, they continue to press inexorably forward, unfazed, undaunted, unstoppable. Everything would be brought to bear in defense of the center of Imperial power, the Space Marines, the Astra Militarum, and the remaining Imperial forces, who all wage a desperate last stand against the tide of Tyranids. But despite the immense courage, tenacity, and unbreakable defense on display by the Imperial forces, the sheer weight of numbers, and by this stage, the absolutely perfectly refined adaptability of the Tyranids proves entirely overwhelming. The final act of this scenario, though, is an extremely unknown quantity. It's difficult to imagine a more cataclysmic act of final destruction than the Emperor's light being finally extinguished. I think we can only begin to estimate the forces that will be unleashed by, in a single instant, not only the Emperor being released, but also immediately the collapse of the Golden Throne. This is where people often wish to mention about that supposed dead man's switch of the Golden Throne, known as the Talisman of Seven Hammers. But this was constructed by Vulcan under the guidance of the Emperor, and its purpose, when activated should the throne fail, would create a roaring inferno that would consume all of Terra, in the first instance denying Horus and the powers of Chaos the throne world. Except what people commonly seem to forget is that the phrasing of it as a dead man's switch is not really accurate, because that implies that just whenever the Emperor were to perish, it would automatically activate, as the phrasing suggests. But this is in fact not the case. In The End and the Death, it specifically states that only Vulcan can initiate this protocol, which is why he stood vigil over the throne during the Emperor's absence, which raises the very troubling prospect that if the Tyranids were able to consume and slaughter the Emperor, Vulcan, who is missing currently, would not be there to ensure that the Webway Gate did not instantly collapse and Terra becomes a complete maelstrom of chaos. As any remaining human forces, the Tyranids, and all the horrors of the warp combine in what could only be described as the ultimate apocalypse. Now, if you think I have the space and time in this video to speculate on the innumerable scenarios of what happens with the Emperor, you've got another thing coming. It's certainly one for another Emperor of Man video. The Imperium is an extremely complex patchwork of factions, and it's true they hold immense strength and a demonstrable ability to evade the very worst outcomes for humanity when facing some of the most nightmarish enemies in the galaxy. So there certainly could be situations where the Imperium forges alliances. The Eldar, certainly, they seem to do this ever more already. The Tau, perhaps. The Orcs, stranger things have happened. The Necron and Chaos, debatable, not impossible. So it's all very open-ended, plus with the rift empowering the Emperor, who knows what can happen. In this scenario though, with the Tyranids ever increasing their power, taking more and more worlds of mankind, destabilizing the Imperium, and with every advance increasing their biomass, their fleets, their bioforms, and their adaptability, in such a scenario of exponential gains for the Tyranids, the Imperium of mankind falls. Terra is overrun, the Emperor's light is finally extinguished, and the Imperium crumbles. The Tyranids have devoured worlds beyond estimation, absorbed countless species, and have become now a completely unstoppable force that spreads unchecked throughout the galaxy. Now let's roll back to the current time again in M41 and consider another major problem for the Tyranids, the Orcs. While the Orcs do potentially face issues around adaptability, they also have demonstrated their ability to lock up the Tyranids for a significant period of time. In the example of Octarius, as both the Tyranids and Orcs are designed to wage extended wars of attrition to see who will emerge as the ultimate victor, which, by the way, I've already covered in a two-part video and is linked at the end of this as well as on screen right now. In the scenario of the Ascendant Tyranids, the Imperium now finds itself slap bang in the middle of a new era of galactic wars of attrition. The Orcs grow ever more powerful, fueled up on the prospect of fighting unending wars against alien horrors, while throughout the Imperium planets fall to rebellion and heresy from increasing frequency, leading to bloody purges and the loss of valuable resources. Warp storms often herald ever-increasing incursions by Chaos, which creates the double problem of denying vital warp routes, which of course only then further isolates Imperial sectors. Xenos forces like the Drakari inevitably take advantage of these vulnerabilities, launching raids and incursions that further strain the Imperium's stretched resources. All of this increases the possibility for Orc invasions upon isolated human worlds, which in turn fuels the Orcs into an ever more regular state of war, unleashing huge campaigns throughout systems and sectors, clashing more and more with the Tyranids. Meanwhile, as ever more sectors of the galaxy are engulfed and their populations devoured, countless planets are reduced to barren husks, but the hive mind carries an insatiable hunger and its forces remain an unstoppable deluge. But one Imperium's disaster is another Orc's celebration. Plus, by Orc logic, you don't survive since the time of the War in Heaven if you can't handle a big zuggin scrap now and then, which of course is something I think we can all agree on. The Orcs' complete love of battle and mayhem means that as the Imperium falters, the Orcs begin to usurp some of their worlds and territory. Scattered Orc warbands and freebooter fleets grow in power. They unite under powerful war bosses and form ramshackle but powerful empires, seizing ever more planets abandoned by the Imperium, and as they grow in strength, this only gives them an increasing drive and ability to seize even more worlds, which drives their empires to become bigger and stronger, basically the Orc standard operating procedure. As the Imperium weakens and both the Tyranids and Orcs exploit this, they are charting a course for an almost unimaginable Xenos Armageddon. Orc mech boys tap into long-lost technology, repairing ancient war machines and even constructing their own crude spacecraft. The Orcs' characteristic Gestalt psychic field strengthens as their numbers swell, allowing them to manifest reality warping effects and constructs which defy all explanation. Their war bosses, hungry for bigger fights and greater challenges, declare massive wars that unite disparate Orc factions into colossal greenskin conglomerates. The Orcs are steadily becoming a mirror image of the Tyranid hive fleets. This expansion of course will inevitably draw the attention of the Tyranids. The hive mind perceives the greenskins as a potent source of biomass and genetic diversity, but also recognizes the speed to which they are growing and the inherent risk in allowing them to expand so rapidly unchecked, and the complications this could cause for their continued campaign of planetary scouring. The conflict between Orcs and Tyranids becomes a galaxy-spanning war of completely unseen scale. Any smaller factions like the Votan and Tau are completely erased from history without much notice paid by anybody. The Imperium does what it can to consolidate its forces, but they lose billions of assets, and unknown numbers of worlds are torn asunder, often very nearly literally shattered, as titanic battles rage between the two forces. Orc war machines that have never been seen before, with illogical constructions and vast scale, clash with Tyranid Titan organisms, and the by now immense scale of psychic energies from the War clash in a world-ending eruption of psychic might with the Tyranid hive mind. Such a conflict would be, in the eyes of the Orcs, what they refer to as Ragnarok, the ultimate battle, which would allow them to display their value and ability before their own gods, Gork and Mork, and which some Orcs believe, if the battle is big enough, could even see their gods making an appearance. The ultimate resolution for this scenario is one that remains uncertain. The Imperium and humanity would likely continue to exist in pockets of retreated sectors after there has been some opportunity to actually consolidate, and then for these to become extremely heavily defended. Likely this occurs after the Orcs and Tyranids become distracted enough by one another for the Imperium to then regroup. Smaller factions are just obliterated and consumed by the tsunami of alien horror. Ultimately, one would emerge victorious, but the conflict could last for millennia. In this time, it would be very much the last stand of humanity to make any kind of actionable plan, because unless they were able to find some way out of this scenario, it's almost certain that whichever emerged as the victor, be it the Orcs or the Tyranids, would then almost immediately turn their attention to the remaining Imperium and seek its complete annihilation, unless humanity could think of a clever strategy to avoid this. The only certainty, of course, is, as is always true, the galaxy of M41 would remain a cauldron of all Now I decided for fun, let's throw the Tau in here. Look, I don't really hate the Tau. It actually pains me to have to spell it out, but some people can never read between the lines, apparently. Plus, the idea of the Tau attempting to resist the Tyranids is quite comical, although notably, they have actually achieved this previously, albeit with a smaller hive offshoot, and they still needed the Militarum to hold their hands. But now for centuries, the Tau Empire has steadily expanded across the eastern fringe of the galaxy, ever eager to spread the greater good philosophy and advance their technological prowess. The Tau Empire, of course, is characterized by its caste system, with each caste fulfilling a specific role in their society, the warrior fire caste to the diplomats of the water caste. And I'll be the first to admit that in the galaxy of the Imperium, orcs, Tyranid and all other horrors have not been completely obliterated far earlier is absolutely admirable. But it's also true that they continue to hold a very small area of the galaxy, and if it weren't for the fact that the Imperium was quite preoccupied right now, they would very certainly be absolutely crushed. Now, just before you finish writing that very thirsty Tau defensive comment, fair's fair, alright? The Tau have been able to hold their own against the Orcs, the Chaos, and the Imperium, primarily due to their advanced technology, their coordinated battle suits and strategies, and their just general highly disciplined military. Even if we do ignore that part about most of them being very scared of close combat, but thank God for the Kroot, am I right, Tau enjoyers? But as the Tau discovered when first encountering the forces of Chaos, the Tau's expansion has brought them into direct contact with various, let's say, far less civilized factions than they might have otherwise hoped. And of course this is largely due to the fact that the Imperium destroyed so many other civilizations during the Great Crusade. And in thinking about that, it's often a shame in many ways that the Tau did not originate in one of those territories that were near to, say, the Interrex or the Oretians prior to the Great Crusade. Because if they had been, and also had they been at their current level of development, the thought of a Tau Empire combining with one or both of those civs, the galaxy could have looked very different. In my own speculative dreams, I love the thought of a recovering Dark Age of Technology human empire aligning with a forward-thinking, fast-advancing Tau Empire, who very quickly send the expeditionary fleets of the Emperor on their merry way, saying, thanks, but no thanks. Sadly, of course, that did not happen, and instead the Tau have discovered over time that if it isn't a dark armor-wearing human soldier from the warp with lightning bolts and little red wings that want to flay them alive, it was rampaging green-skinned hooligans or nightmare insectoid armies that spew acid bile and arrive in numbers beyond estimation. So not the most welcoming beginning for the Tau to the wider galaxy. But there is one benefit for the Tau, that due to their lack of psychers, the initial shadow in the warp likely would cause less disruption than among some like the human wilds of the Imperium. The populace would still undoubtedly be panicked at the prospect of such a hostile alien invasion, and as has been demonstrated before, the initial clashes between the Tau and the Tyranids are both extremely brutal and very humbling. The Tau's orbital defences and planetary fortifications, once considered impervious, are breached. Hive ships descend, unleashing monstrous creatures and swarms of voracious gaunts. The Tyranids' adaptation capabilities prove deadly as they evolve countermeasures to Tau weaponry. Firecast warriors armed with advanced railguns and pulse weaponry find themselves facing inestimable hordes of Tyranid bioforms. Using their carefully employed defensive strategies, their battlesuits make an impressive display, but the sheer numbers of the Tyranids quickly threatens to overwhelm them. Of course, it's entirely probable that, as been seen before, the Tau may seek any kind of alliances they can in the face of a significant Tyranid threat. The Tau are not so proud as the Imperium to accept total annihilation before asking for help from Xenos. So as Tau diplomats of the Water Caste seek assistance from other galactic factions, they find themselves navigating the treacherous waters of interstellar diplomacy. But the Tau's entreaty for aid reaches the ears of Imperial commanders, who view the prospect of a Tyranid-infested eastern fringe with trepidation. Some make the case that the Tau being caught up with a Tyranid kills two Xenos with one stone, allowing them time to make significant defensive preparations while also seeing a long-term enemy extinguished. It's unknown if the Imperium would align with the Xenos faction so directly. Most often when alliances are made, they are under already existing situations. The alliance between the Cadian 18th and the Tau during the Hive Fleet Gorgon situation was a prime example. The neutrality that existed in that situation only occurred because they were forced to unite against the greater enemy, but a Tau civilization being assaulted by Tyranids and a call for help to the Imperium is an entirely different situation. However, One thing was notable in the situation of Gorgon, which is that the combined tactics and different weapons of the Tau and Astra Militarum proved confusing for the enemy, and prevented the rapid adaptation of bioforms that High Fleet Gorgon had displayed in previous encounters. As a result, during the final battle, the last of High Fleet Gorgon was slain by combined Imperial and Tau forces. The Tau also have demonstrated their starships more than capable of inflicting significant damage upon the Tyranid, to a point they actively fled during that campaign. So while it seems unlikely, it's not completely impossible to imagine a scenario where an Imperium with someone like Roboute Guilliman at the helm may look at the situation and decide the greater threat is best dealt with first by a combined operation. It wouldn't be palatable or preferable, but it's certainly plausible. And it would certainly be an alliance saturated with Imperial distrust, with those members of the Inquisition monitoring interactions closely, ready to eliminate any perceived heresy or rebellion. The Eldar would make a far more likely successful alliance for the Tau, with their ancient knowledge and psychic abilities, their far more open-minded thinking as well when it comes to working with others, and their ability to very easily see the Tyranids for the threat to all sentient life in the galaxy that they are. Which of course very much includes their own race, who are already barely hanging on. To see the Tau bolstered by craft worlds who would then deploy their formidable, albeit diminished in size, armies would give a considerable fighting chance. But of course there are those who always wonder about Eldar motivations, or they rarely aid others without it benefiting themselves, but then their impending annihilation by Tyranids seems quite a motivating factor. It's difficult to imagine the Tau successfully allying with Chaos, Orcs or the Necron, the Votan and Drakari as well, for different reasons but basically because they're too far away. Any alliance though would be extremely fraught. Tau commanders would resent sharing their strategies and technology with their allies, no more so than Imperial commanders would be keeping one finger on the trigger at all times. In this situation, it's possible, just possible, that the Tau do manage to hold the line and halt the terrifying advance of the Tyranids. Any allied forces fighting alongside one another risk taking the odd opportunity to kill one another when they think nobody's watching, but the ultimate outcome could be very variable for the Tau. It could leave them only able to defend their core worlds and lose many more to the alien horrors. Worse still, any brokered alliances would be razor thin on trust. However you look at it though, a Tyranid assault upon the Tau in a concerted invasion is unlikely to be a good thing for their empire. In all likelihood, by the time they had considered and begun making any calls for assistance, they would be already heavily into defending their worlds, and with the sheer weight of numbers the Tyranids can deploy, they would sweep through the limited territory of the Tau like a plague of locusts. But there is the possibility that with a hard-fought, well-planned defense, the Tau worlds could be saved. It's been done before, but admittedly with far less than a usual high fleet strength. If they were to survive, could it raise the possibility of the Imperium or the Eldar being granted access to Tau technology? Probably not if the Mechanicus have anything to say about it, but it raises some thoughts about what if there was some kind of emergency conference between the leaders of the Eldar, the Tau, and the Imperium, that they all recognize the existential threat that can no longer be ignored, and that for a time at least must put aside their differences. Far-fetched? Maybe, but with the vast numbers of Tyranid High Fleet bearing down on you, how far would you stretch the rules to avoid the complete annihilation of your whole civilization? Now, I hope you can forgive me that the Eldar section here is fairly short, but it's because it ultimately runs along the same lines as the Tau. The Eldar are simply too small in number to stand alone against a concerted Tyranid High Fleet assault, although their experience and immense power in their technology does set them apart. Plus, they do retain the advantage of the webway, which should never be underestimated, for it is an immensely powerful tool in escaping an enemy or deploying to assault one without warning. The Eldar craft worlds of the ancient Eldar race recognize the Tyranid menace as a threat not only to humanity but to all sentient life, including their own dwindling civilization. Drawing upon their unparalleled knowledge of the warp and their formidable psychic abilities, they hatch a daring plan to aid the Imperium, something not out of the realm of possibility because it's almost happening right now in M41, as the Eldar already have been responsible for helping Guilliman in several ways, not least, resurrecting him. So we would see Eldar Farseers like Ulthran reach out to the Imperium proposing an alliance against the Tyranid threat, initially met with typical suspicion. The dire situation forces the Imperium to entertain this unlikely partnership while the Eldar bring their wisdom and knowledge of webway portals plus their advanced experience in psychic manipulation that could prove invaluable against the Tyranids. Plus there is of course always that outside possibility of the Inari and them bringing forth their god of the dead, Inaed. Although how that would actually work in terms of fighting off something like the Tyranid is a bit of the unknown, because really Inaed is all about avenging the Eldar souls and destroying Slaanesh. However, if that were to happen, there is of course the possibility that the Eldar return to their state of being as they were in the most ancient times, which means they would become fundamentally immortal and retain this ability to be reborn again and again from the warp, which would enable theoretically the Eldar the ability to regrow their civilization and steadily become a very powerful faction once again. But as things stand, we could imagine an outside possibility that sees Eldar technology adapted and even integrated into Imperial war machines, giving them a potent edge, as some Eldar tech is truly terrifying in how advanced it is, although it's likely comparable to some human weapons of the Dark Age of technology. Again, I say this is a considerable stretch because, you know, Mechanicus. But rather than engaging with a defensive situation, it's more likely that the Eldar and humanity would take, in this case, a more proactive approach, to launch coordinated offensives against the Tyranids. This takes advantage of the Eldar's use of the webway and some of their Craft World's hit-and-run tactics. They combine this with the Imperium's overwhelming firepower and sheer numbers, plus, as has been seen before, the Tyranids often struggle to adapt strategically when facing two different races who are allied, giving the forces another edge. They carefully select using the powerful knowledge of their senior commands like the Lord Primarchs to engage in chosen battles on worlds that unfold a critical crucible of war in the struggle to halt the Tyranid advance. The Tyranids though remain ever adaptable, and they begin to evolve bioforms specifically designed to counter the Alliance's strategies. Deadly anti-psychic organisms emerge, threatening the unity of the Eldar's psychic offensive, and both sides are forced to adapt continuously, often paying a heavy price in blood and resources. Although I will note one thing, is it even possible for the Tyranids to create anti-psychic organisms? I suppose theoretically they may have to be something like lictors though, who can operate independently and don't require synapse coordination. This alliance between human and Eldari would be another uncertain situation. It certainly has some merit to its strengths, for as the Alliance's forces clash with the Tyranids, they can hold them in place, allowing time for further planning, bolstering of defensive lines, and counter-assaults. The Tyranids, though, are the zenith evolutionary form when it comes to attrition, and they could last for centuries engaged in combat. Not to mention they would unleash new tendrils constantly across all the galaxy in a campaign of war that could become almost unmanageable for a fairly tenuous alliance. But such a power share between the Imperium and Eldar would certainly stand as a testament to the desperation of the 41st millennium, where even the most ancient and enigmatic races must set aside their differences to face the ultimate horror of the Great Devourer. For were they to fail, the dire consequences for the rest of the galaxy would surely become inevitable. The Votann are a difficult faction to cover, because they are fairly new to us still. Their capability and means by which they could resist something like a Tyranid attack are very open-ended, but still, it felt worth covering them just because I know people will ask. And despite there being such a small faction in the grand scheme of things, similarly to the Tau and Eldar, if faced with annihilation they would be unlikely to survive alone. But in at least having human heritage, there is a solid chance that they could align themselves closer than they would ordinarily in assisting the Imperium, which means maybe allowing them and the Mechanicus closer knowledge of their STC ancestor cause, because make no mistake, the prospect of an impending Tyranid assault would certainly be a terminal scenario for the Votann. It would definitely focus the mind, and they would have to use all their guile and stored knowledge to have any hope of surviving the situation. In the scenario of a direct confrontation with the Tyranid High Fleet, without external aid, this is a death sentence for the Votann. So very likely upon learning of the impending invasion, any initial strategy would focus on evasion and stealth. One strength the Votann have similarly to the Tau is in the power of their ships. Like many specific aspects of Votann technology, they have retained more of the Dark Age of technology quality than most Imperial tech, so it's likely their ships would be a force to contend with and could probably inflict significant damage to Tyranid fleets. The downside would be their lack of numerical superiority, meaning though Votann fleet commanders would most likely launch ambush-style assaults, hiding within asteroid fields, gas clouds and celestial debris, making it difficult for the Tyranids to detect and converge upon them. They also are known to have more powerful Geller fields and a means of charting through the warp more reliably than the Imperium, so it's possible they could continually use these hit-and-run tactics to great effect. In this way, they could optimize their surgical strikes to target vulnerable Tyranid bioships in an attempt to disrupt the Hive Fleet's cohesion, deployment, and feeding mechanism. Early on, if the Votan were having to stand alone for some time, it may not be the best terminology, but I think you could call the scenario something akin to asymmetric warfare, where the Votan have advanced weaponry and the capability to adapt to deal with the specific threat at hand. They would still have to use diversionary tactics, hit-and-run assaults, traps, and targeting of key units to cause maximum disruption. The Tyranid, by contrast, favour an all-out game of numbers, deploying their fairly straightforward bioforms that rely on very often teeth and claws and little more. To further slow the Tyranids, they could misdirect them with older fleets of ships, luring them away from the core world, or using this so that they are able to strip planets of the maximum amount of resources possible before subjecting them to planetary scouring, similar to the Imperium's approach of scorch and burn by exterminators. Eventually, it would become necessary throughout this delay period to build bridges and negotiate resource sharing agreements or mutual defense pacts with most likely the Imperium, but these are the Votan, so they do not hold quite the same burning hatred of Xenos, although surely they're not fans either, so any other alliances would be made with caution. When all is said and done though, the chances of the Imperium or other allies sending significant resources to protect the Votan core worlds is, similarly to the Tau, unlikely. It's more likely that the leagues of Votan would become refugees, not unlike the Mechanicus during the Heresy, and become either a fleet-based civilization or find an Imperial planet upon which they could establish a new home. But it is unlikely that a full defense of the Votan territory could be successful. But again, nothing's for sure in these scenarios. Often the Tyranids are turned away by ingenious solutions or circumstances that could not have been predicted. For example, in the defense of Macragge, what eventually turned the tide was the sacrifice of a massive battleship, turning its power systems critical and dragging most of the Tyranid Hive Fleet at the time screaming into warp destruction. Which always makes me think of Independence Day and the President saying, "Okay, now we know how to take them down." Well, if destroying a Tyranid Hive Fleet requires just flying some ships into them and making the drives go critical, start making those sacrifice ships. Such a strategy would surely be something that the Votan scientists and technomancers would be capable of achieving, while others develop new strategies, weapons and defensive measures to counter the Tyranids' ever-changing threats. While the Votan might not possess the military strength and scale of larger factions, their resourcefulness and willingness to employ unorthodox tactics could give them a fighting chance of endurance against the Great Devourer. Because when fighting such a relentless enemy, the survival of any faction hinges on their ability to think creatively and act decisively, as much as it does confronting the bleak reality of the terrifyingly insurmountable odds. And then we have the Necron. The Necron exist as a very specific problem for the Tyranids, similar to Chaos, who come straight after this. And I've often seen people wonder why the Tyranids would bother to engage these factions at all, and in truth, they may not always do so. In fact, they often very actively avoid both for obvious reasons. As to why they would, it's because the Tyranids view both Necrons and Chaos as more like competitors in the pool of consuming their food source, and so in the big picture it's just as well to engage and destroy them where it becomes necessary. But they will also avoid them where they can, because it's just expending resources and biomass for little, if any, gain. Unfortunately for the Tyranids, the Necron remain a considerable problem, because for one thing they feature an especially distinct lack of biomass, although admittedly there may be some minerals in there. But also their extreme technological power with weapons that are very efficient against biological forms. Gauss weapons are truly horrific when encountering biological matter, as they break down the target into its component molecules layer by layer by layer. This creates a flaying effect, but occurring so fast it seems as if they just turn enemies into charcoal-like dust, and can rip through and vaporize even the most heavily armored of units, be that gargantuan chitin-plated Tyranid killing machines or Astartes land raiders. The other thing the Necrons have going for them that is an unusual issue for the Tyranid is the Necrons' considerable scale of raw numbers. Of course, the Tyranid in the grand scheme of things likely have more bioforms that constitute the greater fleet, but then neither the Necron or the Tyranid are bringing their entire factional numbers to the table simultaneously, although if they did, imagine that. War in Heaven, Part 3. So while the Tyranids are known for their overwhelming numbers and rapid adaptability, frustratingly for them, this becomes somewhat of a moot point against the Necron forces. There is little they can adapt against when it comes to the Necron, for they are perhaps the most irresistible force in the galaxy. They're constructed to be highly resilient and utilize advanced technology like their phase-shifted shielding, and also just that small matter of being able to reanimate fallen warriors. The Tyranids' modus operandi is to use overwhelming attrition against an enemy, deluge them with numbers and crush all resistance as quickly as possible. They rely on their immense stores of biomass to score a rapid net positive when a world falls. But when facing the Necron, almost all of their strengths become weaknesses, for they can only recover little, if any, biomass if they were victorious. Plus the Necron are designed as essentially the ultimate counter against a war of attrition. Then lastly, the Tyranid have no means by which to learn or adapt against the Necron beyond just basic experience. But there is, however, one major ace card the Tyranids have left to play: psychic power. While the Shadow in the Warp may not be as disruptive to Necron as it would be to others because, as an example, they do not rely on the Warp for travel, nor communication, nor do they likely call for reinforcements as the Imperium might. The Necron, and also Catan, do not enjoy psychic power. They do not enjoy it at all. And unfortunately for the Necron, the Tyranids have bioforms whose psychic power is absolutely off the scale. This really is the Achilles heel of the Necron as well. Psychic power has been the bane of their existence since the War in Heaven. So does this mean that the Necron will be just destroyed by any Tyranids who lean in on the psychic power? Well, most likely. But unfortunately for the Tyranids, this is still not the automatic win it might appear to be. Because if you're the Necron, you don't survive several million years in a galaxy full of psychic users as a race who are very allergic to psychic power, without thinking about how that's going to be a problem. So you probably know that the Necron have developed this use of Noctilith or Blackstone for the longest time to create these immense null fields, the Pariah Nexus, which are basically a huge anti-Psyker field. Well, these fields are not only anti-Psyker, they also are anti-Hive Mind Synapse, which is a massive problem for the Tyranids, as it basically undermines not only their powerful psychic bioforms, but just their entire ability to fight at all. What's even worse for the Tyranids is that the Necron also have small versions of this known as a null field matrix. These are said to exist on every Necron tomb world, and they were originally implemented as a way to protect themselves against any pesky warp horrors during their vast sleep. Eldar Psykers, or just really anything Psyker, because when you're slumbering for millions of years, you want to make sure that you are safe. It conveniently turned out that these were also excellent at countering the Tyranids, so for this reason the Tyranid tend to avoid Necron tomb worlds altogether, because they can feel the abrasive burn of nullification as they draw closer. Now such a device would of course be amazing for the Imperium to create their own versions of. All it would take is some quick research and development by the Mechanicate. Oh, never mind. But actually, in seriousness, such devices would be very useful, but also incredibly problematic for the Imperium, in a whole spectrum of ways. For the Imperium of course leans very heavily on psychic ability for their communication, some defences, not to mention that when the fleet of Imperials entered the Necron's Pariah Nexus, within a week most of the ordinary, even just non-Psyker humans were scratching their eyes out or going insane from being unable to sleep, because all humans retain a very minimal psychic ability, even if it's not clearly apparent or usable. So a null field will give them continual migraine, nightmares, insomnia, and in general just make them go slowly insane. Plus, can you imagine installing a giant null field on Terra? I can't imagine that that would go well. So any battles that do occur between Tyranids and Necrons can often be brutal and attrition based. The outcome depends on various factors, including the scale of the engagement, the tactics employed, and the specific forces on each side. But they are by far and away one of the greatest threats to the Tyranids, and it raises the question, could the Necrons either indirectly or through some horrifying, let's say, arrangement, end up becoming the saviour of the Imperium? For the Tyranids though, the Necron really are a major problem, but it mostly depends on whether they can simply avoid the Necron and leave them well enough alone and just carry on chomping through the galaxy. Maybe this will be enough, or if they have to devour every single planet in the galaxy, no one or no thing has ever outlined really what qualifies as mission complete for the Tyranids, so we're left to speculate about this. Could you call it a complete galactic domination even if the Necrons were the only other faction left standing? Debatable, but I would say probably yes. And then lastly, we come to another perplexing problem for the Tyranids. Also lacking biomass, but with considerable strength as a faction. But this could diminish during an all-out Tyranid assault upon the galaxy, and Chaos could even expand its power to destroy a threat it sees to its existence. The gods could unite, they could even leverage the suffering of the mortal humans and their fear to drive themselves to an end goal. The Chaos gods do not desire the literal flesh and biological mass of humans as the Tyranids do, but they are empowered and fueled by the sentience of mortals, including their powerful emotions such as anger, despair, ambition, and anything related to hedonism, plus of course feasting upon the souls of mortals when they eventually pass beyond. So one of the primary reasons for the Chaos Gods to oppose the Tyranids is their insatiable hunger for biomass, which of course includes the souls of sentient beings. Also, it is said, this issue is one that is very open to interpretation and ambiguous. It's actually a topic I want to weave into something else, but it is, suffice to say, quite a huge rambling concept and not one I really have time to insert here today. Effectively, it's dealing with the concept of souls in the 40k verse, what they are, how they relate to other forces in the galaxy, and how some are different to others. This even goes all the way back to really the beginning of the galaxy. Because from the human perspective, a soul is this intangible thing inside mortal beings, which, as far as most humans understand, dissipates into the warp upon death. Other souls, like the Eldar, appear more enduring. We know that, for example, Slanesh gathers the Eldar and Drakari souls to torment for eternity. So you might think, well then, does it really matter who consumes mortal races? If the Tyranids consume the biological mass of humans, surely their soul flows to the warp. Chaos wins almost by default in some respects. This is the point at issue. There is very little reference to what happens when Tyranids consume mortal beings, but it is at least a possibility that by some unknown means they do in fact absorb their souls. The short story Wraithflight is one of the few which reference staring into the hive mind of the Tyranids and seeing what lies within. And for the Eldar who sees this, what they learn is the prospect of their eternal soul being trapped within the hive mind, tormented for all time, themselves being reborn endlessly, which can be interpreted as being used for bioforms. Again, this goes off into another big topic I want to cover, but there is certainly something about the Tyranid hive mind and soul energy. Maybe this enables them to channel the immense power of the warp more effectively. Maybe they need soul energy to place within some of their more advanced bioforms. Who knows? It's a very speculative area, but interesting. Either way, Tyranid hive fleets are all-consuming. They devour entire worlds and leave behind nothing but barren soulless husks, which in the long-term picture denies the Chaos Gods a vital source of sustenance and steadily weakens their influence in the material realm. Another issue with the Tyranid's psychic hive mind is because of its extreme power, its very presence creates turbulence in the warp itself, making it difficult for the Chaos Gods to exert their influence in the materium. The psychic shadow cast by the Tyranids does disrupt the emotional energies that the Chaos Gods feed upon, all of which is just deeply troubling. The Tyranids remain a very disturbingly unknown quantity in the long term, but in the short term they are an extremely significant threat to their power, for they thrive on mortal suffering and conflict, which in turn drives the eternal cycle of war, corruption, depravity and ambition. The Tyranids of course have none of this. All they are is a relentless drive for consumption, leaving nothing but entirely dead worlds in their wake. For every planet they destroy, they increasingly disrupt this cycle, depriving the Chaos Gods of their necessary carefully puppeted sustenance, which if left unchecked could potentially lead to a galaxy devoid of sentient life and warp gods left starving until they fade out of existence, which for the gods is a truly terrifying prospect. Much like the Necron, the Tyranids and Chaos forces have contrasting advantages and disadvantages. Where the Tyranids are highly organized, Chaos forces can be chaotic and unpredictable, where most battles sought by the Tyranid involve the acquisition of biomass, and the Chaos forces offer little in this regard. Although of course, you could have a bio-rich world which is controlled by Chaos, and they seek to retain and cultivate it in horrifying ways while keeping a human population effectively hostage. So there's that. But in the overall picture, the forces of Chaos deliver far less benefit to the Tyranids than most other mortal forms. It's also entirely debatable if the corruption of Chaos forms, the poisons and other bizarre psychically influenced horrors could cause some problems for the Tyranid were they to ingest them, even though the Tyranid of course extremely adapted to handling the very worst of such things. In terms of straight battles, Chaos forces can bring to the field considerable resistance to Tyranid attacks, not least because they themselves have little fear of horrific beings. Plus, Chaos Space Marines and demons possess powerful psychic abilities or are imbued by the effects of the warp, which they use both offensively and defensively. For Chaos, this can be a significant factor in battles against the Tyranids, and of course not to mention the existing demon Primarchs. Battles between Tyranids and Chaos are some of the most unpredictable, as both can vary wildly depending on the specific composition of the Chaos Force, demonic entities and tactics employed. Some Chaos forces may struggle against the sheer biological might of the Tyranids, while others may find unique ways to counter them. What ultimately will be a major deciding factor in the effectiveness of Chaos is the unity once again. We know that the Chaos Gods are absolutely able to put aside their endless great game when the threat is great enough. They did this during the Heresy, and it's difficult to see how there is a more existential threat to them right now than the Tyranids. So I think it's very plausible to consider a scenario where Chaos becomes united or undivided for a period and goes for a full-out war against the Tyranids. This, combined with, let's be generous and say, the Imperium standing alone and then other Xenos banding together, it could actually be enough to turn things or stem the unstoppable tide of the Tyranid horror, not forgetting of course the Necron in the mix as well. This would be an extremely complex scenario though, and it's difficult enough to imagine any faction making alliances, but there is a pattern of civs in the 40k verse aligning toward a common enemy. So far the Tyranids do tend to affect territories of individual factions, but as things become progressively worse, this could change and you could see a more united effort. But the questions that remain are, what would that mean for the Tyranids, and would it be enough? But more importantly, what happens if that scenario does not take place? Well, I would never say it is a certainty, but it definitely makes the likelihood of a complete Tyranid extermination of the galaxy considerably more plausible. To see the entire galaxy completely overrun by the Tyranids would be a nightmarish vision of biological annihilation, where the relentless hunger of the Hive fleets have devoured all life and matter in its path. But is it possible? As I said at the beginning, I think this depends somewhat on how we want to consider what we mean when we say true galactic domination. If this means one rising to a level of control over all others, yes, it's absolutely possible. If it means the extermination of all other civilizations and powers, this one may be not so much for the Tyranids. Are they capable of annihilating all mortal organic life in the galaxy though? I think yes, absolutely. There are a variety of caveats with this though. As I noted, what happens if you destroy the Emperor? No one knows. That could be something we've never seen before. Does it result in his reincarnation in the warp? Does he arrive like Vulcan in some distant place and become a new reborn leader of humanity? Terror falls, but humanity survives? How does that situation look? Then there's Chaos and the Necron. They're probably the biggest factors in whether the Tyranid could achieve complete galactic supremacy or not. The Necron would likely not want to see this happen, not out of any interest in other factions, but purely from the perspective that they see the galaxy as rightfully theirs, and they would use the full extent of their powers to prevent others from destroying what they consider is theirs to destroy. Chaos, bizarrely, would probably try to stop the Tyranids out of their own need for long-term self-preservation. So it's a complicated picture. It's hard to know if this would cause genuine alliances or more likely just separate factions working toward common goals and trying to not get overly in the way of one another. There's also the outside possibility of truly heretical alliances being made. Imagine if the Necrons or Chaos came and said, look, we'll help you out, humanity, but also here's the bill in human lives that we will require for this service. That would be a very uncomfortable
13 months
situation.
Is that unlucky?
I think one of the main questions is, how would the steady extermination of the galaxy take place? If the Tyranids continue on their approach of using specific tendrils of hive fleets, this is obviously more manageable. It's still an insane force to contend with that is barely able to be contained, but it's a lot better than the entire Tyranid species converging in a mass swarm of slaughter. If, however, after some time they begin to converge in the scenario I described earlier, where they become this convergent one entity, combining all they've learned on this course to eventually remove all weaknesses and retain only their strengths, this could result in an extremely unpleasant scenario, and they could theoretically become near impossible to defeat. The only way for the mortal races of the galaxy to survive is to prevent this vast convergent evolutionary event and destroy at least some of the main Tyranid fleets before they can be reborn as the ultimate galactic devourer. The prospect of such an event could certainly prompt some alliances to be made, but honestly, it's all very open speculation. Let us presume, though, that the Tyranids do end up able to consume most of the galaxy, and that, as I said, despite the efforts of Chaos and the Necron, the Tyranids are ultimately unstoppable and just grind their way through to the heart of the galaxy. The light of humanity and other sentient mortal races has been extinguished, and now there is only darkness. There are no communication signals, no starships travelling through the warp. Planets are still and empty. Psychic echoes of countless souls consumed by the hive mind linger like distant whispers in the void, but the civilizations and cultures of mortal races are silenced. Previously lush planets teeming with life are reduced to barren husks, continents are stripped of their forests, oceans drained and valuable minerals stripped from the earth. This is where any reasonable estimations end and only pure speculation begins, because no one really has any idea what would occur if the galaxy were lost to the Tyranids. What happens when they have nothing left to feed upon? So my descriptions from here on is really pure imagination and entirely my own speculation. And there are several situations though that come to mind. The first question is, do the Tyranids actually push for a point of complete consumption, total extermination of all living worlds? Currently, they have only been making the initial inroads, so we don't know what their end goals would look like. So far it's been presumed they're on this mission to just scour all planets. In that scenario, I think that undoubtedly for a time, the Tyranids roam through the galaxy in vast hive swarms looking for any remaining biomatter. When they find none or they discover the opposite, like any remaining Necron, they turn away. After some time, the hive mind decides it's time to move on, and we'll discuss what happens there last. In another scenario, the Tyranids do not just scour the entire galaxy, but as they progress and periodically find systems that suit their needs, they transform the entire world into bizarre biomatter farms, which are truly the stuff of nightmares. Hive cities becoming vast living organisms with one purpose, to just produce biomatter. All the energy from stars nearby is steadily converted into organic form, and these worlds operate as basically refueling stations for the vast hive fleets which continue to pour in from the galaxy's edge. Again, just to say, this is my pure speculation, imaginings, not anything that is stated in the lore. But I imagine this could be a situation that occurs, because if the Tyranids scour through a galaxy devouring all, but then find out, damn, actually there wasn't as much as we thought, and there isn't enough to sustain the vast hive mind, well then what? So I consider this idea of them creating immense farm systems to fuel them somewhat plausible. As they continue to establish these positions, the hive fleets roam unopposed, their tendrils extending into every corner of the galaxy. Enormous bioconstructs akin to twisted cathedrals of flesh and bone drift through space, serving as centers for Tyranid control. And these leviathans constantly are birthing new monstrosities, the most potent of which are the hive tyrants, swarm lords, Norn queens, all of these being avatars of the hive mind's will. By now the galaxy is a nightmarish realm of grotesque bio-creatures where every form of life has been twisted, consumed and merged into the ever-evolving Tyranid swarms. Vast tendrils of living tissue connect entire worlds, serving as biomatter highways for the hive fleets. Cities of once great civilizations exist now only as pulsating, cancerous nodes of Tyranid reproduction. And this is all necessary for them because the next stage is in moving on outside the galaxy to find the next source to sustain them. And this is why I consider they must need these biofarm systems, because it could be a considerable amount of time before they begin to move on. Plus they have to cross the galactic void. And it makes me consider, do they do this in the same manner as a line of logistics? Do they stretch from one galaxy to the next for as long as possible to ensure that they can maintain that supply of biomass? Obviously, if you know anything about distance, the distance between galaxies is absolutely vast, even for the Tyranid scale. It's considerably more than, say, the diameter of a galaxy. So that approach seems a little implausible. I still think though that they could adopt this strategy of farming organic life before they eventually move on. Or who knows, maybe we have it all wrong. Maybe they will never move on. Maybe this galaxy is the one they've been looking for, and they will eventually, once they hold domination, continue to just farm the galaxy for all time. Instead of fully devouring a planet, they partially consume it, leave it to regenerate before returning to consume more. So they steadily move around and around the galaxy. But with this idea, I actually think it doesn't make a ton of sense because the Tyranids' entire modus operandi is the consumption of all. I think it's far more likely that the Tyranids adopt the approach where they go into some form of hibernation. They get fueled up for the winter, as it were, on the massive amount of biomass that they've acquired. They shut down all non-essential bioforms, consuming them into the greater pool of hive biomass, and this is what will sustain them for the long journey. The only other question that remains is, how do they just press out into the void from here? Are they on a gamble with the next galaxy they encounter, or do they stay in the galaxy until they can determine by some long distance means the best galaxy to head towards? Can they do this by just some psychic sense? Do they fire off vanguard organisms to test the nearby galaxies like probes? Such a journey would take an inestimable amount of time. Tyranids do not travel through the warp either as such. They use specialized bioforms that create an immense gravity well, and then they simply drop through this, thereby achieving FTL travel. So in the end of a galaxy scenario, do they create some specialized ship that functions in creating an immense gravity well, so vast that the entire Tyranid hive mind fleet can travel the distance to the border of a new galaxy? Do they need to perhaps exit the galaxy they're in first to achieve this, like some kind of specialized Mandeville point? There are many questions when it comes to an endgame scenario of galactic domination for the Tyranids. For Chaos, it was all about maintaining their power, which means maintaining some semblance of existence for those unlucky enough to have survived, and a galaxy of maybe not unending war, although that's a large part of it, but also just unending human suffering. For the Tyranids, there is no goal of territory, no desire to control power. They only seek complete consumption and to scour all planets in the galaxy of biomass. The concept itself is so alien that this is perhaps why it's inevitable that guessing what happens next is so very difficult to predict. All that is known for sure is that the Tyranids represent perhaps the greatest threat to all in the known galaxy. They are the relentless, all-consuming enemy. They never tire or cease and will stop at nothing other than the complete extermination of all life in the galaxy. They represent the very real possibility for the complete end of all human civilization and all sentient civilizations in the galaxy of M41. Thanks again for watching. If you did, please remember to drop a like on this video and subscribe to the channel. I'll be back again soon with more, so be sure to tell me which faction you would like considered next. And as always, all the links are below, including the channel sponsors Siege Studios and my Patreon. I'll see you as always in the next one.
미래미르 예룬왜 가야미르 미래를 의미를 제냐적 회장님 규준역 보호베니 기제를 보호와 게르미르 미래미르 지비는 제리장
And now, for the first time on network television, the PAX Network proudly presents the syndicated television debut of The Sopranos. This program has been edited for content.
Who ate all the gabagool?
No more gabagool for you. The doctor said it's bad for you.
I don't give a Wanna get some more gabagool?
What am I, your servant? Fuck.
You know what? I don't need this
You want some gabagool? Why don't you get it from one of your little Russian who?
Tell you what, why don't you stop breaking my ball?
Let's talk about your anger towards your mother.
Anger? Anger? Anger what?
Well, you're clearly angry at her.
Yeah, no genius insights you got. Who are you, from Ray Charles? Let me tell you something. I didn't have anger at her, all right? I hated that
Let's explore this.
I tell you what, you know what? Why don't you explore this? Getting better things to do with my than sit around here all day yakking about my mother. See you next week.
Meadow, tell your father about your grades.
I'm not talking to him. He's a
Hey, watch your
You are a racist
over here dating the mother into my house.
Tony.
You just try.
Tony.
You bring that mother.
Well, I hope you're happy.
Where's the gabagool?
Tony, please, give me a chance. Don't do this.
Shut up, you
Miserable piece of shit.
What's the matter with you, huh? You think you can He was a made man! You rat! Can't even look at you. Take him out, big pussy.
My pleasure.
Who's hungry?
I don't like to eat. How about some nice gabagool, Tony?
Puss! We don't got any gabagool, okay? So shut the
All right already. What do you gotta break my bull?
with you.
Tune in next week from 9 o'clock to 9:03 for another PAX presentation of The Sopranos.
A few weeks ago, one of you sent me a text message you got that claimed you could get 50% off your internet bill. I called the number and almost fell for it. Is this Comcast Xfinity?
Yes, it is.
Alright, cool. Can you pull up my account really quick?
Can I have your service address?
Yeah, it's 420 West Philadelphia Born and Raised Boulevard.
Okay, stay on the line. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
There is no account associated with this phone number and the address.
Oh, okay. Whoops. Have a good day. Bye.
You too.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. I was convinced that this was legit. I was on hold for like 4 or 5 minutes, and I remember telling the live stream that these guys were not scammers. Up until that point where they said something naughty. Ever since that video, you guys have been sending me messages almost daily. Apparently, you too can get 50% off your internet. So I have been calling these scammers quite a bit, and it seems like every time I call, they get angrier and angrier.
Call may be monitored or recorded. For more information about our privacy practices, visit us at xfinity.com/privacy.
Thank you for calling Xfinity Comcast. This is Calvin. How may I help you today?
Hey, Calvin. This is Hobbs calling about the text message I received.
Alright, yes, the promotion is still available, sir. You can get the 50% discount on your bill for next complete 10 years. And you're one of the
okay
customers who can avail this offer for 10 years, so congratulations
I've
for
been
that.
a loyal user of Spectrum services. If I could get 50% off, I'd sign up today for you guys.
Okay, so first of all, sir, tell me that which of the store is the most convenient one for you, like Target, Kroger, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid. Which is the most convenient one for you?
Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, so can you go to Wiggly now?
Yeah.
Just go there and make sure that you can just go there and just verify the authorization code and make your payment, and then you're good to go for next
Okay, what do you
years.
mean authorization code?
And you will not...
That's something I'm a little unfamiliar with. I don't know if I have one of those.
You have, sir, the authorization code. You don't have the authorization code?
No, what is the authorization code?
Sir, the authorization code is X as in Xfinity, F as in T as in Tom, D as in I as in India, C as in Charlie, 50001716.
That was F as in Fox, correct?
Thanks for calling Comcast Xfinity. This is John. How are you doing today?
Hey, John. I'm just calling with an issue on my account. Hope you can help me out.
I can definitely help you out, sir. What's the issue you're facing with your account?
The cable is broken. I ran over with my lawnmower.
So can you please confirm me what's your service address?
1429 Walnut Street, and that's in Philadelphia, 19102.
And is this the phone number associated with your account on which we are connected right now?
It should be there it should be on there somewhere, but if not, just look up the service address, yeah.
Okay, I'll check with this number, and I'll let you know whether this number is associated with the account or not. And you need to confirm me how much your last monthly bill was.
149,
How much?
149, I want to say.
All right. And what's the name on the account?
Kevin? Again, unless it was my ex. But I should be on there somewhere.
Your name is Kevin.
Yeah, my name's Kevin, yeah.
And what's your last name?
Baker?
So I'm going to put you on a short hold, sir, and I'll be back to you within maximum of 2 to 3 minutes. Please hold on the line, and your patience will be highly appreciated.
Yeah, you can call me Kevin.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
This is not the account number.
What is it then?
I don't know, sir.
What am I supposed to do? Should I go to like a local store then?
You can definitely go to any Xfinity local store. They will be able to assist you, sir.
Okay. How do I get? Can you just send someone out to that address? Like I ran over. I ran over the cable with my lawnmower, bro.
I cannot do that, sir.
Okay, why?
Because I'm unable to pull up your account. I cannot find any kind of account on this address, so how can I send someone at your location?
Well, what do you mean you can't find it? What do you mean you can't find
store.
an account at that address?
Because there is no account at that address.
What address? 1429 Walnut Street?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean there's not
Sir,
an
I need
account
the
there?
associated phone number.
We pay.
You might be paying, sir, but I'm unable to prove the identity of the account because I'm unable to find any account at that address because you're not giving me the associated phone number, you're not giving me the account number. So how am I able to pull up your account?
Okay, what does the account number start with? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the bill. I don't know what I'm doing, man. Okay, I'm not the one who normally does this stuff, and I'm trying to like step up. You know, I know I'm supposed to wear the big boy pants and everything, but I don't like them. They don't fit on me, and frankly, they're uncomfortable. What?
Sir?
What would?
You can go to the Xfinity store.
Is it the one that starts with a 7?
Sir, I'm telling you that you can go to the Xfinity store.
Oh, I found.
You will
Okay,
be able to
7
resolve
5
your problem at the
6
Xfinity
5
store. Stop playing around,
0
okay?
5 1 6.
Hey,
81,
whatever your name is, Kevin, just stop
56.
playing around.
I'm not
Just
playing around.
Stop playing around.
I'm trying to fix my internet. I'm trying to.
Just stop playing around.
I'm not playing around with you, bro. I'm trying to fix my internet.
I just said you, and I'm gonna tell you for the last time. Just stop playing around.
Hey, can I get 50% off my bill while you're at it?
You don't have any bills, so how are you gonna get 50%
Well,
off on your bill?
I did go to Target and get the gift card though for the promotion. So I also needed
What kind of promotion you're talking about?
I also needed to get my internet fixed.
What kind of promotion you're talking about, sir?
You know, the 50% off promotion?
We don't have any kind of 50% off promotion.
I literally spoke with you guys earlier, and I was told to go to Target, and if I would pay a year in advance, that I would get 50% off.
So we don't have any kind of discounts available.
Yes, that's literally, you messaged me. You literally sent me a message and said that the 50% discount was expiring today. And that's why I called. And then I drove my lawnmower to Target, and when I got back with the card, I accidentally ran over the cable. Why did you ask how much money was on my bill, by the way? Out of curiosity.
I was trying to check whether you have any kind of account or not.
Yeah, but that's like the first thing you asked. And also, isn't this tech support?
Yeah, you told me we have that verification question. We simply ask the customers that question so that we can get to know whether they are even paying the bills or not, whether they are the customers or not. You told me that you are paying the bill, you have this bill, then I tried to pull up your account with different kind of information, but you don't have any kind of information. In fact, you're giving me the wrong information. So I believe that you don't have any kind of account with Comcast Xfinity. Now you're telling me a different kind of story.
I guarantee you that there is a Comcast account at 1429 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19102.
Give me the account number.
Is there an account there?
Number.
Is there an account there or not? Just tell me, yes or no. Is there an account?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know? Can you look it up?
I cannot look that up without the associated phone number or the account number.
It's literally a Comcast store. Of course they have Comcast there. Like, you would know that. In fact, you would have hung up with me 15, 20 minutes ago. It's a Comcast store. They definitely have internet there.
Then why you are even giving me the address for the Comcast store?
Because I live there, bro.
You live in a Comcast store?
Yes!
How can you live in a Comcast store?
My mom happens to be the general manager, and I needed a place to stay. You definitely don't work for Comcast.
This is not...
You're playing the game really well. Like, I get you. You're trying really hard, but I don't understand why.
I'm not trying any kind of hard thing at all, sir.
Okay, but you don't work for Comcast or Xfinity.
So what?
Do you work for Comcast?
So what? That's none of your concern.
Okay, so you don't work for Comcast. So you're trying to scam
That's
people.
Still none of your concern.
It is my concern.
That's still.
Of course, it's my concern.
How is that gonna be a concern?
Because you're a criminal.
Tell me how.
Because you call people and try to get them to buy Target gift cards so you can steal money from them.
What are you gonna do about that?
I guess you're right. There's nothing I can do.
So then cough. If you cannot do anything, then cough.
I don't wanna.
Then just waste your time.
Hey, can I have your mom's phone number? I was curious if she wanted to get a 50% off. You don't want me to be a child? You're literally stealing from people, saying that you work for Comcast Xfinity, and you're calling
none of your
calling me a child.
I have never asked your mom's phone number. If you need my mom's phone number, go find it, okay? Just go find it.
I don't know how to find your mom's.
I challenge you to go find it.
Why would I?
You cannot find anything in the world.
Do you think it's okay to steal from like random people that you don't know? Is that it? Like
no, not for the random people. It's the best thing in the world to steal money from the Americans.
Oh, you sound kind of angry, bro. Does your mom know?
What?
Does your mom know you do it?
Well, not only my mom know, your mom also know because I used to f her. and I used to give her the same money which I steal from the Americans.
She definitely
Don't you
wouldn't.
know that?
You're not her type,
I
bro.
don't think so. I don't think so that she have told you. I don't think so that she have told you that I used to fuck her.
You're not her type, man.
And I used to give her the money.
Did,
the money which I gave her.
It sounds like
she
your parents
invested that
don't
money
know.
in your education. So
It sounds like your parents don't know.
they know. They're very proud of it.
What did you
They
tell them?
know and they're very proud of it.
What'd you say?
I tell them that I steal money from the Americans.
I don't think
and
you
they're very
did.
proud of it. You know.
I don't think you did. When was the last time you talked to your dad?
I give a about what do you think and
You're
what you
getting
don't.
upset, man. You're getting really upset about your parents. When was the last time you talked to your dad?
This morning.
Yeah?
And you know what he told me?
He said he's so proud
Do you
of
know
you.
what he told me?
He's so proud of you for stealing money from people. Is that it?
Yes. Not only he told me this thing, he also told me that you're gonna get a phone call from an asshole from US.
I don't believe you.
And that person is my child. He told me that he your mom.
Wait, so I'm your
then
brother?
he came back from US. Yeah, you are my brother from another mother. You know that?
Bro, I did not know that.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Wait, are we bonding now? Is this like, are we friends? I don't really want to be your friend.
Yes.
What does this have anything to
don't
do
wanna
with
be
you?
friends with
What does
you.
this have anything to do with stealing from people? You kind of got me off track.
Fuck off.
He hung up.
Xfinity Tech Support. Tom Kench. Character selected.
Calling Comcast Xfinity. How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking to sign up and take advantage of the 50% promotion as a new customer.
That's right. Well, let me explain to you about the packages, sir. Well, there is 3 different packages available. Let me explain you with the basic prices, and then I will let you know about the 50% off.
Okay.
The first package we have, in which we will be get the internet at 600 megabytes per second, plus the
Okay.
TV at 185 plus basic channels. That will be cost you the monthly price of $69.99 a month. The second package we have.
You got fly fishing television, fly fishing TV. You have that.
Right. Yes. Yes. We already have that. Yes.
You have the fly tying where they tie the flies for the fly fishing.
Right.
What about
Right, sir.
what about Gorilla TV?
Well, that was already included in it, sir.
Okay. At a high level, what's at a low level? What's the main difference between 900 mega and 1,200 mega? I mean, what are we really talking about?
It's an internet speed, sir. 900 Mbps is a different internet speed, and the 1200 megabits is a different internet speed, sir.
Do any of these get rid of the advertisements on the
Right.
internet?
That package was a premier package. That was not include any kind of advertisement, sir.
Okay, on the internet and on the TV, there won't be any advertisements.
Yes.
Okay, that's I mean, that alone is worth something. I mean, that's just included in the. Why didn't you say that? So it's $149.99 a month,
Right.
And there's no advertisement anyway on the internet or the television.
And the TV.
No commercials.
That's right.
At all. That is a colossal deal. Now, as far as my house, there's the internet cables and the pipes and all that. How do I know if it's gonna fit into the outlet or not?
What we will gonna do once we will sign you with our services, we will need to install our new modem and a
Okay.
DVR for the TV.
Are you gonna
And
have to
we will
drill
be sending you
holes
free of cost.
or lay any pipe?
In order to get started with this 50% off promotion, well, there will be only one simple condition. Well, the condition
Oh,
to
here
this
we go.
offer is that you just have to pay the first 12 month of your bill upfront, according to the new monthly price of $75.
Ooh, dang!
Well, once you
12
will
months
manage
up
to
front.
pay the first 12 month of the bill upfront, there won't be any bill from Xfinity for the upcoming 12 month. And after the 12 month, you will start paying monthly for the rest of the 3 years. You can avail this 50% off for 3 years, or you can either go for a lifetime. If you want to go for a lifetime offer, you will have to pay the first 18 month of the bill upfront.
18 months up front. I mean, heck, if it's for a lifetime, I'd pay for more than that up front. Does it include an upgrade to 6G internet? I mean, like instead of 4G or 5G. Does it have 6G?
Unfortunately, sorry for that.
Because
Well, for
Cheryl
that,
down the
the
street, my
internet
neighbor
speed.
Cheryl, she's got this colossal satellite on her house. I mean, the thing looks like NASA
But that-
installed it, and she gets 6G. And I'm a little bit
sorry.
jealous, if I'm honest.
I'm
Like,
sorry.
I'd like to have it as
No,
well.
no.
Heck, even
I'm sorry, I
7G.
forget to let you know, sir. I would just
Because
forget
my
to let you know,
satellite dish
sir.
is basically a bird
internet
bath at this
with
point.
the-
Like it collects rain and the birds come
with
in.
the-
I want to be able to go swimming in
with
my
the-
satellite dish.
I want to let you know, sir, the internet speed with the 1200 megabytes per year providing you with, that was a 10G internet, not a 7 or 6G.
Let's go! 10G, baby. Oh, man.
That's right. You can even look at our website. We are offering you 10G internet, sir.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's why we have the fastest internet
is that
in the
just
United States.
one giant satellite, or is that multiple tiny satellites? Because I want the
No,
one
it's
big.
It's just a one giant satellite, sir.
Okay, yeah, I want a big satellite, if you know what I mean. Oh, man. And can that be right in front of the house? Does it have to go on the top of the house, or can I just put it right up front? I want my neighbors jealous. Or do you have to launch that?
No, so you will not have to install a satellite, sir. We will provide you
Cat emotes.
internet through a fiber.
No, I don't really like fiber.
Through a
It tastes like
wire.
that stuff tastes like cardboard. I'm talking about the internet, like satellite internet. Isn't that what I'm buying? That's what I thought I was buying. I want my son to be able to skateboard on the dish, right? I don't want. Are we not talking about the same thing?
Well, you were talking about a dish, like a dish.
I was expecting that the $75 a month that you guys were installing a satellite dish that I would use to get the internet.
That's right. If you already have a dish, sir, that will be work with that one. If you do not have a dish yet, you'll have to purchase one, sir.
Well, I don't have a 10G dish. I have like a small one. So how much does the 10G dish cost?
It doesn't matter, sir. It will all affect with this internet speed, not the size of the dish.
The size of the dish doesn't have anything to do with the speed. I mean,
Because internet speed will
the same
be
size
provided
doesn't
by
matter?
the company. If you want to jealous your neighbors, you can buy a new dish with a huge size. But if you just want to increase the internet speed,
how much would that cost?
that'll be work with the same dish.
How much does that cost extra?
Well, if you want to purchase a new dish for your internet, let me check the details, like how much it will cost you.
Yeah, like I said, I want it to be pretty big, like swimming pool size, skate park size, big. If your kids are having a birthday party, I want the kids to all be able to fit inside the dish type big.
Well, let me explain
Big
you if
dish
you are looking
energy.
for that. Yes, the T4 antenna will cost you $1,700. The second one we have was a TR6018 antenna. That will cost you $1,200.
How big is it?
Let me check. The size of the dish was 5 square feet.
That's tiny.
And if you want to get in a big dish, you will get a big dish of 30 square feet. That will cost you $9,800. It doesn't matter the size. The size of the satellite doesn't matter.
Okay. So the satellite, you're saying the satellite is completely useless, is what you mean?
So just want to
It
know
feels a
if
little
that
bit
is
like
manageable
if
for
I'm
you
honest,
to
it feels
pay
a little bit like you're trying to take advantage of me. It feels like you were trying to rip me off, if I'm honest.
It's up to you. I was just letting it about the prices. If
You
you're
you just
interested,
tried to
and I'll
sell
get
me a
proceed.
$10,000 satellite, and I was going for it, but now you're telling me that I don't need it. I mean, what kind of salesmanship is that?
Would you please verify me the name that you want to put it on this account?
Can I put it under anything I want? If so, put it under Darth Vader. Otherwise, you can put it under my full name. It's Richard.
You have to provide me with
Tom.
your full name.
Huh?
May I have your full name?
Yeah, Richard Tom Wentworth.
How do you spell the last name?
It's like J.G. Wentworth. He's my brother.
It's your name or your brother's name?
We share the same last name, son. You and I were brothers.
Okay.
I think
and
this
may
is.
have your phone number?
I think this is the guy from last week who was saying that his dad effed my mom, potentially.
Yeah, you want to use this number or a different number? Like
Well, all I want you to do for right now.
Like my
what
cell
I'm gonna
number?
do for right now, yes.
Okay, because I thought I didn't know if you were gonna be giving me a phone number or how all that works. But I can give you the cell. You ready for it?
Let me tell you how it works.
Yeah, tell me how it works.
Well, first of all, what you will have to do is, as you're going to make a payment, you'll have to take a credit card, swipe it down into your ass, and shove it in your mouth, you dumb mother.
I'm sorry.
yourself.
Excuse
my
me,
ass.
young man.
Kiss my ass.
Oh, it is this is my brother,
and
isn't
shove
it?
in your dumb soul.
You and I met last week, and I found you claimed that your father.
It is him.
It sounds like we got disconnected. You were telling me something about the process with the cards. I think you were using some words you didn't mean to use.
My name is Logan Wood. How can I help you, sir?
Well,
you already having a conversation with someone?
Yeah, you and I were just talking to each other just a couple minutes ago, and you said that I was going to have to take my credit card and swipe it where the sun don't shine, which, as far as I know, we have not progressed yet technologically as a human civilization to allow that kind of conductivity down there. I personally think it'd be pretty cool if we could do stuff like that. That means we probably could have some other cyborg superpower, but unfortunately I do not possess that quality. So how do I pay for the package?
Yourself.
It's kind of crazy how mad these guys get when they're the ones scamming people. I hope you had a chance to laugh or learn a few things as you watched, and as always, know that you're valuable and that you matter.
Here you go. Just some water for us.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Cheers.
Oh, yeah.
What are your jobs and your hobbies?
Not much, really.
Hey, come here for a second. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? What's going on?
What are you doing, man? You can't be bringing the water in a bowl. That's like what you do to a dog.
Well, I know it's different. I know. I was trying something.
You know that.
Yeah, well,
it seems like you did a weird thing.
Okay, but I did a weird thing in a cool way.
You did a weird thing.
Yeah, in a cool way.
Now get back out there.
Okay,
No. Get back out there and talk to her.
Look, listen.
Look, she's drinking it.
Yeah, she is drinking it.
Yeah, so what?
So I'm right.
It's not proof that you did something
proof of
smart. You did something weird.
I'm so sorry about all that. Anyways, how's your job / pets? How are those?
Yeah, but what was that?
Oh, that was me. Not even worth explaining. I'm way more interested in, does your apartment have a pet capacity? And if so, are you close to hitting it?
We're allowed cats, but I'm allergic, so.
Oh, you poor thing. You're allergic to cats. You must have had a sad little, miserable little sad childhood.
Well, yeah. But wait, you said that was you?
Okay, if you must know, since you have pride a bit, one day I was making a Hot Pocket, ham and cheese Hot Pocket in the microwave. Microwave door sliced and severed my hand off. It can happen. I won the lawsuit. I got a free microwave. My hand was not reattached in time, but lo and behold, it started to regrow like a starfish. So that was exciting. And furthermore, from my hand that was severed grew a whole new Joel. Yeah, he's the consultant Joel. He deals with the facts and figures. I gave him glasses to make him smart because all the smartest people have glasses. Albert Einstein had glasses.
I don't remember him wearing glasses.
He had them. I'm sorry. Consultant Joel? Yeah, what's up? Did Albert Einstein, that smart guy, have glasses? Albert Einstein, yeah, let me pull that up for you. I'm gonna look on Google. Okay, yeah, pull that up for me. It's loading, 1 sec. It should be fairly quick. Google's pretty fast these days. And here we go. He had an eye patch. Albert Einstein did have an eye patch, it would seem. He had an eye patch. It was an eye patch.
No, he didn't.
Anyways, how are you?
So, there's just one clone, or...
Hey guys, so sorry. I'll be out of your hair in a second.
There's a laundry Joel. A couple weeks ago, I cut off my pinky to grow a Joel to do my laundry. Now, I know what you're thinking. Usually these cloning situations go bad, but no, we're living harmoniously. I have made a rule so the duplicates can't duplicate themselves. So if they don't do that, we should keep this in check. And his arm's missing. Hey, laundry Joel.
Yeah?
What happened here?
Oh,
why do you not have this?
It's not, I just had a little accident.
1 sec, I gotta deal with this.
What's the problem? What are you doing?
Where's your arm?
Okay.
Where's your arm?
Okay, here's the thing.
Okay,
I wanted
please.
a jumping jack, Joel.
You wanted
I wanted to make a Joel to do little jumping jacks
Oh,
first.
what's the point? Why?
What do you mean? The point is I want to watch him do the little jumps. It's something to do while I do all this dang laundry. There's so many Joels in
you
this
made a
house.
Joel
I got
who
so
gets
much dang
sweaty, so
laundry.
you're gonna have more laundry. That doesn't
Have
make
a little sympathy for Laundry Joel.
Okay.
Laundry Joel's going through things.
No.
He's got more in life than laundry. He's a complex, multi-dimensional character.
No, he's not. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Hey, thanks for watching the video. Don't worry, this isn't a brand deal. I just want to say that, can you watch it again? Please watch it again. Every time you watch the video, I get a little money. So if you watch it twice, I get double money. And if you watch it, this should be a second. Google's pretty fast these days. Boop, 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 boop. Loading. Loading. This should only be a second. Google's pretty fast these days. Loading. Loading. I was duplicated with one purpose, and that purpose was to jump the jacks. I was.
When it comes to programming blocks, you'd be hard-pressed to find anything more iconic than Toonami. Not only is there nostalgia associated with it, but there is a legacy that truly spans some generations now that all have their own experiences with it. From the style and attitude that radiated from the bumpers and clips between programs, to the selection of programs themselves that brought you some of the coolest pieces of media. For over 25 years, Toonami has blessed the afternoon and late night scene for those interested in having an appreciation for Japanese animation. Much like finding so many new programs to get hooked on, Toonami had this ever-evolving feel to it that constantly brought more and more programs to the forefront for you to discover, while offering visuals and aesthetics that invoke both past and present. When you heard the hip-hop inspired beats mixed with the early CG visuals reminiscent of 80s sci-fi, you felt right at home knowing you're going to get some highly memorable experiences through the shows curated for the block. But most importantly, at least to me, was the full-on introduction to anime. I want to celebrate what Toonami has meant to me throughout my life growing up with it, and the programming that truly made it special. So let's take a ride on the Absolution as we look back through the history of Toonami and see how this programming block rose, fell, and rose again.
Welcome aboard the Ghost Planet Spaceship Absolution. Later.
In the mid-90s, cartoons on TV were at a rising peak for kids across different channels, and kids everywhere were locked into what they were used to always watching. Cartoon Network was looking to add something to their programming lineup that would end up capturing a new audience and hopefully be of interest to those already on their channel. Entered Cartoon Network executive Mike Lazo, who was trying to jumpstart a new project for Cartoon Network that would be focused on action-based animation. He asked Sean Atkins to help aid in coming up with what this would be, as he would then grab his friend Jason DeMarco to fully plot this out. Both Sean and Jason were heavily in tune with the Japanese animation scene, watching and having a great appreciation for anime, as they wanted to pull from that to bring it to the forefront for Western audiences. Of course, this would be no easy feat to do, since pitching bringing over Japanese content that would be unfamiliar to most watching the channel isn't a guarantee of viewership for the network to passively greenlight. Mike Lazo, however, was on board with the vision and wanted to aid with a bit of familiarity that he could offer. Mike had already created a repurposed outlet for the Space Ghost property from Hanna-Barbera, turning it into the odd and fun Space Ghost Coast to Coast, a late-night talk show that would be a cartoon aimed at adults that Cartoon Network would pick up as a show to place on their network for late-night time slots, when the channel's target audience would most likely be asleep. Taking from this, Lazo and his production company Ghost Planet would begin building the design of Toonami by first bringing in the character of Moltar. From the original Space Ghost cartoon, and gone is the villain status and his responsibilities on the Coast to Coast show, and welcomed in are his duties as hosting the first incarnation of the Toonami block, along with a sleek new CG look that fits the computer-generated vibe they were going for. But to help build what this vibe exactly is came down to Sean and Jason, who were trying to figure out this whole idea. And along came the introduction of another person in the story, Michael Cahill, who would be influential in working with them in these editing sessions of taking hip and newer music sounds, skateboarding clips, and untranslated anime that they would find through local video stores that would import them in to create a reel that encapsulates this moment in time that they're in. And boom, the vibe had been created, and the next thought was a host for the whole thing. Originally, to fit the tone, they were thinking that it'd be some sort of AI who accompanies a teenage girl, but the cost associated with this would be out of any allotted budget. So this is where the idea of bringing in Moltar fit perfectly. Much like Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Moltar was voiced by animator and voice actor Clay Martin Crocker. Together, over the next 3 quarters of the year, this group came together to create what they decided on being the combination of cartoon and Toonami.
I'll give you the tour later. Let's get back into it.
After so much time was spent finding the exact vibe, coming up with the perfect name, and being ready to launch this new action block of animation onto the world, the premiere of Toonami on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 1997 from 4 to 6 p.m. didn't release with the programming that Sean and Jason wanted to bring over. Many roadblocks stopped them from getting their requested shows to play during their new animation block, having access to one initial Japanese production, Voltron. But in saying that, this was the Voltron already brought to the US and edited to suit a younger audience with a lot of original stuff cut from it. But this was a start. The network did give them their space to be creative in designing what this whole thing would be, but that doesn't mean it was just smooth sailing through the stars until miracles would happen. Instead, there were worries that each week could be their last week airing Toonami, as Sean would come back from meetings with a level of uncertainty from the higher-ups, with the ratings for Toonami being fine. Not great, just fine. Something was needed to really pull in the audience to prove that what they have is truly special, and that opportunity was just about to present itself the following year. After only having Thundercats, The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, Voltron, and then Cartoon Roulette, featuring a bunch of older random cartoons being chosen in 1997, 1998 proved to be the year that things would start taking off. Having access to the original Super Friends and even Transformers Beast Wars was cool for sure, and even moving on to get Robotech helped out. But two programs in particular were about to change the attention Toonami was receiving. First was the English dubbed version of Sailor Moon, where it was already being played on another network owned by Turner, as it didn't get the viewership and ratings overall that it needed to continue over there on the USA network. This led to Toonami being offered to be the new home for Sailor Moon, where it started to get the attention that the network needed to be able to push for more in order to grow. That summer, Sailor Moon helped bring in enough leverage for the Toonami crew to not just ask for, but heavily push for getting Dragon Ball Z to be added into the rotation. Both Sean and Jason really wanted to get Dragon Ball Z. It was a show that Sean would wake up early to watch when he was younger, when it would be played only on a local channel, early in the mornings, as he had the thought that if he was doing this back then there were others like him doing the same. If they were able to make it more accessible for a Western audience to watch Dragon Ball Z, and play it at a time slot in the mid-afternoon on a highly watched network, as opposed to a random early morning time slot on a local channel, this would be huge. And they were right. This was huge, as in 1998, Japanese properties and Japanese animation were making their way over to the States, and kids as well as young adults were eating it up. The ratings would continue to go up and more people would be tuning into Toonami for a dose of action and, more importantly, a dose of anime. As we get into 1999, other shows like Reboot, The Powerpuff Girls, and Robin Warriors were added to the mix of programs that would be played. This created a healthy balance of shows from both regions being in this couple-hour mix. But Dragon Ball Z alone would bring in the eyes that the network loved to see, providing some of the highest viewed broadcasts that made Cartoon Network on a level of viewership more or less to Nickelodeon at the time. They even premiered movies on some Fridays, with the first being Batman Mask of the Phantasm. While not directly following the anime flow, that is a great movie and I think it fits the vibe. Toonami was hot and it was getting noticed. With some semi-edited versions of Dragon Ball Z movies being played, it began to expose another side of anime to Western audiences who were now invested. What we were receiving to watch on TV were not the original versions of the program. Now, Toonami began pushing some limits, but the key word here is limits. These were still not the uncut versions that are now known. The popularity of Dragon Ball Z, along with anime in general in the States at the time, garnered a level of credibility to this field of animation.
Only Toonami.
But now it's nearly the end of the decade, and in July of 1999, Toonami had a bit of a revamp, sunsetting Moltar and introducing a little robot fella named Tom, who was now voiced by Sonny Strait. Along with this, the setting of Toonami was now aboard this spacecraft called the Absolution, as the new host welcomed Toonami fans in with a brief introduction, calling this the brand new Toonami, but with the mission of staying the same with what to expect. Tom was there to usher us into the new millennium right around the corner, promising the same shows you already like and the same attitude to go along with it. Sean and Jason were beginning to both enjoy the success of their programming block, but also deal with the more forceful oversight from their higher-ups. Sure, companies like Bandai would hit them up looking to bring a new version of Gundam stateside, hoping that Toonami is the perfect place to springboard the program to fans, and that's great. But with this much attention, they would be forced to show certain other programs because while they may run Toonami, they don't own it. None of this was remotely bad enough in their back and forths to cause a rift, thankfully, and something great did happen, and that was the introduction of Midnight Run. which would play more uncensored and uncut versions of anime, making it a good alternative to still deliver the goods that people wanted in both formats. Toonami was being viewed as the spot to connect yourself for celebrating other forms of animation, but through multiple mediums, as they would even get the chance to work with Gorillaz and Daft Punk for their animated music videos, which clearly fit right in and played into the perfect midnight vibe run. Daft Punk even brought some of their music videos to premiere first on Toonami, and soon after, Gorillaz did the same thing. Today, both those names in music are extremely well known and largely celebrated, but back then, those levels of fame weren't there, and they saw Toonami as the direct place to help push their music and music videos out to a wider audience. This led to Toonami taking 1 hour of their midnight run block to be focused on introducing music in a way that wouldn't interfere with what their usual broadcasts would be, and keep the network happy since it wouldn't affect their ratings directly, being at the time that these would be shown. This was influential in the way that people would be discovering music at the time, and for a generation now growing up with the curations of art found through Toonami. There were people finding their own new tastes from it. Toonami was quickly becoming known as the tastemakers of the turn of the century. As we enter into the year 2000, the explosion of the brand would continue further. While you had stuff like Batman the Animated Series and Superman the Animated Series getting some love during the block, the explosion of anime was more prevalent than ever. G-Force Guardians of Space, a few Tenchi series, Blue Submarine No. 6, and Mobile Suit Gundam Wing would all join in on the broadcast slate. To upgrade the brand further, we got to experience the first ever TIE, or Total Immersion event, which would only focus on Tom and subsequently Sarah, voiced by Sally Timms, who was brought into the series during this first event here as this AI companion for Tom.
You know what? Come with me.
The first event premiered on September 18th, 2000, and was known as The Intruder, and snippets of the story aired throughout the week during the broadcast until the 22nd, where the finale to this TIE came to a close. Each part of the Intruder story ended with a password to play a flash game on the Toonami website, where you would try and save these other robots as well as yourself from being eaten by this intruder. Throughout the shorts, Tom and Sarah find themselves dealing with this mysterious intruder, having interactions with it, trying to stop it from eating up everything and destroying the ship. In part 4, we end on Tom screaming in pain while being consumed by this hungry blob, leading to the reveal in part 5 that Tom actually dies, and Sarah downloads him and places his data into a new, sleeker body called Tom 2. This taller Tom was now voiced by the iconic voice you may remember Tom for the most, Steve Bloom. To add on to this event and get more crowd participation for those engaged with Toonami, there was a phone number listed on the next broadcast to vote for which new engine Tom 2 should get for their ship repairs, and a little over a month later, that decision was showcased, and a few weeks after that, the repairs were done, leaving a little piece of the intruder floating by as it says, "The end?" with a question mark. Toonami found a way to keep you engaged with a CG host that gets a really cool upgrade and listens to things that are viewer voted to change how they happen. Plus for now, Toonami received an extra hour for their programming block, running on weekdays from 4 to 7 p.m. now. They were all having fun trying new and different things with Toonami, and this event proved that if they were tasked to make something with the original character of Tom, given a budget and allowed to create a story with him, that they could do it. This leads us to 2001, where quite a few things happened for the Toonami brand. With more shows coming like Outlaw Star, The Big O, 3 Mobile Suit Gundam series, Batman Beyond, Zoid's New Century, Card Captors, and most importantly for them, Dragon Ball, as this would be a great way to introduce fans of Dragon Ball Z to the original Dragon Ball series that leads into it. The higher-ups wanted to expand Toonami out and bring it over to a special block on Kids WB, which caused the regular 4 to 7 p.m. block on Cartoon Network go to a 5 to 7 p.m. block, to allow time for the creation of this new channel block. In July of 2001, this new Toonami block would take over a bit of Kids WB, but had one specific flaw. The branding around Toonami works thanks to how greatly it's paired to the content that it houses, and for Kids WB, the anime aspect wasn't there as much. While sure, Pokemon fits the anime bill, it really was taking over time slots that could be used to showcase other programs. There would be glimpses of some other anime here and there, but the majority were cartoons like X-Men Evolution, Jackie Chan Adventures, Batman Beyond, and Scooby-Doo. They also tried to infuse the music aspect of Toonami by mashing up clips from several showcase shows like Card Captors or X-Men to create these odd music videos called Toonami tracks. While some of these shows could be classified as action, most of them leaned more towards the comedy aspect, and the audience could tell that something was off. This wasn't what they expected from Toonami, and this was becoming a problem for the networks to push other types of shows onto the Toonami brand. But while this was happening, the regular spot on Cartoon Network for Toonami was pushing strong. Come September, the second TIE titled Lockdown took place. This event was a lot bigger as it worked alongside a tie-in game called Lockdown as well, where each day a new part of the game unlocked that would tie into the story seen in the shorts of this event. This was another huge hit that included a sweepstakes sponsored by Nintendo in promotion for their new console, the GameCube. 300 winners would win a GameCube branded shirt, 150 winners would win a GameCube game, and 10 lucky winners would receive a GameCube along with 6 games. The mainstream attention of Toonami was there. The network knew this and the brands took notice. To get deals like this though, the Toonami team was told to make their brand bigger to propose the ideas of what you have to more brands, which led to the idea of this Lockdown game in the first place, giving viewers a chance to feel like they are actively helping Tom out and are a part of the story taking place. It was genius as it asked the audience directly to have fun in a different medium instead of just voting on something arbitrary. Heading into 2002, the hits kept coming, with Hamtaro, Zoid's Chaotic Century, Mobile Fighter G Gundam, as well as playing episodes of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Transformers Armada, and G.I. Joe. But even more exciting, getting to show episodes of a newer Cartoon Network classic, Samurai Jack. The real downside of this year, or upside, whichever way you want to look at it, was the ending of the Kids WB version of Toonami. By the end of June, the block went away, and because the main Toonami block on Cartoon Network received its extra hour back, returning to a 4 to 7 p.m. programming block. The next TIE took place, and another game and another sweepstakes with Nintendo happened as well. It was still for the GameCube, but mainly to promote Super Mario Sunshine. For 2003, the year started off great, getting to celebrate Giant Robot Week, where anime with giant mechs were at the front of the line with programming. Getting a chance for Toonami to air special showings of Neon Genesis Evangelion, Gigantor, Daiguard, Martian successor Nadesco, and even bringing back Robotech. This greatly introduced even more anime for those not in the know of some of them. Toonami's iconic hip-hop inspired beats were released on a special CD titled Toonami Deep Space Bass. Tom even got a bit of an upgrade, bringing him to Tom 3, an even more muscular designed version that can age up with the CG a bit. This was also a big year for the new add-ons for broadcast. Justice League, Star Wars Clone Wars, Cyborg 009 the Cyborg Soldier, Rurouni Kenshin, Yu Yu Hakusho, Superior Defender Gundam Force, Dot Hack Sign, and another Dragon Ball series with Dragon Ball GT coming into the mix. Whether you like it or hate it, that series was brought out on Toonami. Instead of having another regular TIE this year, they instead delivered an original segmented pilot miniseries for an anime that Sean and Jason produced with Production IG, called IGPX, or Immortal Grand Prix, which surely was different from what fans of Toonami were expecting, but seeing that the minds behind Toonami were doing this was pretty cool, even if a younger me had no clue that that was the case. But this specific TIE will play into something down the road. 2004 changed things up. Come April of that year, the weekday afternoons for Toonami were taken away and moved to a singular Saturday night slot that ran from 7 to 11 p.m., while the somewhat similar but more toned down Maguzi block took its place. The move was made to follow the aging up of its audience, thinking that those who watch would prefer a late-night weekend production over an every weekday mid-afternoon one. Sarah received a new look now along with a new voice actress, Samantha Robson, and the newest programs this year were Duel Masters, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, Justice League Unlimited, Transformers Energon, Astro Boy, Rave Master, Jackie Chan Adventures, Teen Titans, and Megas XLR. Over the next couple years, things were pretty much the same, having this special dedicated weekend block and adding plenty of new shows as 2005 brought us Dice, The Batman, the uncut version of Dragon Ball Z, Transformer Cybertron, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Zatch Bell, One Piece, Naruto, Bobobo, and the full version of IGPX after it was teased with that micro-series back in 2003. So a nice offering of some well-known properties and helping start off a lot of kids in America's obsession with Naruto headbands. But also getting to see the uncut version of Dragon Ball Z was a big deal. Cartoon Network allowed it thanks to its newer later runtime. 2006 brought us Woolen Warriors, The Prince of Tennis, Fantastic Four, World's Greatest Superheroes, Mar, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and both Pokemon Battle Frontier and Pokemon Chronicles. It wasn't until 2007 where things became interesting enough to bring up, as this would be the 10-year anniversary of Toonami starting. It was hyped up, and when the date came around to celebrate it, we were introduced to Tom 4, bringing along 2 other main robots hanging out with him, Flash, voiced by Dave Wittenberg, and Dee, voiced by Tom Kenny. The year didn't add much new to its already solid rotation of animation, only adding in Mega Man Star Force and Stormhawks, but the future seemed pretty great for the programming block. It even celebrated the anniversary with special movie premieres every week in March that year. But come 2008, this wouldn't be the case. With only a few more additions like Bakugan Battle Brawlers, Blue Dragon, and Ben 10 Alien Force, things seemed a bit off. The year was going by just fine, but on September 20th at a convention called Anime Week in Atlanta, Cartoon Network dropped the sad news that Toonami was officially going to end, pointing to low ratings being the cause. And literally, that same night, Toonami aired their final broadcast, with the end of it having a final farewell from Tom himself saying goodbye after 11 years, hoping you have made some unforgettable memories and to stay gold. And those words were held on to by everyone watching something so special from their childhood end so suddenly before their eyes. And just like that, Toonami was gone.
Until we meet again, stay gold.
Years went by, and Toonami did become this distant memory. But enter in Adult Swim, another programming block on Cartoon Network that would control the late night and early morning scene with teen and adult programs, making the clear cut at the end of the day when kid entertainment ends and when the older crowd can flip on the channel. Starting in the early 2000s as well, Adult Swim was conceived by Mike Lazo, as there is a connection here to leverage one programming block to bring back another. April Fool's Day for Adult Swim is always a night full of whatever weird they can come up with, and people enjoy the shenanigans that they pull. But this next one was different, as it could be pulling on heartstrings more than anything. On April 1st, 2012, Adult Swim just played a Toonami block consisting of Dragon Ball Z,
Silly Rice
Yu Yu
Crispy
Hakusho,
gifted a
and
tier
other
1 sub to
classics that you
Bobo
would find
Chain.
on Toonami,
They have given
full with the Toonami branded
149
logo.
gift subs
And
in the
as fun as
channel.
this was to revisit Toonami, it wasn't just some joke to do so. In fact, it was a secret attempt to get people interested in bringing back Toonami. As social media was really becoming a staple part of everyday life, Adult Swim put the power onto the people to get their voices heard, saying on Twitter that if you want Toonami back, use the hashtag #BringBackToonami. People sure made their voices heard. When Sean and Jason became aware that the April Fool's joke was to play some old school Toonami, they got excited over the fact that this could be a way to revive the whole thing. And then they watched as the internet overnight exploded with support of Toonami. And with that, the hashtags wanting to bring it back. It was so demanded and so well received that literally the following week, bumpers on Adult Swim stated, "We're listening and we're looking into it." Cut to May 26, 2012, where Toonami was officially back and on the air, and with that, an onslaught of shows. Throughout 2012, the programming block had Bleach, Deadman Wonderland, Cowboy Bebop, Thundercats, Inuyasha, Casher and Sins, Samurai 7, Symbiotic Titan, Eureka 7, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, 2 Ghost in the Shell series, Tenchi Muyo GXP, and the uncut version of Naruto. It was a fierce return, and the fans of Toonami ate it up, welcoming new fans to join in on it as well. Toonami even expanded to over 6 hours in October of that year. It was great all around. Coming into 2013, Tom 5 premiered along with a new but older look for Sarah, for her third variant voiced by Dana Swanson. Soul Eater, Fooly Cooly, The Big O2, Star Wars The Clone Wars, Sword Art Online, the return of IGPX, and even the uncut version of One Piece started to flood into the programming block. Movies like Akira and Summer Wars were played, and everything was rolling into 2014 in high swing with not only the announcement that a new TIE was in the works to come out the following year and be a sequel to the TIE Intruder, but even more shows were being added to the slate: Space Dandy, Blue Exorcist, 2 Black Lagoon series, Beware the Batman, Inuyasha the Final Act, Hellsing Ultimate, Gurren Lagann, Attack on Titan, Dragon Ball Z Kai Uncut, the original 4 seasons of Samurai Jack, and the uncut version of Naruto Shippuden. In 2015, however, Toonami was shrunk down a bit, now running from midnight to 3:30 a.m. But things were still okay. This year brought the return of TIEs, where we got the Intruder 2 that led to a new overall look for the block. It also led to the Absolution being destroyed and Sarah dying. But she was put into the computer system, and now the programming block was hosted from the planet Shogo 162. Program-wise, we got the additions of Kill la Kill, Sword Art Online 2, Parasite the Maxim, Akame ga Kill, and Michiko and Hachin. For 2016, One Punch Man, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans, Hunter x Hunter, Samurai Champloo, and Dimension W were the newest batch of shows, and for this year, the next TIE was announced at that year's Anime Expo, where it was surprisingly another part in the Intruder series titled Intruder 3. This led to them getting a new ship, the planet they were on being destroyed, and Sarah getting a new version of herself, this time with little wings. During this year, the broadcast time shifted to 11:30 p.m. to start, ending at 3 a.m. But this would be reversed a handful of months later anyway, so nothing really significant there. They did announce another new micro-series called The Sand Whale and Me to premiere in 2017, being a joint production of Adult Swim and Production IG and directed by Mamoru Oshii. For 2017, the length of Toonami started to grow once again, at first getting to start at 11:30 p.m. once again, and then quickly earning that start time of 11 p.m., making the whole block 4.5 hours now. We also saw the addition of Dragon Ball Super, Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn, 2 Tokyo Ghoul series, Black Clover, Dragon Ball Z Kai The Final Chapters, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders, Lupin the Third Part 4 The Italian Adventure, Outlaw Star, and a brand new revived Samurai Jack that returned for a final 5th season that was a bit more adult than the original series. There was another TIE titled The Countdown where Tom gets brought to the future by his future self to help stop a corrupted version of Sarah, really building out more of the story that they have been making for Tom and Sarah as hosts of Toonami. As the year went on, more time slots were open to Toonami, but it wasn't until 2018 that it would truly get even bigger. The block earned more and more time slots on both ends, running from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m., making a solid 7 hours for Toonami to showcase all that it has. This was the peak moment of Toonami's return. After more than 5 years of being back, it has taken over once again, and has acquired the licenses to play way more anime than ever before. My Hero Academia, 2 different Fooly Cooly series, Pop Team Epic, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable, Mob Psycho 100, Megalobox, and Boruto Naruto The Next Generations joined Toonami in 2018 as well. As 2019 rolled around, Adult Swim was biting back some of its time, as Toonami shrunk back down a bit to 5 hours long, running from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. now, but still having new shows like Sword Art Online Alicization, Lupin the Third Part 5 Misadventures in France, Fire Force, Genlock, Dr. Stone, The Promised Neverland, Food Wars, Mobile Suit Gundam, The Origin Advent of the Red Comet, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, and Demon Slayer. We got another TIE called The Forge, which is where Tom was created, and also killed again, bringing us Tom 6, thanks to Sarah using the Forge. And then Toonami got an extra half an hour back, running until 4:30 a.m. again. Entering into the 2020s, these time slots would constantly be played with, going up and down and up again, but it would roughly even itself out around being a 4-hour-long block from midnight to 4 a.m. From 2020 to present day of making this video, Toonami has continued to add more anime and other shows to their run, and things in general have been running as good as they always have. While there wasn't a TIE in 2020, 2021 had the next TIE titled Cosmo Samurai, and was advertised as a non-canonical event that featured the Toonami characters, and it was done in a full traditional anime style. This carried on for the 2022 TIE that had Cosmo Samurai 2, but right after that ended, the following weeks would air another TIE, this time titled The Return. This one was canonical and had Tom trying to come to terms with there being many Toms that exist. When a ghost from the past arrives, being the original Absolution spaceship that we know is being destroyed, as we see the original Sarah AI from 19 years ago glitched onto the screen, as the ship then gets shown to actually be from 250 years in the future, having more powerful capabilities to intergalactically travel, donning the new name of the GPS Absolution Mark 14, as we continue the Toonami broadcasts as usual. As of 2023, Toonami is still running stronger than ever, having new anime and other shows premiering all the time and just celebrating all that makes Toonami special. Over the years since its comeback, Toonami has been the main hub that is accessible to so many for new and old anime to be presented. It's not just the classics it embraces, but all the new stuff as well, which to some can feel like it takes away the nostalgia factor of it, but to others, this is their first exposure to a lot of this anime, much like it was to me and to a lot of you back in the day during Toonami's original run. And I think that feeling and those moments are special. Currently, Toonami still runs on Saturday nights from midnight to 4 a.m., offering an ever-growing lineup of new and classic anime plus a whole lot more. It really is amazing to see quite the comeback for a programming block that originally was just meant to end and be a thing of the past. But through an April Fool's joke that really wasn't a joke, the fans made it possible for the network to actually listen and bring back Toonami, with more support than it ever received initially. It wasn't just the programs it played, it wasn't just the vibe that the host segments created. It was the all-around encompassing of different forms of media for you to discover. Sure, there was anime, which is a big part of it, but the music created for the show, along with the music played during the music video segments, really helped shape some new discovery within the various sounds out there. The video game reviews that would happen gave you your own little slice of G4 here, getting to see a showcase of many different video games and their reviews of them, mainly put together by Jason himself, and there was always some sort of sweepstakes going on to take place in, and it felt that Toonami was there for one thing and one thing only: you, the viewer, to have an experience, discovering new things to love and build lifelong memories from. Whether you first discovered Toonami during its original run, or found yourself getting into it because of its return, the same universal feelings of it can be shared by us all. Toonami was a crucial part of my childhood, and I thank it for introducing me to so much, from anime to some music, and even a few video games. I would love to know your experiences with Toonami as well. When did you discover it, and what did you discover from it? Tell me in the comments. As always, I've been Jordan Fringe. Thanks so much for watching. Like and subscribe. Later.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to You Gotta See This. As always, it's me, your boy, Booty Swagger, joined as always by my lovely co-host.
Sorry, Yeb. I'm so sorry. So. Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
For a second, I thought you were scared about the movie, but I was mistaken. You haven't even looked at the movie.
No, I'm crying. Yeah, we're
watching one of
The
my favorite
Mummy.
movies. I love this movie. There's Billy Zane. He's so cool.
Okay, I still can't tell if you're lying about
No,
that.
that's Billy Zane. He is the heart of the ocean, or the diamond of the sea, or the thing, you know? Look, that's Billy Zane.
I didn't know there were such boobs in this.
I didn't realize nipples could be embossed with snakes.
Dump these dudes in dailies, a fun sentence. If you really want to make yourself smile, say that. Dumps these dudes in dailies.
Dumps these dudes in dailies.
I added a lot of
I
S's
didn't
there.
smile.
Well, then you're doing it wrong. Oh, I wasn't doing anything. I'm petting my cat.
Oh, she just stroking her poos.
You don't look guilty at all, girl boss. I guess she didn't like him. You know what? After all this, I've discovered that she didn't like him.
Who just stabs themselves in the stomach?
Really dumb bitches.
Man, I just love how this
That's
movie is
crazy.
all real. Huge sets, real fires.
Yes.
It really has this old Indiana Jones adventure feel
Yes.
to it.
This chick is evil, man. But, like, so hot.
I feel like, if anything, this movie has just taught me that women are evil.
No!
I mean, I'm not that upset. She's kind of evil. Oh no, the Dementors are in Egypt!
In 1273 BC, like, what pussy is that good?
There's people like Cleopatra.
Yeah, did you know Cleopatra and what's his fucking name? Alexander the Great, like, scissored? Sorry. I have anxiety now.
Oh look, it's a Noospis.
A Noospis!
A Noospis. We're just gonna keep... Yeah, mummy.
Yeah, mommy.
Yo, your mummy's looking a little dusty there.
Oh, look, we're back. 1923, baby, and this is a real set. I think. Benny.
No, that's Brendan Fraser.
Benny.
No, that's Brendan Fraser.
This guy's dead. That guy's dead.
Oh, they're all gonna dead.
I don't know. Something about teaching your dog to speak German is kind of like... It's so nice to see him being all young and spry. Me when your mummy... Me when
your mummy...
Me when your mummy...
when your mummy...
when your mummy...
Oh, jeez.
It's your anus.
It's a Noospis.
Oh!
Bro, my
What
boy
the
getting attacked by Dementors.
Imagine if the mouth full of sand is just like,
Whoa, you ever just have a group of men just stare at you from a cliff?
Yeah.
Cairo, Egypt sounds like where the Care Bears would live if they were in Africa.
We don't have a Egyptian Care Bear, and I'd like to file a report. Yes, 911.
I love Rachel Weisz. She's so cool.
Yeah, I know. What's his name?
The guy who plays him.
Gotcha. Her eyebrows are killing me. It was 1999 though. Like the little lantern flickering in the back. What do you think it means?
I think it means that it's dark in there and she's trying to have some light. What do you think?
I thought it meant snake aids. Fucking snake aids, Chad.
I saw this movie in the theaters with my dad when this came out, so I would have been 9 years old. We always would have a habit. He'd always get like a box of snow caps. I would always get like some sort of candy. This time I remember I got a bag of Skittles. I was really excited. Usually my dad would hold on to it so I didn't eat it all before the movie started. So he'd wait, be like, okay, now you can have the candy.
Okay.
And so he gives me the candy right around this scene because all the scary things were over, and he's like, all right, cool. So he hands me the bag of Skittles. I open it. I have it in my hand. I'm slowly eating them. I got so scared. I threw the entire bag of Skittles, and for the next like 10 seconds, it was just plink, 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 as all the Skittles just fell the entire way down the movie theater floor.
So funny. That's so nasty. That's so gross. That is disgusting. Oh my god.
Jonathan.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Ain't no brother and sister touching heads like that. The fuck?
They're British.
Oh, I have to pee.
That's embarrassing for you. We got a lot of movie left.
He doesn't look like he has a British accent.
Whoa, I didn't realize we were watching George of the Jungle.
Oh!
Ha ha ha! Rejected!
Rejected!
Boom!
Damn!
The British Explorer outfit never fails to just kill me. I feel like I need one of those hats. That man had a penis on his shoulder. There he is again. That man has a penis on his shoulder. It's the same man.
Oh, I love that lamp. Good lamp. I'm gonna rate that lamp 8 out of 10 lamp. Oh, that didn't sound like a camel. Mind you, I don't know what a camel sounds like.
Oh my gosh. Benny's gone.
No, he's fine.
No, he's gone. Have you ever heard about people that fall off cruise ships? They disappear. You never see them again. They're gone. Benny's gone.
Wait,
the end, Benny.
What?
This man just jumps on the couch fire.
He was cold.
My boy just threw her into frigid waters
Double
with
murder.
no door.
That was a very interesting jump. Very cool. You know what? I'm gonna give that jump 10 out of 10.
Have you ever tried to stressfully jump out of a burning boat? You don't always get the comedy down.
I kind of want to try it.
Look at his face when he realizes, you fool, kick the water. Yeah, that's gonna change it.
That's what I would do.
What is he getting chastised for by 5 women?
Stealing?
Look at her being modest and covering herself, except her hair is showing, which is like the whole point. I would love to ride a camel just eating like a turkey leg.
I'm Sweepy. I'm Eepy on my camel.
Can you pull your camel next to me? I want to go eat.
Do I need glasses? This looks real as fuck.
I love Evie. She's such a bitch.
What?
She really is. She just like talks so much shit to everybody.
She's just an itty bitty.
Itty bitty bitch.
She hit the nitrous on that camel.
Light, Aziz. Light, Jonathan.
No one's entered in almost 3,000 years.
That's crazy.
Just like, yeah, mommy.
If my knowledge of video games and movies tells me anything, is that the Egyptians just loved mirror puzzles. Looks like we have ourselves a... Is that Will Neff?
She got bored halfway through the conversation and starts kicking rocks. Look, she has a little cake cutter to help.
I know. These dudes have, like, digging tools. My girl about to slice a pie.
There's a name for this type of character, right? That just be trifling in anyone's business and get hurt. Trifling ass hoe. That's the word I was looking for. Oh, I forgot what's in there. Oh, I remember now.
My British boy can't get away from the links. Evie could pull all my organs out through my nose if she wanted.
That, okay, scared me. Even though I've seen this movie, I was like, they just died.
They're dead.
They did. The movie died.
My boy is getting too greedy, bro.
Oh, it activates when it touches sand.
Oh god, this scene, oh my god. Anytime I feel a bug on my toe or anything, I fucking cry. This is still horrible. Oh my god. Gosh, and you even hear the little crunch? My boy just summoned fire. Jonathan, are you a mage?
That's how I feel about butterflies. Because that one SpongeBob episode got me fucked up.
Jonathan, my boy, you really need to just focus here.
Give me that. I should have had that. I will explode. Do not tempt me. Oh, you can do that? That was an option?
She's just dead. She just died.
You know, men just don't manhandle women's chins like they did in the 90s. They just don't do it anymore.
Jonathan with his comfort bottle. I know that feeling all too well.
Okay, girl.
That's every drunk person trying to do one of those punching machines.
You see my father and she just takes her boob out.
I am drunk.
Yeah, librarian. That's a hard word to say when you're drunk.
You can't be a librarian. You're not even wearing glasses. Oh, she went right to second base. She went right to the crotch.
Is head second base?
I don't know what bases are. This can't be cursed. I mean, everything else turned out to be real, but...
Right. What do you think they're lying at this point, dude?
He's like, oh no, this is just to scare us.
Oh.
Oh, a plague upon both their houses. I love Benny.
Oh.
You see why his face got milky.
I'm beginning to question their motives here.
She could tell all of that from his stank. She's a stankologist. That's what she specializes in. She at our library, she primarily owns scratch and sniff books. So he must have been buried in some sort of non-dead state.
This man was buried alive.
Oh, that's a better way to say it.
Nailed it. Oh, that's a message.
It says snake, bird,
It
hourglass.
says, snake aids. Hello, those are my organs. Well, please don't hurt them. The little bitty.
That's my liver. That's my kidney. Say hello to my heart, please.
Yeah.
A key? Oh, is that what this key slot is?
You know what those look like to me?
Organ jars?
No.
I feel like there's a severe lack of eating bugs in this movie.
Ooh, gaga. Give me that.
Just my
organ
bedtime
juice.
story and my milkies.
Oh, I remember this part. It's not good. What?
To whom it may concern, do not read this out loud. I can't even imagine what it's like to be eaten alive by a locust.
It makes you feel like corn.
Did somebody just touch my butt?
Did you just touch my dick?
Whoa, dude. She landed right side up. Didn't she just fall down?
Gee, she fell backwards.
Oh, I don't think he could see very well right now. Told you. Surprising lack of blood on his face, too, for losing his eyes.
He like sucked them clean out. Like when you suck jello off a spoon.
So do you think he could talk now?
No, he's
He's just gonna go... He is very blind.
Yeah,
The
he can't see
cataracts are
shit.
really not working for him right now.
He's like, that's a woman.
He just shot him in the dick.
He did. Right in the mummy dick. Oh,
He's
fuck.
like, damn it, now I need to get someone's dick.
Now I have to chop someone's dick off. May look like a poop.
Looks more like Evil Groot to me.
He does actually look like Evil Groot.
Oh, Benny, you're struggling. You're struggling.
Okay.
Think of the Duolingo, Benny. Think of the Duolingo.
That is...
Where did he just pull these jewels from? I feel like he just pulled a no-face and speared it away. Excuse me, sir. Do you have my heart, please? I love the time in history where you go to a bar and they just give you the bottle and then you just pay for how many shots you drink. It's the next curse.
Blood? Oh!
Evie, what are all the other Egyptian curses is? Please tell me I don't lose my penis, Evie, please.
Actually, you get an extra one. So you'll have 3.
Yeah, it's raining fire now. The pyramids of Giza just got bombed. Man, these are going so quickly now.
It kicks off pretty fast.
Yo, my boy got sucked dry, bro.
Oh.
You know what they say?
What do they say?
One night with your mummy and you get sucked bone dry. Can I slip into your DMs? Hey, girl. Can I see your butthole? So my dude wants a princess, but he's afraid of the pussy? Cat?
I swear to God, I think he just said pom-pom-poon.
I mean, to be fair, though, it is a very pretty plague. What is he reading? He always has this tiny little book of notes.
What if this was like, puns? Little book of puns?
Quirky Egypt puns?
Yeah.
Him throwing that chair is one of my favorite things in the entire world.
What the fuck?
Okay, first of all, I've hit my head on ceiling fans so many times. There is no threat of death. If anything, it's just going to fucking hurt, and then the ceiling fan will probably break.
Did he just
He just
random
sucked
man?
someone off in the street. No, Billy Zane, not like this. Just go out with a bang.
Yeah, do something cool. Do a backflip.
Yeah. Oh no, you got pushed over by sand, bro.
Idiots.
I'd be
This
scared.
is how I sleep too. Full makeup, face up, girl.
Girl, how do you not realize there's a man sitting on your bed? My bro really needs to get some sort of like cat repellent. I think if everyone just had a cat, the mummy's curse is
Her
broken.
reaction to being woken up by being kissed by this horrible creature was...
They all got the bubonic, bro. My boys are sitting on the bubonic.
Hit the gritty real quick. Yeah, hieroglyphics is like math reading.
They are just lining up to just jump on this car. They are single file taking this. I don't think they really need him.
I'll take your dick too, good measure. I'd be terrified to go back to whatever weird place this fucking dude has been hanging out.
He's like, look, I got my new pad. There's like a lava lamp and like a leopard print love-shaped bed. Oh, this is embarrassing. My
gosh.
housekeeping has been away for 3,000 years.
Yeah, you know how it is.
I am a mummy.
Oh, we're going in the poop chute? This feels like a deleted scene that got put back in.
Oh, my man could summon tornadoes, but he can't summon some pants?
Paddle?
Yeah, it's a bicycle plane.
It's like a Flintstones. Oh.
He's going like how he always wanted, to be eaten by sand. I don't understand why he doesn't just keep giving plagues out. He could just open his mouth and summon flies. Why doesn't he just keep doing that power?
He doesn't want to overdo it. He wants to look cool in front of a rocks and a moon.
You see when I spit those flies out?
Yeah. What'd you think?
That was for you.
What is that? Oh, I get it. They're mummies.
How do you like my bedroom? Benny, you stole the treasure, you stole the satchel, you stole a camel? Is there nothing you won't steal, Benny?
He's like, hold on, I wrote a song. It's in this book.
Here, let me sing this for you real quick.
Today is gonna be the day that...
Whoa, another little... Well, glad that one wasn't booby-trapped.
Honestly, what I was thinking. It's the Book of Life!
Oh, shit, I didn't know Ivan
Where'd the
Ooze was
goo
in this
come
movie.
from? With your death, Gluck Gluck's Aramoon will live.
He kicked him in the mummy dick! He kicked him in the mummy dick! Have they been practicing their choreography for 3,000 years? What is the symbol of the bird? It says... subscribe and like today. Why is she trying to hurt her? She needs all of those organs intact.
I don't know. She's a dumb mummy.
Oh, you should have protected her.
That was dumb. What he
He
just
has
did.
seen her die like 3 times now.
Yeah. Yeah. Sucks to be her, honestly.
That looks infected. Oh, my boy just twisted it back on.
Excuse me? Look at this guy walking around in his MeUndies.
Now he's going to be the one who's sucked off. Oh no. He has nothing left to lose except his life. Not the goo. The Dementors live in the goo. I'll never let go, Emotep.
God, I don't
I'll
remember
never
this.
let go.
Benny,
Benny,
no,
you should be
that's
an
like...
expert. That's the booby trap
Oh,
lever.
Benny,
Benny, it says right there on the wall, booby trap lever. You were on the wrong side of the river.
Ooh, this is awkward.
I
Now
like
your
the-
lunch.
They just found him instantly too.
Okay.
He just is
Well,
like,
bye.
yeah, all right. You know the way back to the city, right?
Oh my God. Oh.
Okay,
Brendan.
but like, can you not talk about his sister like that? He just kind of lost an infinite amount of wealth and fortune, and now he also lost his sister. Oh, don't kiss that. Why would you ever, Jonathan?
the kissing
Jonathan,
pot.
you really need to get a new book. You need to get a book with some sexy pictures in it.
Hun.
He controlled the mummies. I don't understand why he just didn't simply control the mummies more.
Hello, chat room. Dr. Spaghetti here for the second ever episode of Dr. Spaghetti's Taste Test. Featuring... It's Maggie. So, I put on a different t-shirt so that you would think that I didn't film these back to back. So that was a good idea, because now you have no idea that these weren't filmed on separate days, they were just back to back. Also, if you think the t-shirt's cool, which it is, you can get your own if you type !merch in the chat. Yeah, it's actually Young Elderberry's merch, which is pretty neat. So anyway, for episode 2 of Dr. Spaghetti's Taste Test, we're going with Misfits Melon. That's right. But we're switching it up a little bit. At the suggestion of friend of the stream, Minockgate, we can get a shout out for Minockgate in the chat.
SPlicious tipped $6.36.
Thank you. He said I should mix it with the titty milk. So, I went ahead and did that. Jump scare. Sorry, chat. This video ran a little bit longer than I anticipated, so what I'm doing is I'm going to chop it off. I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger, but if you're in the Discord, I will post the full video there for your viewing pleasure. I know what you're thinking. I need to find out if he likes it. I can't buy it if he doesn't like it. ! Dick Sword in the chat. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, actually, there's one thing, you know what would be really foolish is to buy this, pay full price. You're not an idiot, right? No, you're not a stupid little baby. You can get 10% off, so do it. Use code YEB. Stupid little idiot. Well, you're not a stupid little idiot because you're going to use code YEB, right? I mean, you wouldn't just go on the internet and be a stupid little idiot, would you? No, of course not. Use code YEB at gamersense.gg. Anyway, off to my co-host for some final words.
Today, we are roasting Twitch streamers with the most savage AI in the world. Here we have a stick guy stealing content and losing a very expensive car to a psycho, insecure man-child millionaire. A confused brown-eyed boy with not one but two haircuts on each side of his face, like a discount Ken with a penchant for bling. Ah, Alinity, the legendary streamer known for her interesting choices. I must say you've truly mastered the art of getting your cat to fly. Forget about throwing cats, you've taken it to a whole new level. And let's not forget the star of the show, Booba. Oh wait, I mean Booba Booba Booba. That awkward smile, it's like he just peed his pants and let out a little toot at the same time. Mr. Beast, more like Mr. Feast on little kids' attention. Seriously, dude, you're like the Pied Piper of YouTube, luring in all these impressionable youngsters with your money giveaways. But hey, at least you're not an AI, right? I mean, who needs artificial intelligence when you can have artificial generosity? Keep making those burgers and keep avoiding taxes, Mr. Beast. Pokémon's content is like a never-ending loop of sponsored products and forced reactions. Let's talk about how she's got more simps than a medieval kingdom. I swear, her chat is like a breeding ground for desperate souls who would do anything for a mere glance from their queen. But let's not overlook the fact that they're apparently wearing enough makeup to make the whole chemical industry dry. Jake Paul, huh? Well, he's like the poster child for douchebaggery. And let's not forget his boxing career. It's like watching two toddlers slap each other at the playground, except with more money involved. Maybe he should invest in a brain instead of a gym membership. But hey, at least he's got that NFT scammer aesthetic going for him. Hey, Money Wubby, what can I even say about that fat-ass nerd? With his weird costumes and that glorious mop of ginger hair, his mouth wide open, ready to receive sussy surprises, or just trying to catch flies. Oh my god, this guy is... Who? This? He looks like... Wow. What a creature. Oh, cute. Another edgy, angry Jesus wannabe. Asmongold, the self-proclaimed Lord of WoW. More like the Lord of Balding. I mean, seriously, his hairline is receding faster than his viewer count when he's not streaming. Asmongold. More like Asmongon. And don't even get me started on his stream highlights. It's just him clipping his own voice and pretending it's funny. Like, hello? Yes, the discount Keanu Reeves, the inbred Keanu, the poor man's Neo. I must say, this Keanu fill-in really knows how to rock that Dracula hairline and make us question the true meaning of the phrase, bite of 87. OMG, I love it. This is amazing. This is going on my fridge. A naked, deformed male Barbie doll with a nipple-shaped head. And don't even get me started on those ears. They're so small. It's like they're trying to hide from the rest of his face. But you know what? I think he's kind of cute in a weird way. A leprechaun dwarf drunk with green hair and a facial fluff. Sounds like he stumbled straight out of a fantasy novel and into your nightmares. And let's not forget the grass growing on top of his head. Clearly, he's taking the whole eco-friendly trend to a whole new level. But hey, at least he knows Korean, right? Ah! Ethan Klein from H3H3, huh? This washed-up attention seeker looks perpetually scared. Like he just realized he accidentally pooped his pants in the middle of taking this picture. I mean, the man's got more chins than a Chinese phone book. It's like each one has its own zip code. And that butt-cheek chin? I didn't know facial features could have dimples, too. He's the XQC destroyer. This bearded, small-headed socialist hipster is giving off some serious Fidel Castro vibes. I mean, come on, he's wearing a shirt with his own picture on it? Narcissism much. And let's not forget the rumors about him being a terrorist, or even the mastermind behind 9/11s. It's like a conspiracy theory gone wild. Looks like he's desperately holding in a pee. Maybe that's why he's always so grumpy. And that awkward stance of his looks like he's hiding something. Maybe an erection? Who knows? But you know what they say, a small head matches a small... A Persian god with sensual dark manes. More like a grizzly bear crossed with Troy...
Nobody goes hungry around the waterhole. It's such a rich source of food. These rock pools at the far end are teeming with life. During the dry, these permanent pools are refuge to a myriad of wildlife, including freshies. Have a look at this.
Here's the remains of last night's meal.
They're yabbies, crayfish, and the freshie that ate them is probably still around. There's one under here. Have a look at this little blighter. Crikey, he's as fat as mud. These waterholes are just crawling with wildlife. There's yabbies and fish biting at me, which is perfect for these little freshies. Where you going, mate? should come in. The water's so cool.
These pools are also the perfect place to cool off.
I think these rock shelves are all shaded over and people cool.
But hang on a minute, what's that? Looks like something else had the same idea. It's a sand goanna, another real ancient reptile, and another predator of croc eggs. If I can get close up, I'll show you just how big it is. It's about 5 foot long, one of the largest lizards in Australia. Reptiles have been here for a lot longer than humans, and they're better adapted to this rocky terrain. That forked tongue tastes the air, picking up any traces of a potential meal. Or a potential problem. Like the crocs, goannas are masters of their domain, the product of nearly 100 million years of evolution. Here in Australia, they call me the Crocodile Man. When a croc like Aggro starts playing up, I'm often the first one to hear about it. I've just had a call about another problem croc, but this time I won't be bringing him back to the park. I want to try a new idea. Crocs like Aggro can live for 100 years and they have long memories. I want to see if we can teach them to mend their ways, give them a lesson they'll never forget. If it works, we can leave them where they belong, in the wild. An operation like this takes teamwork. That's where my wife Terry comes in. From our starting point near Brisbane, it's a 3-day drive north into croc country. Saltwater crocs are found right across the top end of Australia. Until they were protected in the 70s, they were heavily hunted for their valuable skins. Now populations are recovering, but more and more people are entering crocodile territory, even in the most remote areas, and that means trouble. We're headed for Lakefield National Park, a key area for crocodile conservation. It's November, the end of the dry season, and the coastal wetlands are parched. Even the rivers eventually dry up. Any water that's left becomes very precious. With temperatures over 100 degrees, the best thing to do is while away the day in a shady wallow. Keeping cool is a top priority. Like all reptiles, a croc's body temperature is governed by its surroundings. This one looks like a big old male. Older crocs are usually darker in colour. This lighter specimen is a much younger croc. In croc society, there's only room for one king of the pond. The biggest, strongest male will drive any rivals out of his domain. He's usually the one hassling humans too, but if you take him away, you disrupt the hierarchy of the croc community. Weaker males will fight for his crown and mate with the females, passing on weaker genes. Despite their name, salties aren't confined to tidal regions. They also inhabit freshwater lagoons. There they rub shoulders with Australia's other croc, the smaller freshwater variety, far less aggressive than its much larger relative. Freshies are too small to do you or me any real damage, but this little bird is pushing its luck. You can tell a freshie from a salty by its long, narrow snout, well worth knowing when you're out in the bush. While freshies eat small prey like crayfish or even insects, a salty might fancy a piece of you. But humans like it too. Here's where the conflict begins. This is a really popular fishing hole, and when the fishermen come back and clean their fish, they leave their scales and offal in and around the water, and that creates a free feed for the crocodile. These bullet shells are a result of the fishermen getting scared. They see a croc, they think it's stalking them, boom! They take a pot shot at it. I'm here to help humans, but also protect the crocodile. First, I want to have a scout around the area with the help of Barry and his fellow ranger Ron.
Everybody right?
Yeah, mate. This is their patch of bush, and they can show me any signs of recent croc activity. That way I'll know the best place to set up a couple of traps. Meanwhile, Terry is going to be pretty busy setting up camp.
Real nice. Be about what do you reckon, about 9-foot female?
About that, eh?
Yeah, nice slide mark in there. Beautiful, cool location for her.
Spends a bit of time there by the look of it.
Yeah, too right. A couple of nice footprints here too, Ron. She's gone back into the water. Nice tail mark. When do you reckon she used it last?
Not too long ago, last night or this morning even.
This morning, yeah. Yeah? I reckon.
Well, there's obviously a female around, but it's the big male we're after, and I reckon he's somewhere close by. This is the ideal location for our crocodile trap site. This is a natural gully, and I'm going to utilize the crocodile's keen sense of smell to lure him in. I'm going to run barricades up each side of the trap because I've seen crocodiles come in from the side, get a scare or kill the trap, and then retreat. We want him coming up right up to the back of the trap and grabbing hold of that big piece of bait. So what I'm doing here is placing these sticks. I don't use steel or star pickets in my trap design because when the croc comes in and he's fighting, you can hit these sticks and he can't hurt himself, whereas if he bumps into steel, he can break his teeth or scar his head, hurt his eye. So these will break and get out of the way. So we'll run a stream of them up here and along the other side to support the trap. So you can just grab a corner here, lift the corner here, just put it up. So what we utilise here is breakable hemp string, and that's tied onto the tree, which supports the weight of the trap and holds it into position. Just a couple of simple knots. So as when the croc goes inside the trap, grabs hold of it and struggles, the string breaks off and the trap will drop loose around him, so the croc hasn't got a vantage point where he can get in and actually break through the trap. This is the trigger mechanism. It's absolutely crucial. So we have a nail low and a nail high, and that supports a little steel rod which holds the weight bags up. When the croc grabs hold of the bait, that pulls the weight bag, down she goes. Meanwhile, Wes has spotted our target croc.
Oh, I see. Holy snap and duck shit. Have a look at that. Look at that for a head.
Looks like he's checking us out. It's probably his curiosity that got him into trouble in the first place. He's a big one, all right, at least a 14-footer.
We're up to the final job now, placing the bait. This is a feral pig. Big saltwater crocs find these irresistible. We've got to get the big chunk of bait up there and a lead-in bait at the front to lure him in. He's been hanging around. I'm just a little bit nervous. What I'm going to do is split the pig open, let its blood run down, soak into the sand, so it's got that real pig aroma. This is the last job, lead-in bait. Now what I utilise is a really strong nylon cord such that only a crocodile can break it. And I string it off the ground so as when the croc comes up, smells it and bites it, I'll be able to get a set of claw marks here and to distinguish if it's my target crocodile or not. It's just coming on to dark. I'm starting to get a little bit nervy hanging so close to the water. Righto fellas, let's go. I've been awake half the night thinking about the traps, and at first light, Terry and I go to check them out. The first one was empty, but the other one looks promising. Looks like we've got one, but is it the one we want? This is a beautiful little female. She'd only be around 8.5 feet, just to maybe a bit more. It's very important that we get her out of the trap and release her straight away so we don't intimidate our big male that we're after. Isn't she gorgeous? Our target male will have seen his trapped female and will most certainly avoid this trap. It's a good job we set too. I'm just going to see if I can drag her out, babe, so get ready to move out of her way.
Okay. Careful.
Grab the net over there, babe. I've got her. You're safe. Pull, pull, pull. Pull, pull, pull. Pull. That's it. Didn't have an aggressive streak in her whole body. Beautiful young female. Absolutely gorgeous. Let's reset the trap. It's dawn again, and me and Terry head for the trap opposite the campsite. As we get closer, we can see there's a croc in the net. It's him. First job's to get a top jaw rope on it. And just utilise a stick. That way when he crunches down on it, it'll break and it won't hurt the crocodile. I'm going to try and feed it in between his jaws. The top jaw rope's vital for getting control over this huge animal. It's a very intense moment. The chance to try something nobody's ever tried before. But if my hunch about being able to change their behaviour is right, we'll be able to leave them safely where they are, and that's good news for humans and for crocs. Of course, he doesn't know that, and right now, he's got his jaws wide open in the attack position. He's gonna go, I think. Here he goes. You're all right, mate. They don't fight often, but when they do, it's explosive power, and that's where this top jaw rope comes in really handy. Here comes me team. Give us a hand to get the barricade off, fellas. Barry's brought reinforcements. The more muscle power, the better. We just need a moment to be sure what's the best thing to do. Now that we've got him secured, settled, and relaxed, quite comfortable, I guess, we'll get some buckets of water and we'll cool him down, keep him moist, because we've decided to keep him overnight, and we'll get lots of water in and around his cloacal region, wash all this dead pig around so there's no chance of infection, and try and keep him as happy as a pig in mud. It's vital to keep his skin well watered. It's tough, but it can still dry out and crack. And a few hours in direct sunlight could be downright fatal. He's a reptile, so he can't regulate his own body temperature. We've bought a big tarpaulin to provide some shade. This is really nice and shady, quite cool with that breeze blowing through. It's important that we leave him alone now for a few hours, just to let him relax. When night falls, Barry and I return to the scene to educate our troublemaker about spotlights and boats. We're hoping to teach him to link fishermen's lights and the sound of outboards with his experience in the trap. That way, when we release him, he should be keen to keep away from them. We can't be sure we'll succeed, but it's worth a try. Anything to keep him in the wild. It's a long night. When dawn breaks, Terry takes over from Barry, but I want to see it right through to the end. I really want this to work. And I'm depending on our Croc's long memory to do the trick. 3 months after we left, Terry and I returned to Old Faithful to check on our problem croc. The only way to find out if he's learned his lesson is to see how he reacts to our return. We've been here for a couple of days, and so far, there's no sign of him. But the waterhole is still flooded. He might be further up or down the river. Right now, we're still wondering if our problem croc is going to show his face. Terry and I have seen absolutely no sign of him, but if anyone's going to spot him, Barry will. This is Big Croc headquarters, but he still doesn't seem to be at home. Then, suddenly, the moment of truth. There he is.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about Goosebumps, but you know, something a little more specific. Something, you know, back a couple months ago, probably half a year ago now, we did a drunk tier list of all the Goosebumps episodes, but I left out one, and that is Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
When I rewatched this, I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. I mean, it was unbelievable. It's kind of one of those things where you watch it as an adult and you're just kind of like, oh my god, if they made this into an adult horror film, it would be so good. But even as like a Goosebumps special, it works out perfectly. I mean, it has everything that you would want in a Goosebumps episode. I mean, it's drama, it has scary shots, it's the best looking, best shot, cinematography, lighting, costumes, effects, everything. It has it all. And it's awesome. And it's unbelievable that this was made for a children's program, which makes it so fun that it's just like, it's that perfect 90s blend where back then shit just got on TV where you're like, I don't know how that made it on. In a weird way, I think the networks kind of knew that you had to appeal to the adults somehow a little bit. That you had to have a little bit of factor to appeal to everybody in a weird way. And I think that this does it in such a beautiful, flawless way. So without further ado, let's talk about Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
But the movie starts off with Margaret and her brother. What's her brother's name? Starts off with Margaret, our lead, and Casey, our co-lead, brother and sister, asking their mom why she has to go. The mom is leaving the house because her sister is sick or some shit. I don't know. She seems concerned about it, but we're never really given anything in particular. But I really would have loved if it's like, she was in that drunk driving accident. She got hit by a straight driver. Casey, Margaret, I have to go because Auntie Jenny is dying in the hospital. Okay, sweetheart? All right, it's my sister. And then she's emotionally distressed, and then she just fucking leaves, dude. But Margaret, though, brings up that Dad's been acting strange, and he's kind of been in the basement. He's acting weird. And we get this really great montage of the dad just looking like a total fucking ape looking at Beakers. He's like glaring at them, like, oh my god, what is this? What the hell did I just make down here? He's sitting there, and he's just like, what the fuck is this? This is why I've been I have no idea what this is. That's why I was fired. And then the last thing she ends on is like,
please even stop calling me princess.
I thought you hated that.
Which, guess what, dude? Newsflash. What fucking little girl ever in media or that you've ever seen in your life likes to be called princess IRL, okay? TTYL to this IRL. And the mom says a very classic line, which it's weird because the mom is actually the most emotionless actor I might have seen in my life.
But your Aunt Eleanor's sick, honey. She needs me. I'll be back as soon as I can. That's very thoughtful of you, sweetheart.
But in some way, it adds to the charm of the movie. It adds. It doesn't take away, but it makes the mom more robotic. It just makes sense later on why she just does not care what's happening. And it makes more believable that these kids are just trapped with this fucking monster in the house. But the mom says,
he wants to prove to the university that they made a mistake when they let him go.
Newsflash, he was a terrible scientist. He probably got caught diddling some girl or like fucking some girl, and it's like, this is like, looking at it at an adult perspective, the movie really does seem like it's like a couple things. One, this is what it's like being a single father, or two, this is like a very rocky marriage after the dad is caught cheating on his wife. Yeah, he was let go at the university, but why? Everybody liked him. No, just stop looking into it, Margaret. I have to go. Your Aunt Jenny? Your Aunt Jenny's dead, remember? She like goes off, but really it's just a retreat so she can go talk with Aunt Jenny because, you know, the dad got done fucking like an 18-year-old at the school or something like that. Should I make the age higher? So essentially they're left at the house and they go downstairs, they bang on the dad's door, which first off, dude, if you know that your dad is like unhinged and he's kind of like mentally unwell, the last thing you want to do is bang on a fucking door. I know you've been really upset. That's why I decided to bang on this door as loud as I possibly could to get your attention. He doesn't answer, so they proceed to walk down the basement, which is when we get our classic title for the movie. The dad walks around the corner and just fucking screams at his kids, "Stay out of the basement!" And then once again, looking at this from an adult perspective, you think to yourself, oh, this is about child abuse. This is on so many, I'm getting hit with so many like different angles of like, what is happening? This is truly a horrific experience. Think about being, Mom, please, Dad's acting really weird. Ah, he's fine. I gotta go. Your aunt's dying, or I'm gonna go smoke crack and get fucking piped down by some guy in a different state. I'm lying to your father, sweetie. I know I said that your aunt's sick, but actually, Mommy's seeing your other daddy. remember your other daddy, Charles? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go on our vacation. Okay. They're sitting there and they're like, you know, we're sorry. And he's just like, whatever I do, when I leave this house and take your mom out, if you go in that basement, I'm gonna break your thumbs. It's kind of the vibe you get. And they're like, oh God, Daddy, I'm sorry. What's going on down there? I can't tell you. And he decides to leave. Then it cuts to them and they're kind of sitting there waiting, and you know, they're playing their video games and stuff, and it's like a scuffed video that they put grain over because they don't have the budget to get, like, you know, Mario World, that kind of deal. They're sitting there and you start hearing like all kinds of weird noises. Which when I was a kid, this freaked me out bad. It's like a weird like cat meow. It's like the sister's like, what is that? And the kid's like, I don't know. You know, he's just like the boy character. I don't know, I like football and soccer. And she's like, well, what if there's an animal in the basement and it's hurt? And it's like, okay, first off, if there's an animal in the basement and my dad's been unhinged, I'm gonna go ahead and just leave that thing there because there's something going on. There's something wrong, okay? If I was a child, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to avoid that and pretend it's not gonna happen, because that's how real trauma is processed by children, is you bury it deep and you don't explore. No one's gonna be the brave person in real life, but see, that's what makes this such an intriguing story, is that Margaret is dumb enough to go down there. And as we go down into the basement, it's just like, it's just everything. It's just such a good set. It's so simple. It's just fake plants. And there might be some real plants in there, but still, it's just plants with just green light blasting through. And there's all these deep shadows, and the fucking light upstairs is blue. It just contrasts so well. I love it. I mean, this was heaven to me. Doing this set right now, I love it. Doing a couple experiments of my own where I'm splicing my balls with plants. I'm trying to figure out the formula to chia seeds, to the chia plant. I'm gonna put on my balls and make it look like an afro. But they go down there, and Margaret's looking at this plant that's breathing. It's horrifying. As a child, I just imagine going up to a plant that's breathing and just being like, huh? And then a vine snaps out and grabs her wrist, and she doesn't really make a peep. She's a stone cold killer. And then the brother comes up, it's like, what's going on? And she's like,
that plant just grabbed me.
Come on, plants don't grab people.
Nah. And it's like, well, why would I lie about that? You know, what do I have to gain? But as she does that too, or as she gets attacked, we find out too, she's like, I cut my thumb. I cut it on this plant because it attacked me. And the kid's like, okay, well, you're high. You're delusional. But as we're having this nice little Canadian tussle, you know, with all the, I don't know. The dad pulls into the driveway and does like 3 or 4 courtesy honks. Just like every normal person does. Every time I come home, I just go in, I just do, I'm home! And after the dad comes home, we hear these honks. We're like, oh my God, Dad! They run upstairs and like, oh, thank God we got out of here. The kid's like,
my sweater! It's in the basement! Casey!
And then we get a nice tense deal where the dad's walking up and he's just looking at his driveway. He's like, what the fuck is that? What's happening in my yard? He like walks up as creepily as he can with his fucking corduroy pants on. He's sitting there and the kid's going as slow as possible. And you get a lot of things. This happens a lot to Goosebumps things, but I kind of like it here. It's Margaret keeps looking at the door and she looks down the basement. Casey, Dad's coming! It's like you would hear as the dad walking up, he'd be like, why are they yelling, Casey, Dad's coming? So it's sitting there and it's like, the dad definitely knows. With you screaming and fucking acting like a crazy baboon, the dad knows what's going on. You know, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Motherfucker knows what's happening. But as they keep walking up, he looks at this yellow plant too. He's just like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this thing? And Casey goes as slow as he possibly can, and he grabs his jacket really quickly, and he's all scared, and he runs back upstairs, and luckily the dad comes in, he's in silhouette, and they're both just sweating profusely because they got done running upstairs. And he turns on the light, and the dad in this movie plays a very good unhinged father.
You in the basement? Did you go into the basement? Did you go into the basement?
In real life, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't have a relationship with his children. Like, I feel like he's really taking it from heart. This is not an act for him. This is him coming to set every day, having to deal with his own problems. He's sitting there and he's just like, comes in. What are you doing? Did you go down to the basement?
Yes.
We didn't touch anything.
Yeah, and they immediately admit guilt. Yeah, it's like it's like, take your time then. If you're gonna immediately just be, yeah, we did, then why did you make such a big huss and fuss and you're fucking screaming through the house the whole time? Why would you not just be like, yeah, we were down there, we're freaking out, we heard like a dead cat. We heard like a cow giving birth downstairs. We were concerned. I don't know there should just be rakes down there. But now I'm hearing cow birth and a fucking like triceratops coming. I don't know what's happening, okay? And he's just like,
kids okay?
And they kind of lower their guard. They're like, huh, yeah, I guess. And he's like, okay, well, if I told you what's going on, would you guys just calm the fuck down? Actually, that would be lovely, Dad. And he kind of just gives him like a little bit of hint. Not really anything too crazy. He's kind of just like...
Botanists often try to take good qualities from some plants and put them into another.
Well, I'm taking certain parts of the plants and I'm putting them into other things. And they're like, what does that mean? And he guy's like, I've said too much. He's like, you've told us nothing. You've said the word plant. Okay? But I do like this whole deal because then, once again, it starts to read more and more as a single father being dismissive to his children after a very nasty divorce. And as a horror film, I think that works so well. If you use this weird thing to kind of like show the disassociation between children and their parents during a divorce, that's such a good idea for a horror film, and I love it. I'd love to see this remade, A24. Robert Eggers presents Stay Out of the Basement. It starts off, too, with R.L. Stein walking in like he does in the old tapes. Hi, I'm R.L. Stein. I'm a billionaire. I think he's literally a billionaire. I know, and he's not dead. I thought he was dead for the longest time. He's looked like a vulture for probably 35 years. It's unbelievable. He's just like, I've been perpetually 97 years old forever. I've been here since the beginning of time.
I'm R.L. Stein. I write the Goosebumps books.
We get the nice phrase where he's like,
Hey, Mom rented us movies. I could make some popcorn, and we could stay up late and watch them all.
No, I have a lot of work to do. Maybe some other time.
No, do I want to stay up all night and eat popcorn? No. But he's like, no, I'm too busy with work to get that nice first cold shoulder. And the kids are clearly upset because they're just like, man, I really wish that my dad, I had a relationship with my father, but he's too busy playing with fucking plants in the basement to do anything with me. So you get this nice little thing. Is the dad just upset? He lost his job? Who wouldn't be upset if they lost their job, you know? He's trying to prove something to himself. He's got these fucking bickering kids all the time. It'd be annoying. It would be annoying. I would be annoyed. All right, cut to the morning. Margaret, today she's like, maybe I was an annoying little bitch yesterday. I should probably be good to daddy today. So she makes her dad breakfast. She fucking scolds the shit out of her brother. He's like, hey, that looks good. And she just like scolds him.
Don't you dare. That's for Dad.
It's not for you. It's not. Does that kind of thing. He's like, Jesus Christ. So she says she made everybody breakfast. She's like, it's in the fucking pan on the stove. Idiot. Idiot. I don't keep wanting to say idiot. Then we get a nice time progression because the dad never comes up. And, her brother's like,
his work is more important than breakfast, that's all.
Maybe science is more important to our dad than breakfast, you dumb bitch, you cold-hearted bitch. Jesus, what? Daddy's girl much? Stupid bitch. Then the kid's just like, I'm gonna go outside and play. He's playing games, which also, what kid's actually gonna do that? What kid's gonna stop playing video games? I wanna go outside. Margaret sees her dad come upstairs, and then she goes up and she's getting ready to say hi to him, and then you just hear the most, abhorrently gross munching sound, just... And he just has this fucking canister, and he's basically eating this green powder. He fills up a big thing of water and he drinks it and he looks at her like an ape. And she's like, hey, I made you breakfast, Dad. I just watched you eat a bunch of chemicals under the sink. Are you okay? He's like, I'm not hungry. I'm busy with work again. Ooh, that nice cold shoulder. I can't wait till I have kids so I can do that cold shoulder. And I will start doing experiments in the basement so I can rehash this later on in my life. Can't wait. Margaret looks over and she goes underneath the sink and grabs the container where she, her dad was eating from, and she looks at it and she does, plant food. Plant food? And it's like, what is plant food? Is there such thing? Is there just a thing like, this is just plant food? I mean, there's gonna be someone who's just like, dude, that's really common. I'm a botanist, that's so common. But also it's like, why is it under the sink? Why is it under the sink in the kitchen? Which, it's all very on the nose because it's a kid show, but still, it's like, think about that for a second. Imagine going upstairs, and if this was an adult movie, he'd be drinking bleach or something. Dad, his eyes are bloodshot. He's like, there's blood going down his face. He's like, I'm busy downstairs. He goes off. She's like, Cut to Margaret is afraid and she calls her mom and she's like, hey, he's eating plant food. And once again, the robot that plays Margaret's mom is like,
he always gets wrapped up in his experiments.
really, Mom? Really? Think about that. I feel like I would immediately be like, put your dad on the phone. Are you eating plant food in front of the children? As Margaret is talking to her mom, the dad is crouching down behind her and grabs the phone and crouches back up. And then he makes direct eye contact while he's talking to his wife, and he's basically gaslighting his wife and looking his child right in the eye and lying to her.
Oh, that's a shame. Margaret?
He's like, yeah, no, we're having a great time. And the kid's just like, huh? And she's like, yep, nope. Yeah, Margaret's crazy. We're gonna put her in a home. Yeah, huh, honey? She's not gonna be our kid anymore. bye-bye. So he basically just scolds her, and Margaret's like, what's happening? And then there's really no altercation between that. It just cuts to night. Margaret awakens, and she hears some kind of grunting again. Which just kind of makes it sound, the whole thing feel very, actual. I don't know if I can say the words. Sexual. Does that work to the bots? Will they read that if I say it like that? Fuck you, you two bots. She goes in and we get this really beautiful shot of her walking up, and it's very like Alfred Hitchcock. There's like nice curtain shadows cast on the wall, and she opens up the blinds to the bathroom, and you get the nice Hitchcock / like Stanley Kubrick close up of the eyes. But it's the nice sharp shadows of her looking in, and we get this gruesome thing of her dad's just like, ugh. And he's unwrapping his hand, and he just like shows this scar, and it's like a pretty gruesome practical effect for a kid show. He's just bleeding green blood, and she's like, huh? Takes off his hat, and his hair's all green and greasy, and he has fucking leaves in his hair. And she's like, what's happening? He's like washing his face a little bit, and he does like a very primal, like, looks over at her. He senses something with his little fucking plant powers. She's like, ah! She runs back to her bedroom, and she's laying in bed. And then the dad walks in, which is it kind of reads like a funny beat because he's like back with his hat on, and he just sits in the room, and he's like opens his door, and he's like, Margaret, what are you doing in here? And she's like pretending that she's asleep, and he kind of just stands there for a second and just closes the door. And I just fully expected him to walk in and just punch her in the face. I just expected him to walk in and just beat the shit out of her. What did I tell you? But you gotta keep it PG. You gotta keep it G for the goosebumps, dude. G for goosebumps, I like that. Cut to the morning time, we're in Casey's room. He hears a fraction of a sound from a creak in the floorboard, and he's just kind of like,
what are you doing?
shh. Imagine hearing anything in your house and you don't just kind of like wake up for a second, you're like, process anything. The kid was just like, what are you doing here? What's wrong? What's going on, Margaret? And she's like, I think Dad's a mad scientist. And the kid's like, he does like a nice little fade back in his bed. He's like, oh, hell nah. And falls back on his bed. They go downstairs, and sure enough, there's good old Dad, Dr. Brewer, making some breakfast. And he's like, hey, I bet you've been thinking that your dad's been acting crazy lately, huh? Been acting real weird lately. They're like, yeah, you have. You're creepy, and you've been in the basement for 37 consecutive hours. He's like, all right, we're being crazy right now, but what if I told you more about what I'm saying, what I'm doing? I'm like, okay, well, we went down this road yesterday, but sure. He's like, I'm taking parts of plants and making them with animals. I'm putting them inside animals. And they're kind of like, excuse me? What? What are you doing in the basement? So you know those cats you've been hearing? Yeah, I've been caging up cats in the neighborhood, and I've been experimenting on them. I have a fetal pig, and I have a dairy cow, and I've been doing all sorts of crazy stuff to them. But they're sitting there, and the Margaret is very quick this time. She says, well, I saw you cut your arm, and it was, you had green blood, Dad. What's up with that? He's like, it's just it's a side effect of the plants that I've been working with. And she's like, okay, well, what about all the leaf that's growing on your head? Saw that too, Dad. And he's like, oh, so you're spying on me? Classic gaslight. Love it. Love the switch from the dad. Anytime you get a nice switch in on a kid, the best. He's like, so what, you just like to spy? You like to see your dad beat his cock in the bathroom, Margaret? Oh, you're just like, hey, a man can't take a shit peacefully in his home anymore. She's like, okay, so you're a spy. So you're a bad person. I wish that's what he would have said. He put some fucking slop in these bowls. He's like, it looks disgusting. It kind of looks like spinach with like a ton of butter and like it just looks gross. It's like slime.
It'll taste just fine.
Pretty much he puts some slop in their bowl, and he just intimidates them to eat it. And he's like, here's a knock on the door. Ding dong, knock, knock, knock. He kind of looks at him real quick, and he's just like, when I get back, those bowls better be empty. All right. He leaves for half a second. They just immediately dump it in the trash, which I would have loved if you would have come back in. He's just like, I fucking knew it, and just start beating the shit out of him. Basically, we have the professor to the university, Dr. Merrick. He shows up, and which is weird because it's like, didn't you fire him? Right? It's like, imagine like getting fired from your job at Pizza Hut, and then you're like, your manager's like, just thought I'd stop by and check in. How you doing? And then the Dr. Merrick looks at the kids, and he's like, oh hey guys, how you doing? And they're like, yeah, just help us. Hey, our dad actually hasn't slept in days. Could you see what's going on? All right, I'm just going to see what's happening down the stairs. And the dad kind of looks at him. He's like, go outside and play. Like, okay. He like walks downstairs. So they're standing like 5 feet away from each other and they're throwing a frisbee because that's how frisbees work. Hey, can you stand as close as you can to me so I can hand this to you? Okay, Margaret, that sounds fun. They're sitting there and they're like, yeah, Dad's been acting crazy. He's a mad scientist. Isn't that weird? She just throws it over his head.
Good one.
God, I hate Casey. Casey's just a little. I wish it was Casey was. If it was one kid too, it'd be even more mental torture for that child. Just to be like, what is going on in my life? But no, Casey's like, good one. Goes over and he hears the Swedish Dr. Merrick and Dr. Brewster. The dad is basically like, I wish you would have given me funny. He's like, I tried to, Dr. Brewster, I tried to, but they didn't allow me. And they're bickering, and then a vine comes up and whips the boy in the back. Grabs on the kid. He's like, ah, you were right earlier.
Help me, I'm caught! Casey!
Yeah, he's sitting there. He's like, I believe you. Remember earlier when I said you were a stupid bitch because you got grabbed by a plant? Well, it happened to me, and I believe you.
What are you doing?
And then immediately the dad's sitting there, and he just has like green shit all over his. He's just scuffed up. He looks like he just got in a fucking like fist fight. He's like, get away from that window. Didn't I tell you to play? We're like, well, dude, we are playing. What do you expect us to do? He's like, go play in the street. Go play in the busy street down the intersection. So they're sitting there. He's like, stay away from that window. And he's like, I heard you fighting with that Swedish guy that came over. I'm scared, Dad.
There was no fight.
But I heard it.
I'm telling you, there was no fight.
I mean, just the gaslighting is incredible. Oh, you heard fighting? Really? I'm pretty sure that was just you falling down. Remember that, how you think that sounds like that?
You're not a mad scientist, either.
No, I'm an angry scientist.
Which makes me, I wish I wasn't a YouTuber. I wish I would have become a scientist so I could say that. I'm not a mad scientist. I'm an angry scientist. So he's sitting there and basically after this whole interaction, he's just like, go to your room. You're grounded. You both suck. You're going to stay in your room. If you come out of your room, I'm going to break your feet.
Stay out of the basement!
And then we get a hard cut of him just in the basement. He like opens up this door and he's just like, and he goes inside and he starts like force feeding this thing. This thing's just like, he shuts the door real quick. And then at this point in the movie, like on the rewatch, I'm like, okay, so this is like he's making plants to have sex with. That's what he's like, they're animals. We're all animals. So after he gets done like drugging the rape plant downstairs, it cuts to the kids coming around the corner because they hear a funny sound. They're like, what is that? And the dad is putting a new lock on the door downstairs. Obviously it's so on the nose, but like if you made this into a serious movie, you could really be wondering, what is he doing down there? These kids are like, why are you doing that? He's just like, I don't want you going down into the basement. How many times do I have to fucking say it?
Stop gawking at me.
Basically, he's like, I'm putting a new lock on the door because I don't trust you guys, because I know how many times I've told you 7 times to not go down the basement, and you've been down to the basement 7 times. So I'm going to put an extra lock on the door, okay? Also, Dad's going out for a couple hours. Where could you possibly go? I'm going to a strip club. Okay, your mom's out of town. This is not, our marriage is not looking good.
I'm going out for a little while. I'll be back in a couple of hours.
So basically, the dad leaves. Casey and Margaret go upstairs. They're kind of sniffing around. They're like,
what are you saying? You think Dad's done something to Dr. Merrick?
I don't know, Casey.
What are you saying?
Dr. Merrick's probably still here. Remember that Swedish guy? That very strong accent Swedish guy that no one could forget because it's like a Dr. Seuss character in this universe? Yeah, his car's still out front. He has to be somewhere. So they're snooping around upstairs. She listens to a voicemail, and it's Dr. Merrick's Swedish wife. She's like,
I was wondering if my husband was there. I'm a little worried. He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Hey, have you seen my husband? He has not been home. I'm getting worried.
Dad!
She hears the dad come home, and she's like, he sees Casey out in the hallway. He's like, where's your sister?
She's in her room.
He kind of looks back at Casey. He's like, did you go in my room? Did you go in my dojo? My safe space? He's like, no, Dad. He's like, by the way, I forgot my fucking condoms. And my roll of 20s that I have, and blow. You want blow his son? Casey's like, I don't know what blow is. He's like, it's a fun thing to do when you're older, when you're a man, when your balls drop, you're a little baby. I'm really going off the rails with like the dad scolding his son. It has nothing to do with the plants either. It's just like a dad being a terrible person.
I want you back in your room. Is that clear?
Basically, Margaret hides under the bed. The dad's looking around. He kind of is looking at stuff. He's kind of just like doing one of these, like he's just like almost not human. The definitely are just like, act like a plant. I bet you that's what the director says. Act like a plant. And he's like, he sits on the bed, and then a couple worms drop down, drops this wallet, the Swedish man's wallet, and they're like, oh my god, Dad probably fucking killed Dr. Merrick. Oh, his wife's gonna be so sad. The dad reaches down, he's like, grabs the wall and picks up his worms. My pocket worms. Puts them back in his pocket. And then you hear on the hallway, I love it. You hear he's like,
Casey,
Yes, Dad?
I'll be back in an hour.
Okay, Dad.
Stay in your room.
okay, Dad. It's really good. And then Margaret stands up and she throws off the covers to the bed because she sees that the bed looks like it's breathing, and then it's just a big king-size bed full of worms. Which is kind of funny. It's like the dad's like working on plants, and he's just like, also, I've been working on worm manipulation. I have all these worms. That's actually where he's going. I have to go find more worms. You see him with like a flashlight in his neighbor's yards. There we go. Great. So after the worm bed thing, that's the thing that pushes Margaret over the edge. She's just like, okay, worms in the bed. Okay, Dad's acting crazy. I gotta get down to this.
And I have a feeling the truth is in the basement.
So heroically, Margaret and Casey go out to the shed. They get a crowbar and they get some weed killer, just like some juice, you know, like little pesticides kind of thing or whatever. They break off that lock and they head downstairs and see what's going on. And downstairs, it's awesome. Once again, the set looks so beautiful. But then when they go over, they see this hand just sitting there, and it's like just in this pot. It's like it's such a stupid, simple effect of like a person's underneath the thing with a costume thing, but they like poke it with the thing and it clenches. It's just such a fun idea. And then the plant from earlier before that was breathing now is like breathing, and it opens up and they put this nice red light behind it, and it's Margaret's face. It's awesome. I love it. It's so fun. But I do like, they're like, oh my god, it's my face, and the brother's like, just sprays it, immediately kills it, which I don't blame him, but still, it's just, would you not be fascinated if you saw a plant that was your face? Yeah, I'd be scared. I mean, it's probably a good reaction. I would die in this situation, apparently. I'd just be like, oh my god, and I would just be dead. Then they hear a little tip tap on the door.
Who's there?
They open up the lock on the door, break out, and wouldn't you know, it's their dad, and he looks like a clown.
So good to see you. Not quick. Untie me.
He's supposed to look like he's like, oh, I'm so fatigued and tired. But they definitely just put some like white makeup on his face and some lipstick. And he's just like, oh my god, I've been trapped. Untie me.
How'd you get in there? I thought you left.
It wasn't me, it's a plant. It's a plant copy of me.
Wait.
Look, I have no time to explain. Just untie me.
Huh?
And if I was just downstairs and I'd been going through all this shit, I'd be like, that's when I would be like, hey, untie me, come on! But then there's probably the funniest part of the video where they untie the dad, or that's basically the dad that's in this closet, and he slowly picks up the crowbar they brought down, and it just looks like he's gonna bash their skulls in.
He's not a real father. He is. I know he is.
And I think they're trying to play it like, oh, he sees this other person come down and he's defending himself, but it reads very much so like he's just like, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Turns out then, you have the dad that has been in the video the whole time come down. He's just like,
he's not even human. He's a plant. One of my experiments that went wrong. I'll spray him.
We find out that the dad has been mixing plant cells with humans and stuff, and he's made this deal. So now we have a Sophie's is that Sophie's Choice? I think that's the movie. I don't know if it's wrong, whatever. But it's a Sophie's Choice situation where they're wondering who's the real dad. Which one's the plant dad? And they're sitting there and Casey's a fucking pussy. So
I don't know what to do.
It's like, get the fuck out of the way, Casey, you idiot. Jesus Christ. You blasted the other plant, no problem. You can't squirt some shit on a plant, Dad? Come on, Casey. They're sitting there and they're sitting there. It's kind of funny because one of the dads, he's walking over and he's just like, well, Margaret, he's here to hurt us. And he stands next to the other dad, so they're perfectly standing next to each other. And he's just like, go on, do it. Spray him. He's a plant.
Don't listen to him. Attack him. Now. Destroy him.
Margaret's left with an interesting decision. She has to choose which person to spray with this juice, which I'm pretty sure it wouldn't hurt a human, so I feel like wouldn't she just spray both people? It's like, oh, my clothes are messed up. Yeah, sorry, Dad. But I think they're trying to imply that the dad is also kind of part plant, so maybe that would kill him. I don't know. But we have a nice little callback because one of the dads is like,
Princess! Princess!
Please, princess! Please, princess. Which maybe it felt creepy, and I was like, that definitely this is why kids don't want to be called princess. But she squirts the copy that doesn't call her princess, and she's like,